Welcome everybody, Manny V here with David Hubbard for the last day of action here at the 2016 Nazare Pro here on the incredible beach of Playa del Norte in Nazare. Dub, the waves are cranking for the Pro Juniors and the women's today.
Yeah, it looks insane conditions for both of those divisions, and even though this is the last day, it's certainly not the least because we're going to be presenting one of the Pro Juniors with that bad boy. It's a world title trophy.
Yeah, that is going out today. At the end of the day, we're going to see the women's podium final and grand final and the final for the Pro Juniors. So out in the water, we are underway with the Pro Juniors. Round one, heat number two. We actually had heat number one already go out, and you can see right now the conditions are looking the best so far from the last 3 days. Take a look at this.
Wow, nice replay there of our rider in yellow. That was Xomen Lopez going for a through-the-lip roll. And just want to bring your attention, we are adjusting the graphic in your upper left-hand corner of the screen. We'll be getting you the fresh graphic right now. So this is heat number two of the Pro Junior division. Out in the water, Matias Bastos in red, Pedro Machado in white, and Xomen Lopez in yellow from France.
Yeah, the Pro Juniors is really exciting to watch. They have no fear going out there and attacking everything in sight. And you can see, again, the conditions are pretty awesome. Glassy, the winds are mellow, the swell is still hanging around. We're looking at 3 to 4 foot waves, occasional 5 foot set rolling in. And with the glassy conditions, these kids are taking full advantage of barrel riding and the ramps that are coming on some of these waves. Again, heat number two out in the water. Top two riders will advance on into the quarterfinals, and the riders in third will get an equal 17th, and the riders in fourth place in this first round will be an equal 25th. So not only are points up for grabs, but the prestige of being called the 2016 Pro Junior World Champion.
Yeah, this is awesome, Manny. Definitely worth the wait, because as far as the conditions for the entire waiting period of this event, I'd say these are the best conditions we could have imagined for the Pro Juniors and the women's final. And wow, talking about that world title on the line, Manny. There's 4 of these Pro Juniors in the running, and I think it's really going to come down to which of them places the highest.
That's right. And can you imagine all 4 of these riders being in the 4-man final, and whoever wins the final will be deemed the world champion? Is that a possibility? We're going to take a look down our seed list and see if that is even a chance of happening here by the end of the day. But those 4 riders, incredible talent.
Tanner McDaniel, the Pro Junior World title has eluded him several years. We got a split peak scenario, so live action. Wow, Red's getting a
oh my goodness.
Matias Bastos, nice barrel, throws the reverse afterwards, and he cuts out. So he is one of the riders in the running, Manny, and boy, he's looking in form as per that wave. Let's take a look at the replay.
All right, here's Matias Bastos, once again, one of the 4 guys running for that world championship title in the Pro Juniors. And you can see his tube riding skills are on par with these perfect conditions out in the water here at Playa del Norte in Nazare. Quick shout out to our 2 main sponsors, and along with our APB brand supporters, Playa del Norte and the Nazare Municipal Council, making it happen here, along with our brand supporters, Stealth, ISS, Bodyboard King, NMD, and U Riding. If you haven't already done so and competed on your own, download the Journey Bodyboard game and go click on multiplayer, and there you will see the Nazare Pro, where you can compete against the world's best. All right, it looks like we do have the winner of the last heat with Vilma. Vilma, take it away.
Yes, I'm here with Joaquin Soto. He's only 14 years old and he's on the top 5 of the juniors and is going to the final, para la final o qué?
Sí, nada, feliz y ojalá llegar a la final y nada, en esta manga me alcancé a conectar 2 olas, que fue un tubo igual bueno y después un inver Y nada, feliz por pasar este hit y nada, a seguir.
Gracias. Muchas felicidades para la próxima ronda. He just had a good barrel and an invert. That was it. So it was two good waves. I don't know if you could saw it in the live, but we're for sure gonna show you later. So now in the water, the next heat of the juniors competition. Let's check it out, guys.
Congratulations to our first winner of today. That is Joaquim Soto from Chile. The Chilean flag being held high here in Playa del Norte with a handful of pro juniors and their very own Alan Munoz making a fine showing in the men's division as well.
Indeed, second place in that heat went to David Vedor of Portugal, and so did third and fourth. All went to Portuguese. It was Andre Rodriguez and Andre Lopez in third and fourth place, respectively, in the Pro Junior division. So Joaquim and David Vedor moving on into the quarterfinals of the Pro Junior division. Today does look like we'll be running this first round of the Pro Juniors, then moving directly on into the Pro Junior quarterfinals. After that quarterfinals, we are going to run the Women's Pro Podium Final. Then we are going to step into Pro Junior semifinals, then the Women's Pro Final, and the Pro Junior Final. And at some point today, there's going to be a Pro Junior being crowned the world champion of the Pro Junior World Tour.
What does that mean to have that check mark in your resume? I mean, psychologically, you're going to be on cloud 9 for at least the next 12 months. But what does that mean to – what do you think that means to the rider who walks away with that trophy?
Well, I think there, as you're alluding to, there is a lot of prestige. It is going to be definitely an accolade that is going to affirm their ability, and they're going to be, motivated and pushed by it. But when it comes to, sponsorship, that's going to be an opportunity to show the sponsors that they're either have or trying to get that they're totally worth supporting because they have what it takes. They have the gumption to go all the way, so to speak. So, I think it is something very important, especially because this is a fairly new division. There hasn't been too many of these world titles handed out. So you enter into a very elite group of incredible riders. I think the first year that it was handed out, it was given to Tristan Roberts, and last year was Socrates Santana. So I think you'd agree that both of those riders are among the world's best bodyboarders, regardless of their age and what category you put them in. And so, there's a possibility that we're going to see someone take this Pro Junior World title and maybe even move on to take a men's world title in their career. We just have to wait and see. But it's kind of setting stage for that kind of stuff.
Preparing them for what could be a men's world title. And this is great training, proving ground. But the training actually starts sooner than showing up at the main stage of a APB Pro Junior event. It starts with having mentors and joining bodyboard clubs. And here in Portugal, they have dozens, as Joanna Schenker has mentioned. And there are a few riders here that have come from that school. Out in the water right now, we have Pedro Machado. He is from the north of Portugal, and he is training under Linha de Onda here in Portugal with Manuel Centeno and Nuno Acevedo, both coaches who are very well known here in Portugal and across the world. Manuel Centeno hitting the competitive scene back in my day. I mean, I remember seeing his name be one of the first names coming out of Portugal back when I was bodyboarding professionally.
Right.
And now has their own school, Linha de Onda. Pedro Machado out there right now in the white jersey, and currently the youth national champ here in Portugal.
Yeah, that's awesome. So that's just a little glimpse. We're going to continue to give you all those kind of insights from the Portuguese competitors who are a part of those youth clubs. And I feel that it is so important to either be a part of a club or enlist a coach, or at least, you know, rally around a group of peers so you can really, you know, move forward together. You can have direction, guidance. There's a lot of things that you can be taught, and that's almost like a shortcut. You don't have to make those mistakes and learn yourself why you're getting taught that. Let's take a look at Pedro up and riding.
All right, Pedro in the white jersey coming off the bottom. Look at that speed line held tightly and beautiful ARS, but cannot hold on when he lands and tries to spin that thing around. Pedro Machado has to hold on to that maneuver and pull it around to get scored those high points that he's after. And Pedro Machado paddling back out, and that is one of the things that I'm sure they're teaching in these bodyboard schools, is to just shake it off, get back out there, and do it again. Here's another look.
And as we see, he got up to that lip just a little on the early side, so he didn't get as much projection as he maybe could have with that timing, and thusly he didn't get all the way out into the flats. We saw he kind of landed a little bit mid-face and also still kind of during the rotation, but that is the rider again, but he pulls almost pulls a very clean roll there. So, you know, great effort. Pedro, you know, striking again. Check that out.
Well, that was what we were just talking about. Paddling back out, turning around, and having a way to present itself. But again, he has to hold on to these maneuvers when he lands them. If not, he's not going to get those scores, and that will not improve his standing right now. It looks like our riders in yellow and red holding steady. Mr. Lopez from France and Matias Basto in red out in the water. Taking a look at this one, it is the Brazilian, Matias Bastos. From behind the section, punches through the lip, and that's what you have to do. If you're going to do a maneuver, you have to pull it off if you want to get those completed scores on your scorecard.
Yeah, so we see the juniors just coming unstuck on a few of these rolls. Here it is again for Matias Bastos. He wants to back that 7-5 up, and, you know, he does with that nice roll there. So let's take a look at that, which was, you know, almost what some might call a flarse, a flop arse, because he didn't connect with the lip at all. And we're going to notice that on the replay, that there was, you know, no actual contact with the lip when he attempted this maneuver, and thusly he doesn't execute the maneuver very much. So just underneath it, but had the intention, you know, and definitely, you know, we could give that an A for effort, but the judges aren't going to score it very highly. Even if he had completed it, it would be quite a low score.
Yeah, I saw the Frenchman. I saw him and the rest of the pro juniors who are still competing in the French van. We're picking up some pastel de natas, but got denied because my credit card was not accepted there. But we saw the Frenchman at the same coffee shop picking up some of their morning breakfast, and the French crew looked very positive and very ready under the tutelage of Nicolas Capdeville. Nicolas Capdeville, a European champion, multiple European champion, and if anybody knows how to use competitive skills and put them to work, it's this guy, Nicolas Capdeville. And now here he is with a small crew of pro juniors going head-to-head with some of the world's best.
Yeah, and that's so great. You know, like you mentioned, Nuno, you know, with that team from the north of Portugal, Nuno Azevedo, and, you know, guys like Nicolas Capdeville, you know, previous competitors, you know, showing the youth how it's done, because they've done it themselves. They've had years of experience, and then they can share that. And I think that kind of tutelage, as you mentioned, Manny, is just so valuable. And it's so great to see the dynamic of, you know, a rider who previously had a career competing, you know, stays close to the epicenter of the competitive sport by, you know, passing that on to the pro juniors. And, you know, I just want to mention just briefly, Nicolas Capdeville was very talented, probably one of the top, if not the top French competitors for a number of years on the world tour. He was almost like the GT of France, or the GT of Europe even. And, you know, there's this one segment, and it wasn't even in the middle of his career, it was closer to the end of his career, in a movie, Yellow's 10. Yellows is a series that was coming out of Japan. A bunch of great guys putting those together over there. And in that video, I believe it was Yellows 10, or maybe it was a previous edition of Yellows, an amazing segment of Nicholas Capdeville. He pulls like one of the biggest air forwards I may have ever seen pulled at pipe, and just incredible bodyboarder himself, Nicholas Capdeville. He's got some of his kids actually in the draw, at least one of them coming up in Heat 7, Ethan Capdeville.
Yes, that's his son, and he's going to be putting down what he has learned out of that school and from Pops himself. Look at this, out the back, needing a solid score right here of a 4.26 to get back into that second place spot, the advancement spot. Quick little spin there, comes off the bottom, and finding a section at the end of that wave and rolls over and completes that maneuver. A 4.26, totally obtainable on that wave. The Portuguese rider, Pedro Machado, heading back out. And yes, we are now underway. Heat number 2, round number 1 of the Pro Juniors. Here's another look of what went down the beach. Oh my goodness, and that is why this guy is in contention for a Pro Junior world title. That was Matias Bastos down the beach.
Yeah, and as you would, exclaim, "Oh, doctor, that was a radical lip maneuver." Let's take another look as he gets into this one. It's a nice size wave, clean bottom turn,
oh my goodness,
and a very well executed backflip from Matias Bastos. He already has that 7.5 counting. He's going to add that score to those top two, and he looks to be dominating this heat. The battle now is for second place because a 7.15 comes in for Matias Bastos. And, to get into the first position, second and third need something along an excellent score, almost a perfect 10 to get there. And so they are definitely going to be battling for second place at this point.
Again, 25-minute heats, round 1 of the Pro Juniors. The top 2 riders will advance on into the 4-man quarterfinals after this first round. And unfortunately for third place, they will be an equal 17th place. And once we get into the 4-man round 1 heats, fourth place in those heats will be an equal 25th. But every single one of these Pro Juniors want to keep advancing on and marching forward closer to that 4-man final. And that is totally possible for those who will be performing those incredible maneuvers like we just seen from Matias Bastos. And I think as soon as we get closer to that final, we're going to see more incredible action, more backflips, more high-flying acrobatics from these Pro Juniors as soon as we start getting closer to that final.
Yeah, let's take a look at live action as we do have Pedro Machado paddling for this one. Throws a spin at the start, and now he's eyeing up this section. Nice clean roll there, and he might not be done, but he is, and he ducks out of that one. So Pedro needing a 4.26. That could be what he needs. Here we see the replay. Nice spin to start. This section was, cooperating with him, and it allowed him to do a nice roll there. So nice ride for Pedro. We'll see how it fares against second place held by the French little grommet, Zoman Lopez, who's up and riding now. We see him with a nice clean bottom turn. Wow. And then he does throw an ARS and completes it. Wow, that's going to be a big score, Manny. So that was a clean, well-executed maneuver, and degree of difficulty was there as well.
And right now we are under we only have 5 minutes coming to that 5-minute mark. But look at this maneuver. I mean, it's a little late going through the lip, but to be able to pull that off under that situation, the judges will take note for sure. It was Mr. Lopez from France looking for a 5.41, and that is probably going to be really close to that range.
Yeah, I think that'll be it because Pedro's last wave was a 5.15 for the spin and the roll. It got him up into second place up until that wave of Zomin Lopez. So we'll have to see what the score is, but I think that's definitely going to put him back into second position in this round 1, heat number 2 of the Pro Junior division.
Right now, we're going to the APB Tour Facebook page, and we want to know where you're tuning in from. Just to get a shout out to those that are tuning in from around the world. Dub, what's going on?
What up, people? Is going to be the post on the Facey. So if you want to just respond, I know Manny is always super fascinated by what time it is. We haven't got him the time zone app yet, but tell us where you're tuning in from. And Manny always loves to know exactly what time it is there because, well, I don't blame you with that time code thing because you rarely know what time it is where you're at physically. So, that explains it. No problem, Manny. Let us know where you're tuning in from. And
I'm trying to triangulate exactly where I am and what time it is where I am situated at as well. But no, seriously, I would love to know who is staying up in those wee hours of the morning to be watching and who is just waking up in the pre-dawn hours to tune in from around the world. And yes, we are live here at the 2016 Nazare Pro out in the water. We have the Pro Juniors where they are battling it out for a 2016 World Championship trophy. And it's sitting here on our desk, and the closer it gets to the final, the closer we will be to handing that over to your 2016 Pro Junior champion. 2 minutes, 55 seconds remaining. Only one of these riders of three will not advance on out of this three-man round one, heat number 2. And that is coming down to the wire, 2 minutes, 42 seconds. So thank you all for tuning in. I mean, we've been having incredible action from all over the world. I mean, from viewers from all over the world watching the incredible action going down here at Praia del Norte in Nazare. And I've been saying it pretty much the entire broadcast, but please, if you can, put Nazare on your checklist as places to go, because I'm telling you, not only this beach right here, which is miles long, but you're going to be able to get some solid waves and enjoy some of the culture, which is known worldwide now, of the fishermen here in Nazare, the food, of course, and just the hospitality that we've been experiencing since we've arrived here in Nazare.
Hospitality is amazing. One of the things that I've been seeing in the booth is just these deliveries of pastel de natas, just constantly being brought right to you upon your desire.
No, I'm not. It's not. It's not. That's not what I'm doing. I just love these little dessert treats, and people eat them breakfast. They eat them for lunch, and they eat them for dinner, and they're just little deliciousness, flaky crust, filled with just incredible tasting flavors. I will actually. I tried to buy a bunch of them this morning, but a lot of these coffee shops that are open this early in the morning are not accepting credit cards. They only will accept cash money, euros, handed over. So noted. Tomorrow, I'm making sure I have money in hand when I go down to our coffee shop just down the way from our hotel. Coming down to the wire, 45 seconds remaining in this heat. And the Frenchman, he is now not looking solid, waiting for that one last wave, a 5.41, and it looks like Mother Nature has just taken a quick little nap in this last minute and a half. Will it come through? Waiting patiently, 20 seconds remaining. Only 2 riders will advance on. Only 2 riders will advance on, and there are a couple waves rolling through, but unfortunately, Lopez, the Frenchman, not in the right spot. Oh my goodness. Oh, that is the end of the road for our rider. Unfortunately, that is the end of the road for the Frenchman Lopez and Matias Bastos. Win strongly in that heat. Pedro Machado in the white jersey. Both of them will advance on into the quarterfinals. Where we will be back right after this. Welcome back, everybody. Manny V here with David Hubbard, bringing you the live feed here from Praia del Norte in Nazare, Portugal, and we have another solid day of action on our hands.
Yeah, we do, and it's been awesome already thus far, and we're just fired up for the rest of the day of competition. Let's get right out into heat number 3.
Heat number 3, you have on your screen Nelson Flores in red, and you just saw the rider in white, Rodrigo Correa from Chile, and Eder Manjano in yellow, and Nuno Sintra in the blue jersey. So we have an international field, but the Chileans rolling deep here in Nazare. Here's a look at the Portuguese. Nice clean roll. Will it be completed? The judges, I'm going to say, unfortunately, he didn't ride that out in front of the whitewash. And the judges are looking for completed maneuvers to hand over those bigger scores. These 25-minute heats in round number 1 is plenty of time for these riders to get 2 solid waves. Those 2 top scores will be shown on your screen, and the total will give them a score that they'll need to advance on. And the 2 top scores will advance on into the quarterfinals.
And we do have Nelson Flores up and riding on this one. Wow, a nice clean roll for Nelson. Boy, that was a terrific ride. So we do have more action coming up. Here's a replay of Nelson. Nice bottom turn. This is a good size wave and a very clean roll.
That was a solid wave right there. And we have some serious action going down. And yellow Eddie Maginot had his first wave as well. And you'll see the scores drop for Eddie as well. So all these riders starting to get that first wave under their belt. And here is Eddie's first wave, as you can see on our APB replay. Nice clean roll, lands and pulls out in front of that whitewash. So solid waves are being had right now in this heat number 3. Mother Nature decided to wake up this morning in heat number 3.
Yeah, bit of a flurry going down. So let's see this roll again for white. Nice one.
Rodrigo Correa, the Chilean, pulling off his first wave right there. So you can see the scores about to drop. And Nuno Sintra, not much there on his first wave, but everybody now has a wave, a first wave in this heat, 25-minute heats. Everybody got a wave in that first 4 minutes of this 25-minute heat. So it's pretty cool to see that whole run of waves rolling. And it's very interesting. I'm wondering if there's going to be a rider in the future where, as you can see, they're all on that same peak. All 4 riders are on that same peak, but within the contest area, there are 2 peaks. There are 2 peaks, and all of them decided to go on that one peak in front of the judges. I'm looking to the north here in the contest area. I'm really surprised that not one of these riders is heading on to that one peak and grabbing that whole peak to themselves. I think that may change as soon as they see that there are more than one wave to be had out here on this huge beach break. The coaches, I'm sure, will notice that as well. Dropping in on this, Nuno Sintra.
And here he's up and riding. Nice roll there for Nuno Sintra. Nuno is definitely part of the short break bodyboard school. Take a look at this.
All right, nice clean bottom turn. Has to punch through the lip right there, but with the force of the wave coming over, is able to use that momentum and roll over there. So Nuno Sintra and everybody starting to have their first solid waves come down the pipeline. And it is Eddie Maginot, the Frenchman, with a 6.50, looking solid. 20 minutes remaining in this first heat. Again, pretty cool to see that there are bodyboard schools up and down this entire coastline, and that's only here in Portugal. Obviously, France has a solid program, as well as Chile, just rolling deep. And they have a few schools down there as well. I'd really see some bodyboarding schools pop up on the east and west coast of the U.S. to get some of these hot up-and-comer bodyboarders in the U.S., mainland U.S., to some of these pro junior events in around the world. I mean, one is easy, just jump over to Hawaii to compete in one of the events there just to warm up and get some training under their belt. So it looks like we do have the winner of the last heat with Vilma. Vilma, take it away.
Yes, it's true. I'm here with the winner of the last heat and one of the world champion contenders, one of the 5 names of the junior, the junior category that can be world junior champions. Olá, muitos parabéns, estás a ir no bom caminho, diretamente apontando para a final.
Sim, achei boas ondas no começo e no fim da bateria. Estou focado para tentar levar esse título. Ano passado fui recusado meu visto para disputar a última etapa em Porto Rico. E esse ano eu quero dar a volta por cima e, se Deus quiser, eu vou levar.
Foi recusado o visto para entrares em Porto Rico, foi isso?
Sim, isso.
Okay, he's very focused on winning this title this year because last year his visa was denied in Puerto Rico. So this year is aiming for the goal. So congratulations, muitos parabéns. Tens mais alguma coisa a acrescentar?
Só agradecer a Deus.
Just want to add to thank God and God help him. Thank you so much. Back to you guys.
Congratulations to Mr. Bastos, looking very strong in his first heat, and he is on his way one step closer to a Pro Junior World title. So he's looking good and very humble, these Brazilians coming out firing in the Pro Juniors. It's very cool to see that not only being taught the skills of bodyboarding, but also maintaining that the personal side of things. We're very humble and very respectful. So that's great to see from what is going on down in Brazil.
Yeah, awesome stuff for sure. And, you know, just kind of mentioning again, unfortunately wasn't able to compete at Encanto, but he really wants to push himself in the sport of bodyboarding. He didn't let that slow him down one bit. He's coming out swinging.
Yeah, and a big shout out to Steve Action Jackson. I know he's part of that P5 Posto Cinco crew where they are teaching those skills along with Flavio and the rest of the crew down in Brazil and their training programs in Rio de Janeiro and all over the coastline in Brazil. So again, out in the water, round number 1 of this 2016 Pro Junior division, 16 minutes 30 seconds remaining, and heat number 3 is currently out in the water. We have 8 heats in the Pro Juniors, and after that we're going to go into the quarterfinals of the Pro Juniors, and then after those 4 heats of the quarterfinals we will see the women's Pro Podium Final. So a ton of action on our hands here at Pride the North in Nazare. Again, Manny V here and David Hubbard, and your way to join us here in the booth is head on over, open another window on your computer, and open up the APB Tour Facebook page and drop us a line. We have a post we just put up 13 minutes ago, and already we have our viewers tuning in from around the world, giving a shout out to Keikoa Pinto coming in from Hawaii. It is 9:35 p.m. in Tahiti. It's 10 p.m. with Maz. Kale is tuned in from Australia at 6:45 a.m. Good day from down under. We have Dean as well in Ungai Creek in New South Wales. Luis, thanks for tuning in. Going for Isabella, who is on a rampage this year. Isabella Sosa is in the grand final in the women's division, going for a clean sweep in this 2016 World Tour. Travis is tuned in from Southern California, where it is, oh my goodness, it's almost 1 a.m. and he's tuning in. Thanks, Travis. I don't know what you're drinking, probably some Red Bull to stay awake over there, but thanks for tuning in, brother. Ground Zero, Cronulla, we got Carl. And Luis is in Rio de Janeiro, 5 a.m. Alan is tuning in as well. Pedro is tuning in from Portugal. Bom dia, everybody from Nazare.
Yeah, bon dia. Thanks so much, everybody, for tuning in. We totally appreciate the support, as well as you guys jumping onto that Facebook post so we can give you guys a shout-out. And we are fired up to have you joining us virtually right here on the live broadcast. apbtour.com/live. Let your friends know this is where to get the best action of young and female bodyboarding, because today at Praia del Norte in Nazare, we're going to be crowning a Pro Junior world champion as well as the event champion for the women's.
Wow, taking off behind the peak. Oh, Nuno Sintra pulling back, knowing that he may have been too deep on that one. But the waves are still going off here. This is probably one of the smaller days we've seen. But even then, it's 4 to 6 foot sets are still rolling in. Look at this coming off the bottom. Nelson Flores finding that lip section. Nice invert right there for Nelson Flores, the Chilean. And I'm telling you, the Chileans are looking very strong, not only in the Pro Juniors, but also in the men's division. And it's incredible to see what they are doing out in the water. Here's another look.
Yeah, this is a great bottom turn. Clean hit, little late, but got the maneuver around. Nelson Flores representing the Chepic Point Club, and that's in El Tabo, the Quinto Region.
Oh, up and riding, live action, and ARS from Rodrigo Correa, the other Chilean, out in the water, but cannot pull that off. I don't know what they're drinking down in Chile, but they are actually doing something right down there, showing some incredible action here in Praia del Norte. Look at this clean bottom turn. Times it perfectly, but somewhere along the line, became unglued with his board and could not pull that maneuver around. But the execution was pretty solid.
Yeah, that was awesome. And Rodrigo Correa, actually another rider from the Chepic Point Club, and both him and Nelson are being coached by Alex Castillo and representing for Santo Antonio down in the 5th region of Chile.
I'm telling you, these groups, these bodyboard clubs from around the world, Chile showing a positive and incredible training program. As you can see, 2 of their top riders out in this water, making it through the previous rounds, and now here in round 1 of the Pro Juniors, and the scores are dropping. You can see them on your screen, and just so you know, we do have a priority system in place, and you will see that off to the right, I'm sorry, of their scores. P1 means priority 1 right now is in the hands of Eddie Maginot, the Frenchman, and in second priority is Nuno Sintra. And those priority systems in a 4-man heat, very, very vital.
Vital for sure. Definitely very important, and definitely an awesome opportunity for these competitors to compete fairly, have the opportunity to wait their turn and access these waves from exactly where they want to. And you know, it's shifty out there. It's a nice beach break, so the peaks can pop up all over the place. So it's great that they can sit exactly where they want to access those waves. And you know, along those lines, man, you mentioned it's one of the smaller days we've had here, but the conditions are better than what we held the men's trials in. So this, I would say, is the best day of the entire waiting period that we've had to run the juniors, for sure.
Yeah,
and so these are the best conditions that we can offer the juniors. I think it's the perfect day to be crowning not only the event champion for the Nazare Pro in the Pro Junior division and the women's division, but the world title for the Pro Juniors.
Rodrigo Correa, the Chilean, looking on this right here. Doesn't look like there's much to offer, and yeah, you can see right there, going for a lip maneuver, but not much there, and doesn't get really anything out of that. But he was in that 4th priority position, so that's not going to hurt him in the big picture as he heads back out and joins these 4 riders. So I brought this up just a few minutes ago, but all 4 riders are all sitting on this one single peak on the beach. I look behind me just to get a big picture, a big view of what is going on. There are actually 1 or 2 peaks that are in the contest area, and I'm really surprised they're all just sitting on the one peak together. Up and riding, Eddie, the Frenchman.
Yeah, this one looks nice. He gets a nice roll there off the corner of that. Throws a speedy reverse 360, and he's even thinking about connecting it, but the wave does fade out on Eddie.
So it was Eddie who had priority, caught that wave, put it together, nice clean ride. Now going to the priority will shift. Here's another look at that wave. You can see a clean bottom turn, comes straight off the bottom, goes for a nice clean roll, lands out in the flags, and using that speed to spin on the open face, and then comes around and kicks out as the wave peters out on the inside. So the waves are still looking solid. There is a little texture starting to show up from the north wind, but the waves are still rolling through 3 to 4 foot. You put this wave in San Diego, I will tell you right now, there will be like 400 people out there.
Yeah, this could be almost like a small day down at Black's or something where there is exactly 400 people when it
Yes.
looks like this size. So yeah, I think you nailed it, Manny.
No, I mean, this wave is pretty amazing. Even at this size, it's still peaking and still drawing the energy here on this beach because of that one crucial, vital component to make this a special and magical place. It's the Nazare Canyon.
That Nazare Canyon, we've been harping on it all week, all event long, because it's the geographical feature that allows the waves to come in the way that they do to this amazing beach, Playa del Norte, just right on the other side of the hill from where the beautiful town of Nazare is situated. And take a look at this one.
Oh, slides under the lip right there, getting barreled. Will he come out? Oh, will he get out of there? No. Didn't have the speed. The barrel probably wasn't as wide as he wanted to, and his rail just becomes disengaged inside of the tube and loses all his speed. Here's another look. It looked like he was going to make it.
Yeah, it did look like that whitewater got a little sticky and just kind of clung to him at that initial part, because when it threw, it wasn't totally clean and hollow, but anyways, he's going to get right back out there. He did get his last score was a nice one. It was a 5-point ride. Add that to his 6.5. He's sitting in second place right now. Nelson Flores still sitting in first place with that 7.25 and 5.75. Rodrigo and Nuno need to get this show on the road, but they don't need too much more than an average score to do so. Of course, Nuno Sintra, training under the tutelage of Felix. They're at Shorebreak Bodyboard School. And as we mentioned earlier, Rodrigo Correa and Nelson Flores under Coach Castillo of the Chepic Point Club down there in Chile. We're working on finding out who Eddie's working with. Nuno Cardoso doing a great job darting around to all the little crews to find out the this terrific information. So thanks, Nuno.
Here we go, up and riding. Nuno Sintra, the Portuguese, coming around the section with a ton of speed, punches through the lip, and goes for a roll and lands that perfectly. A little late, didn't get too much projection, but he was able to pull off that maneuver. And Nuno still on the hunt for a super solid score. A 4.60 is what he needs to get into that second place spot. And here's Nelson Flores' last wave.
The heat leader with a ton of speed.
Oh,
he finds a nice clean roll and does one of those cutouts that makes Teza McKenna cringe as he just flopped off his board wildly. But the maneuver was nice and clean, and let's see if that is going to benefit his situation right now.
Here's that last wave from Nuno. You could tell that he had to pull off that maneuver and was able to with the power of the wave. And this maneuver right here, you can see that the Frenchman, he had to put a little bit more force into that maneuver to be able to make it look a little clean. As he went up for that roll, there was not much of a projection off the wave, so he used his arms to extend his board out and give it a little bit more push to pull that roll around. So the Frenchman headed back out.
Nice roll there from Eddie before continuing all the way to the shore as we just observed.
I was mentioning if you do come out, let's take one more look. See, I was going to mention that he used more of his body power than the wave itself to pull that roll off. But I mentioned before, if you do come out to Portugal, and there's one more look of Eddie's roll. So, yeah, not using the projection of the wave. But I was mentioning that if you do make yourself or do make your way out to Portugal on a bodyboarding and adventure, I would Google search bodyboard schools in Portugal, and you know what? Give them a call, give them a ring, and say, hey, I'm coming out. I'm a bodyboarder from this area. I'm coming out to go bodyboard. What are your suggestions? Could I join you on some of your trips or whatever they got going on? I would definitely reach out to the bodyboard schools before heading out to Portugal.
That's a terrific piece of advice. Definitely a great call, and could definitely learn a thing or two, as they would most likely welcome you into their hometowns.
current situation out in the water with 4 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. Heat number 3 of 8 of round number 1. Currently out of the water. Look at this, up and right in. Rodrigo Carrero on a nice, clean right-hander. Oh, misses an opportunity on the outside. Little check turn and then bails out right there, knowing that that is the end of the road for that wave. Rodrigo Carrero heading back out. Here's another look.
He's going to bottom turn. He didn't find a lip, so then he readjusts his line. Bottom turns again. There's a little turn, and then he kind of dives off his craft. So good effort, but the wave didn't kind of shape up the way he kind of anticipated it to. We're just almost down to 3.5 right now. Eddie's still looking pretty good. Rodrigo and Nuno need now slightly larger scores to attack his second place spot. Nelson Flores sitting pretty in first, 1 foot in the door of the quarterfinals.
We do have, as Nuno was saying, or Joanna Schenker was saying, there's a ton of bodyboarding schools here in Portugal, and there's one all-female bodyboard school down near Lisbon, and it is called Boogie Chicks. Google that, and you'll see that the coach, Catarina Sosa, has been very successful with Boogie Chicks down in Lisbon, and she's pretty awesome herself, hitting the world tour a few years back and using that expertise and knowledge to create and a successful Boogie Chicks bodyboard school.
Yeah, and I think, there's a few top names like Ana Adao and, a number of other female competitors here in Portugal who, actively seek out guidance from Catarina, as well as, when we were down there in Praia Grande in Sintra not too long ago, we would see the whole flock of Boogie Chicks in their brightly colored rash shoes and wetsuits heading out for little training sessions, and it was a sight to behold.
Yeah, no, she's got a pretty unique and special thing going on with Boogie Chicks down in Lisbon. But there's a whole list of bodyboarding schools in Brazil. The Sagres Bodyboarding School in the south, Chico and Joanna. And look at this, live action coming around the bottom. A roll through the lip right there. A 7.51 is what Rodrigo Carrero needed. But definitely will help that, get rid of that 1.50. Here he is turning around. He is in that 4th priority, so anything coming his way, he's going to go for it. This is a good, solid wave right there. Coming in at a 4.26. So he is still in that 4th place spot with a 4.25, but now he is within striking distance, but he needs a 7.26.
And Nuno Cardoso firing back with information. So Eddie is 17 years old from Biarritz. He's the French national champion from 2014, and looks like he is sponsorless. So check this young hot ripper from France out. With 1 minute to go, he's looking to make it to the quarterfinals. Hopefully his results here will be enough to get him going on into a further career in the sport of bodyboarding, maybe pick up some sponsors along the way.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these pro juniors are still just, starting their careers as a professional bodyboarder. Look at this wave, one of the bigger waves of the heat, and a big roll right there. Probably going to be one of the biggest maneuvers so far this morning. Nelson Flores, the Chilean, throwing down a solid roll right there. Wow, that was incredible. Nelson Flores showing that he is hungry and he's ready to take a win here at the 2016 Nazare Pro. Look at the speed. He maintains it through that bottom turn around that section and hits it perfectly. That was incredible. The Chilean Nelson Flores showing that his reef riding skills are just as well here in the sandbars of Praia del Norte. And there it is again, a solid roll right there from Nelson Flores. And he's going to end that heat with an 8.0, and that is the end of heat number 3. Congratulations to Nelson Flores and Eddie Maginot, the Frenchman, advancing on to the quarterfinals. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back right after this.
Ghost Rider, motorcycle hero. He's a looking so cute.
Shark Island's an incredible wave. It's a wave that you can get very hurt on.
The Skid Kids were this wild bunch of dudes from Cronulla.
Surf hard, play hard.
They exemplified everything, surfing was not.
They weren't afraid of the ramifications of what they did.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome along. It is the final day of the 2016 Nazare Pro, again coming to you live from Pro de Nort. And today the wave's a little smaller. We got some really fun conditions for the Pro Junior World Championship. And, of course, we'll be wrapping up the women's as well. And joining me in the booth, of course, is Nuno Cardoso. Good morning. Bom dia.
Olá, bom dia a todos a assistirem ao live webcast. Good morning to everyone watching live webcast at the Nazare Pro 2016. Like Tessa mentioned, final day, so let's hit the water.
Yeah, let's check it out. We got some pretty rad action going on here this morning. The kids are on fire out here, and it's around about 2 to 3 feet and some bigger sets. But 3 feet here at Pro de Nort is not like your regular 3 feet anywhere else in the world.
No, still a lot of punch in those waves, although it's only 3 feet. But yeah, Pro de Nort does deliver waves mostly every day throughout the year. And this is no exception. As you can see, the Pro Juniors hitting the water on this final day. And right now, in the water in red, none other than Socrates Santana from Brazil. Still the reigning Pro Junior World Champion is going to face off Miguel Ferreira from Portugal. And even yellow singlet, Yon Aymar from France. We do have some information about these riders. Of course, Socrates Santana doesn't need any presentation, He is former and still reigning Pro Junior World Champion. He's still fighting for the title this year and is under the wing of Guilherme Tâmega, as you all know. He grew up in Rio de Janeiro. Posto Cinco, his local beach. He was under the guidance of Escola Guilherme Tâmega. This is the bodyboarding school of Guilherme Tâmega down there in Brazil. And his coaches Roberto and Francis Le Ferreira. Francis Le Ferreira, a former APB World Tour rider.
Well, there we go. Some nice information on the kids as we see Socrates Santana once again just opening up his campaign. A nice little combo and just a nice small early wave to take the pressure off for the Brazilian.
Yeah, this was a nice combo moves on that wave. His first wave will be posted pretty soon, and that was a nice roll. And he was able still to go for a spin as I take you through this replay. There goes Socrates Santana. He finds a lip there in the early section of the wave. He even combos that roll with another spin, and it goes for the roll at the end section. But unfortunately for Socrates not landing, as you can see his board jumping out of the water there.
All right, well, there's several different scenarios that the way that the Pro Junior World Championship could play out, but effectively the top four have got the best option, and that, of course, as we see the replay here for Yon, just a nice bigger wave there, and yellow unfortunately just getting clipped by the lip on the way through there, so that will only be a small score. Socrates Santana posting a 3.5, Yon's first wave coming in, and it looks like it won't be a keeper. But back to the top four effectively. There are some other scenarios that may happen. This is only the first round, so let's see. But for now, let's call it the Fab Four. We've got Tanner McDaniel in first, Socrates Santana second, Diego Gomez in third, and Matthias Bastos in fourth. So these are the guys who are fighting it out here today for the 2016 APB Pro Junior Championship.
Wow, that's amazing. And still 4 guys in contention for this year's World Pro Junior title. As we unfold this division here at the Nazare Pro 2016, we will be having another yet APB World Tour Pro Junior Champion of the World. Let's see if Socrates Santana can do it twice. And hunting for that as well was Tanner McDaniel last year. He almost did it, but he found a very inspired Socrates Santana. But still in the game, like you mentioned, Terry, Diego Gomez and Mateus Bastos. Meanwhile...
Well, it looks like a little break in the action. We're going to throw it over for an interview with Vilma Vincente. Take it away.
Yes, guys, I'm here with the last winner. Good morning, buenos días. Dime cómo están las condiciones adentro. Está un poquito más pequeñas que ayer, mas muy buenas.
Sí, está más pequeño que ayer, pero están súper buenas las olas. Nazare siempre ofrece muy buenas olas, así que nada, esto va a estar buena la competencia y los invito a todos a que lo vean en vivo.
Yes, the waves are a little bit smaller than yesterday, but still very good conditions. He's very happy to win his heat and invites everybody to come here and watch live. Or if you're not around, you can still watching all day in the live webcast. Okay, what's your goals for this competition? Of course, to win. ¿Quieres ganar esa competición? ¿Quieres llegar a final y ganar?
Obvio,
¿Tu objetivo?
Obvio, siempre es el objetivo, así que vamos con todo Chile.
Yes, the goal is of course to win and take Chile to the highest spot in the tour in the competition. Okay, back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Vilma Vincente. Gee, in the meantime, oh my goodness, Nuno, how was that last wave?
Yeah, this Pro Junior riders have it on lock as we watch the replay for Miguel Ferreira, the rider in white, finding some barrel time there on this left. Really good looking wave. He still was able to reach that end section, a wedgie end section there, but unfortunately for Miguel, not able to complete that move, Terry.
All right, well, we're just having a look at some of the 2016 APB Pro Junior World Title Race scenarios, and you know what? There's actually 5 guys that are in the race: Tanner, Socrates, Diego, Matthias, and Joachim Soto from Chile.
Yeah, amazing. Still having a Chilean. There's a lot of Chilean riders in this Pro Junior division, so it will be amazing to see if Joaquin Soto can take that home and represent the boys here in Chile. Meanwhile, up and riding Socrates Santana.
Yeah, big move on that one for Socrates, and he rips it out in the round, no problemo. And as you said, came under the guidance of the multiple world champion, an absolute legend of the sport, Guilherme Tamiga. Here again is a little short wave there for Miguel Ferreira. Tell us some of the background behind Miguel Ferreira.
Meanwhile,
what's
we have a replay of the last wave from Socrates Santana. He eyeballs that section in this left turn, and he goes for the backflip move. And Socrates Santana lands these things a lot during competition. I imagine he lands hundreds of these things on the free surf. And he just posted a 435 on his previous wave, which was a roll. We saw the replay during the interview of a very inspired Nelson Flores that won the last heat. And now we're waiting on the scores for this last wave of Socrates Santana. And meanwhile, that barrel from Miguel Ferreira just dropped to 625. And talking about Miguel Ferreira, is under the guidance of João Imaginário, a very good friend of mine. He must be watching live, so shout-outs to João Imaginário and Bernardo Abreu. They have the Nova Onda bodyboarding school out of Carcavelos, near Lisbon. And this is Miguel Ferreira. He's 16 years old, is sub-14 national champion and sub-16 national champion. So this is one of the standouts here for Portugal, and Miguel right now doing a great job so far.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, he's got the best wave of the head. Here we go with Jon Aymar, is it? Jon Aymar from France. Yeah, the Frenchman just getting a couple of nice little moves going on that one. He's had a sleepy start to the heat when you compare it to Socrates Santana, who just dropped to 625. Here's the APB replay for Jon. And the Frenchman, nice cylindrical roll there. Really hit that one handsomely, and these kids are on fire.
Yeah, textbook roll there from Jon Aymar. Nice style there, and the judges will appreciate that for sure, as that 5-point just dropped for this last wave of yellow. Meanwhile, the last wave of red, Socrates Santana, that backflip, a 625. Alongside Miguel Ferreira, the best ice court wave of the heat so far. So we do have some information from Jon Aymar. He's 16. He hails from Biarritz, south of France, and is won Coupe de France, Vainqueur Coupe de France this year. And his sponsors are OK Bodyboard and AJ 19. It's so good to watch this young kid, 16, already with sponsors in here at a international stage, which is the APB World Tour. Meanwhile, up and running.
All right, well, that is Miguel Ferreira. He's got a bit of a nose for a tube, this kid. He got a lovely barrel on his opening wave, but unfortunately that one there for Miguel not really opening up enough to let him out. So we are down to about 15 minutes remaining. Right now, Socrates Santana is in the lead. Miguel Ferreira sitting in second, needing a 4.36 to take the lead. And Jon Amar, well, he only needs a 2.56. So only 3 kids in this heat. We did lose a couple of Pro Junior guys. Unfortunately, just the way the conditions were on the first day, it would have been okay for the Pro Juniors when we had the trials and the women. But every other day has been huge. So today's perfect conditions, but some kids did have to go back to school. So we've lost a couple out of the draw as we see a nice combo there for Jon Amar, and that is going to help his cause big time.
For sure. His last wave was a 5 points with that beautiful cylindrical roll like you mentioned, Terry. And right now he's trying to back that up even better, that last wave that he had with the 5 points. As I take you through this replay, he finds a banger of a left. He was able to do a rollo on the early stages of that wave and is still fighting some speed to reach that end section and pull yet another roll, and the score just dropped, Terry.
All right, well, that is a situation change, 5.65 for Jon Amar from France, and he scoots into the lead. Now it's Socrates Santana sitting in second, needing a 4.41 to take back the lead. And Miguel Ferreira started so strong. He has still one of the best waves to the heat, the equal best wave, a 6.25. Socrates also holding a 6.25, so... interesting stuff here. Miguel Ferreira now needing 4.36 to go to second, 13.5 to go.
Yeah, for sure. And João Imaginário and Bernardo Abreu, the coaches of Miguel Ferreira, will be cheering out for him in the beach, as this is one of the divisions that you hear most clapping, more screams, more whistles, because all of their friends, including coaches and as well other competitors, are throwing away signals into the water to let these young kids know what do they need to compete during this heat. Meanwhile, we have 13 minutes remaining in this heat. This is heat number 4 of round 1 of the Pro Junior division, and we still have to wait for this division to unfold so we can give away this year's World Tour Pro Junior title.
All right, yeah, it's going to be fantastic. If you want to see what the trophy looks like, we actually took a picture of it and put it on the Facebook today, and you'll see when it does cross. We do cross to the desk quite often. You know, the trophy is on the table, and we're going to go actually come in here while there's a little break in the action and show you that particular trophy. That is the World Championship trophy, and that would be something really special on your mantelpiece, wouldn't it, Nuno?
Yeah, for sure. You, as in writing here, you cannot see it on the screen, but it says 2016 APB Pro Junior World Champion. This is a huge thing, very heavy, and I would like to have one of those if I was a kid back in the day, competing here at the APB World Tour. And some of these guys are still fighting for this trophy. There's 5 in the mix, 3 Brazilians, 1 Hawaiian, and 1 Chilean rider that will take this trophy home. So meanwhile, we have in the water only ETH number 4 of this round 1, and we have still a full day of competition to unfold before we get into giving away this trophy. As well, during the day, Terry, we still have the women's division.
Absolutely. We've really narrowed it down to just the top 4 girls. We have the podium final for the ladies, followed by the grand final for the women coming up later on this afternoon. So lots of action. Of course, we wrapped up the competition yesterday, and what an incredible victory it was for Pierre-Louis Costes, and a victory for Nazare as well, because it once again showed that Praia do Norte is the ultimate arena for high-performance bodyboarding.
Definitely, and like Pierre did mention yesterday, he felt like winning at home. As you all know, if you don't know, Pierre lives actually in Portugal with his beautiful wife, Ruth Pinedo, that was cheering it for him, and alongside her mother as well. So Pierre-Louis Coste did add a home support here at Praia do Norte, and looks like he panned out really good for him. Meanwhile, up in riding, this is Miguel Ferreira, Terry.
Yeah, so Miguel looking for a little combination move on this one. You can see him stalling, waiting for this wave to lip up, and a little spin onto the inside coming off an early high tide here this morning. Actually, high tide is at 10 a.m. this morning, and Miguel right up onto the sand as far as humanly possible. And, well, what did he need? A 4.36? You got to be thinking that's going to be really close to that mark, although there was a couple of opportunities there that he may have missed as he was stalling and waiting for that wave to stand up. Here's the replay. Take us through it.
Yeah, he opts to go to the right end this time, and he goes for a small roll there, forcing it a little bit as the wave is a little bit smaller than the set waves. He stalls a little bit, trying to find another section. He combos that first roll with the spin, and then he tries to push this wave all the way into the inside and find this inside section all the way into the short, Terry.
Yeah, nice combo riding, and you can see him just look back at the coaches and the guys giving him a few instructions, saying, go back out there, now you've got your 2 waves, get a bigger wave. There's a lot of waving of hands going on. It looks like these guys are kind of, look like the guys on the tarmac at an airport. They're just sending signals all over the shop. It's almost like the signal in Team America. Remember the signal?
Yeah. Of course. Yeah, definitely. There's a lot at stake still in this Pro Junior division as this round 1 unfolds. And what we have here right now, it's a 4-man eat. It's something different that we've seen in the last days of this event. And the top 2 guys will into next round, and meanwhile up and riding, this is Socrates Santana.
All right, well, this kid here is the reigning Pro Junior champion from 2015. It was a life-changing moment for Socrates to, to win that. Of course, he come from a pretty challenged, upbringing, and the story's been well documented. Here's the replay, and just the one single maneuver, but he's got a very good commitment to the rail, and that's one thing that GT has installed into these kids is how to commit to the rail of the bodyboard.
For sure, and Socrates Santana putting the attack on that lip with a nice invert, and he'll have to wait on that score. See if he's going to get rid of a 435, even improving his situation as he's currently sitting in 2nd position.
All right, well, heat number 5 is coming up, folks. Don't go anywhere. The guy who is leading the rankings at the moment is, of course, Tanner McDaniel from Hawaii. Tanner desperately would love to capture a World Pro Junior Championship before he moves into the Open Men's Division and becomes too old for this particular division. I'm not too sure if this is Tanner's last year in the division. We'll get to the bottom of that, but I've got a feeling that it may be. So we'll get to the bottom of that and let you know that back at home.
Of course.
Maybe Mark or if Dawn's watching the webcast, of course they would be. If you can clarify that for me, it'd be really cool. Haven't had a chance. I've been meaning to ask Tanner that for a couple of times, but he really has been, since he first turned up in Puerto Rico, I remember in 2011, his mum, Dawn, brought him along to the competition. Probably about 3 to 4 foot middles. I was down at the beach marshal and I saw this skinny little kid with white hair coming up with his mum, and she said, do you think it'll be okay out there for him? I said, let's go and have a look. And Tanner went, Mum, don't worry about it. I'm going to be fine. Anyway, from memory, I think he might have got 3rd in that heat. He didn't get through in his first round trials heat. He came up the beach and I put my arm around him. I said, you're a little champion, mate. Keep going. And one day, who knows, you could be a world champion. And here he is fighting for his first Pro Junior World Championship. Of course, he's been in the race for the last year or 2, but this year he's leading the rankings, and he's coming up in the next heat, number 5. He'll take on Thomas Rosado and Pedro Vegas, both from Portugal.
Up and riding, this is Socrates Santana going for a backflip there on that right-hander, utilizing probably his priority. I don't think that he had priority over Miguel, but that's not important. He went on this wave alone, and he was able to pull that move. But yeah, going back to Tanner and all these kids are the future of bodyboarding, and this division is amazing because it will open up their perspective on a future men's division world tour shot, as some of the older riders will retire, and this kids will assume those positions in the men's division. And for sure, we'll be seeing a lot of youngsters that are watching live joining in the ranks of this Pro Junior division and fighting one day as well for the world title. Meanwhile, the replay of the last wave of Johan Aymar from France, he finds a little battle there, but unfortunately was not able to get out of it. He's currently sitting in 2nd and needs 5.86 to take the lead, but we do remember that both 1st and 2nd place and this heat will advance into the next round. Only third and fourth will be relegated in this round number 1 of the Pro Junior division. Meanwhile, up and riding Socrates Santana applying some pressure over his opponents.
Nice stuff. So Socrates back into the lead now, holding on to a two-wave tally, 11.5 out of 20. That includes a 6.25 and a 5.25. Here's the last one. And nice big punchy move, and then he gets out of there pretty professionally. I'm a big fan of people finishing their waves in a professional manner. I don't like it when someone does something really good and then comes down to the bottom, completes it, and then throws their board stupidly.
Yeah.
It's the last thing the judge sees, and it leaves a kind of a negative taste in the mouth. So if any kids are watching around the world, you know, a strong start and a strong finish to any wave is really important, and that includes making sure that you send, there's two sort of separate messages. One is that I'm finished with the wave, and the other one is that the wave's finished with me.
I agree with you. You cannot be more correct with that. The criteria here for the judges is drawing a good line and making sure you perform the moves and complete them, showing off safety in those moves. And if you can put in some style as well, the judges will reward you for sure. The critical part of the wave, and of course the more high performance and technical you can apply in that critical part of the wave, the judges will be looking into that and scoring you accordingly.
That's right. I think a lot of guys do that free surfing, which is cool, but you got to be careful. If you do it all the time whilst you're just practicing or free surfing, then what happens is that's going to come and leak into your competition act because you just do it by instinct.
Yeah,
But,
right now, holding priority is Miguel Ferreira. He needs only a 4-1 to advance to second position, overthrowing Johan Aymar from France in the yellow singlet, who was holding on to that position. But he doesn't have first priority. That's with Miguel. Second priority, Johan Aymar. And third priority, Socrates Santana. As you can watch on your top left and on the screen, you can see the P1, P2, and P3. And what does that mean, Terry?
That means the priority for the various riders. You could see Socrates Santana paddling for that wave. He didn't get onto it. He won't lose priority because he's in third priority. So in that situation, the guy in third priority can go for any other wave. As long as the other guys, of course, don't want it, they can pick up the scraps. Effectively, it stops the hassling. I mean, originally the priority system was built and designed to stop people from I guess, pressuring their opponents. It also allows for less hassling in the water. We used to, before the priority system came in, we used to see a lot of the time, you know, guys attempting to hold the inside, and the guy paddle on the inside, the other guy, no you don't. He'd paddle on the inside of him. Next minute, the guys have paddled off the peak. Waves are going unridden. That's not what it's about. With the priority system, you can paddle for a wave using 100% of your brain power to put yourself in the honey jar on the takeoff, and you don't have to worry about trying to take the wave off someone first and then trying to work out what you're going to do. You can plan your rides a lot better, and when we bought the priority system in 2010, I think it was actually 2009 that we trialled it on E509. I remember the time we were at Peniche, and Mike Stewart came down with some coins wrapped in red, white, and blue and yellow electrical tape, and said, hey, I've got this idea. And I'll start with Mike Stewart. Here we are years later. And once we actually effectively brought that in 2011, the performance levels of the athletes, I believe, went up about 10 or 15% because now they can concentrate on waves instead of just trying to hassle their opponents.
You know what's funny about it is that the WSL picked up that same priority system, and it was invented by bodyboarders and used and trialed, like you said, firstly and mainly by bodyboarders, and still on the go. And I think it was the best add-on to competition I've seen lately. Meanwhile, up and riding, that was Johan Aymar from France applying the ARS on that left, and they're unfortunately not letting the move.
We've been responsible for a couple of innovations that have been picked up from other sports, but I tell you one that I really miss, and I haven't seen it this year too much, is the old chuck the puck.
I remember
that used to be
those
really
ones.
cool, the coin toss to work out who gets the first wave at the start of the heat, because during the start of the heats is the only time that you can really hassle your opponent. And we brought the chuck the puck in to try and even take that out of it so that someone would be able to effectively have first priority before the heat begins.
Yeah, it was nice to have the chuck puck, definitely. But at the same time, it's always nice to see when the heat start and then it's still everything is still up for
of course.
And we have a little bit of hassle between the riders. competing in that heat. Meanwhile, utilizing his priority is Miguel Ferreira going for the ARS there. Can he land it? No, he got stuck, unfortunately. He just needs a 4-4-1.
Well,
Probably that would be moved, but there's not much time for him.
No, that's right. Unfortunately for Miguel, he really needed to make that maneuver. He got the wave at the end. He probably should have just kept it simple. A 4-4-1, maybe a big roll would have got him across the line, but you can't hold it against the kid because he's going for it, right? That's what we want to see. We want to see the grommets get out there and really make some noise. So it looks like Socrates Santana keeping his dream alive along with Yon Aymar from France. Miguel Ferreira exits the competition in round number 1. We're going to be back with more live action from Pride to Naught right after this.
I feel like I'm gonna drop real soon. My mind's hurting, I'm over the moon. Pulse is sagging, I'm losing the pace. It's the way you feel, man, not the way you taste. Rebel, rebel, I see you with your gun.
Well, good morning, everybody, and it is the finals day of the 2016 Nazare Pro. It's Tessa McKenna, Nuno Cardoso taking you through what is an incredible finals day here. We got some beautiful, small, clean waves for our Pro Junior competitors, and straight to work is the rider in the red singlet. The current Pro Junior rankings leader is Tanner McDaniel. I had a quick whisper to Tanner before he went out. He said to me that he turns 18 in February. So we'll clarify whether or not that qualifies him for next year's Pro Junior Tour. I've got to talk to Leo about what the actual age restrictions are. But either way, Tanner's really would just love to capture his first Pro Junior Championship.
For sure, and taking that off of his way, as last year he almost got that. Unfortunately for him, of course, that was Socrates Santana grabbing that title of Pro Junior World Champ, and we've seen that previously going out to Tristan Roberts from South Africa. So history in the making if Socrates Santana can grab a hold of the second world title as a Pro Junior, of course. But, of course, for Tanny McDaniel, he doesn't want that title to slip away from his hands for sure. And he's competing right now in the water, so he must advance throughout this route, as this is the last event of the Pro Junior division this year, and we'll be crowning a new Pro Junior World Champ, or even the same, because Santana is still on the run as well.
Absolutely. All right, well, a couple of wave scores locked in so far. You can see Tanner McDaniel with the 1.0, and then it was Thomas Rosado, the Portuguese rider in the white, with a 3.25, and Pedro Vegas with a 1.0. Again, a three-person heat in this first round of the Pro Juniors here at Nazare.
Yeah, last year when the Pro Junior division hit the waters in Portugal, but meanwhile up and running, this is Terry McDonough. Nice, good-looking wave. He goes for the back flip. Wow, one of the biggest waves yet so far during this day, and he was able to find a lot of speed on that and hit the ball on the end section there and going for a big back flip.
Well, you can see that was a beautiful clean wave, and Tanner just absolutely flawless technique. Thought he might have gone along and tried to get a little roll off the end, but he'd already done the damage with that big backflip, and that is going to be a 9.0.
Wow.
And there's the replay again, Nuno.
Yeah, so much speed that Tanner generated off of that wave. You could see like the end section wedging up a little bit, and he know that and went for it and applied a 9-point backflip on that one.
He took a risk and he reaped the rewards. That's what surfing's all about. It's a risk and reward scenario. So Tanner McDaniel with a 9.0 on his first wave is looking pretty good so far. The front runners are all advancing.
Yeah, and meanwhile up and paddling, this is Tomás Rosado, the rider in the white singlet from Portugal. He finds a little bit of shade there. Is he able to get out of that one? doggy doors it there a little bit. He was able to come out, but got a little bit stuck. I don't think that was going to be a big score.
All right, well, Tomas Rosado, you can see him here stalling, and what he's done is effectively stalled too much. He was trying to get way too deep on a little wave like that. In the end, you can see him pop out the back, and then he had a little rodeo ride as he hung onto the bucking bull. It's come through the froth, and in the end, he rides out of that thing, and we'll get those scores in. But Tanner McDaniel sitting in second priority. He is in the lead, courtesy of that 9-point ride. And it looks like we do have an interview with the winner of the previous heat. Take it away, Vilma Vincent.
Yes, I'm already here with Socrates, the World Junior Champion so far, but we're gonna see in the end of the day. Vamos ver no final do dia, a luta tá renhida.
Sim, hoje eu vim bastante motivado, eu quero buscar esse bicampeonato. E hoje é o dia decisivo, quero muito esse bicampeonato e vou batalhar bastante. Não é fácil, mas quem sabe eu consiga levar esse título pro Brasil.
Yes, he's gonna fight hard until the end to take for the second time the world title. But he has three very hard competitors to fight against. One of them is your best friend. Deles é o seu melhor amigo.
Sim, o Matheus está aí na briga também e ficaria feliz, né, se a gente for para a final junto e disputar mais uma final junto contra mais dois, que vai ser a final de 4 pessoas, e vou batalhar bastante.
Yes, he is very happy if Mateus is going against him in the final, and the 2 others, of course, because the final is 4 men. So, congratulations, muitos parabéns e muito boa sorte, que ganhe o melhor.
Obrigado mesmo e quem ganha o melhor.
The best man wins, right? Okay, back to you guys.
All right, thank you very much, Vilma Vincente, and Santana looking good, my man, to try and recapture his second World Pro Junior Championship.
Yeah, Seth was feeling very inspired today, and he wants to do that. And he has his best friend in the title contention as well. And he just confessed that if he is able to go into the final with his best friend, will be just a perfect day.
All right, well, I think that Tanner McDaniel might have something to say about that. He might be the little home record there. With 5.5 on his last wave, Tanner is put them into a combination situation. So now Tanner is looking pretty sweet. As long as he doesn't get in any kind of interference or something like that, or something weird happens, he's looking pretty sweet to go through to the quarterfinals.
Sure.
We're going to stick with 4-man heats all the way through here. And that could end up with a scenario where you get the top 4 guys going for the world title in the final. There's Tomas Rosado. We saw him on a little wave there, but just a couple of those camera dropouts happening because you wouldn't believe it, but it's anyone who's got a mobile phone on the beach here, which is virtually everyone. If they come anywhere near the compound here where we're doing the broadcast, it does have the ability to take those cameras offline momentarily because they have a little Wi-Fi receiver in the back of them, so it interferes with it. So we've got like no mobile phone signs everywhere around here, and we do apologise to people that are watching the broadcast and they see that signal. It probably gets a bit annoying for you guys at home. It's annoying for us here, but we're doing our very, very best to try and stop that from happening.
Trying his very best as well is Pedro Vegas from Portugal, going for this one, trying to find a little bit of shade there. He goes around that section, still going at it, and throws a roll on that end section. It was able to complete a move that will probably help Pedro Vegas on his hunt for the second place on this heat, which will allow him to advance.
All right, well, here's the replay, and Viva Las Vegas.
Yeah, correct. Pedro Vegas, a young rider, local boy here from Nazare, is under the wing of no other than Antonio Cardoso as well, local legend here in Praia do Norte, and he goes out with Pride BB Academy, which is the bodyboarding school of Antonio Cardoso. And to have a coach like Antonio Cardoso must be amazing, as Antonio knows this beach better than anyone and will be passing on all of his knowledge into Pedro Vegas to compete here at the world stage of the Pro Junior Division.
It's so impressive to see Antonio, of course, is part of the current generation, but, then we've got guys like Nuno Trevão and all those other guys you mentioned earlier from the previous generation passing all that that knowledge on to the new guys. And that passing of the knowledge and passing of the baton to the next generation is such an important step for this sport to move forward. That I'm really proud of what you guys are doing in here in Portugal, and it's not really happening in too many other places around the world.
Yeah, definitely. We got a lot of bodyboarding culture going on here in Portugal. Even Tomás Rosado, the rider in white, currently sitting in second place. It's only 16 years old. He was previous sub-12 national champ and is under the wing no other than Chico Pinheiro and Joana Schenker, who run the Sagres bodyboarding school that is in Sagres, south of Portugal. So talking about experience, Chico is one of the most respected locals down there at Sagres and one of the pioneers in bodyboarding down in that parts of Portugal. And Joana Schenker, will be seeing her eating the water today in the women's division on the podium final, no, on the semifinals, if I'm not mistaken.
No, the podium.
I'm so sorry, excuse me. The podium final, the semifinals were yesterday.
Yep.
We saw Joana Schenker lose to Isabella Souza. She will be batting out for a third and fourth place in the women's division. But Tomás Rosado getting so much knowledge out of these two guys that have 20-year plus experience competing, and as well doing a great job down there with the local club and right now with their local bodyboarding school.
Nailing it. I'm loving that I'm teamed up with Nunito, because this guy has got all the info on everyone. He's got the dirt on just about every bodyboarder on the planet. He's like the Action Jackson of Portugal. Smashing, mate. All right, so we're right now looking at about 14 and a half minutes on the clock. Tanner McDaniel with a 9.0 and a 5.5, looking pretty good. Tanner's just got to play it cool. Currently, right now, sitting in first priority, in first position, and really controlling the heat. And then you have Tomás Rosado in second in combo land. But Pedro Vegas only needing a 3.71. His last wave was a 3.65, and it's reduced the equation. So it's the Portuguese riders in white and yellow currently battling for second position.
Yeah, that second position will allow them to advance into the quarterfinals round here at the Pro Junior Division, and that's what are the stakes right now. Meanwhile, Tanner McDaniel imposing his authority over the two Portuguese with a 9 points and a 5.5, comboing both Tomás and Pedro. But right now looks like it's a 13-minute and 30 seconds battle for that second place. But if Tomás and Pedro get an excellent ride like Tanner McDaniel, they will putting Tanner against the ropes and probably trying to attack that first place. There's a little bit of lull in the action, and I think you want to explain what happens here at the canyon, as we have a little swell here off the coast of Portugal, but still 3-foot waves, glassy conditions here at Praia do Norte.
Yeah, that's right. I was just thinking when I was looking, we do have a document from the one of the government departments explaining the geological nature of the Nazare Canyon, and the age of this canyon can be debated, but it's formed somewhere between 270 to 305 million years ago.
Wow.
And it's a large fracture zone. It was reactivated during the opening stages of the Atlantic. We're talking about continental shifting. So it can be said that the Nazare submarine canyon, probably one of the oldest marine valleys of the in the whole world, effectively. And what it does is it runs around about 200 kilometers out to sea. At its deepest, it's 5,000 feet deep, or 5,000 meters. It's 5 kilometers deep, which is even further. And then it comes right into the front, in front of Praia de Vila, pretty much ending up directly in front of the fortress, and it funnels and turns and angles back towards North Beach. What that does is it sends a whole bunch of waves. It pushes the swell up from the top of the bottom of the canyon, rises up quickly, pushes waves in towards North Beach, and then the north swells, which are most predominant, come and meet them and create those perfect little A-frame peaks.
Yeah, that could not be a better run through to this place, Terry. Meanwhile, up and riding, this is Pedro Vegas, the rider from Portugal, attacking the lip on the right, and a nice tweaked invert there. Is he able to push through that whitewash? Unfortunately not. Probably that would be the 371 that he needed.
All right, well, Vegas didn't have much of a lip on this one, and you can see him there. He's just whipping that tail of the board there, so it was really quite an aggressive attempt at an invert. Kind of forced it a little bit because the wave didn't really have the energy, and it was a bit of a sticky invert, so he got caught up in the foam, didn't really complete it. Last wave for yellow, 1.5, not enough.
Yeah, the local boy, Pedro Veiga, here trying to take away that second position away from Thomas Rosado. He only needs a 3.71 to do so. Meanwhile, Thomas Rosado is holding on to a 3.25 and a 4.1, as you can see on your screen, and is currently in combination situation because in first we do have Terry McNannell.
All right, Tanya looking to upgrade a 5.50. He doesn't want to get it. He doesn't want to get amongst these two guys. He's going to let them fight it out for second. As we see, Tomas Rosado just again getting a little caught up. Let's stick with the camera with this one, and you can see Tanner McDaniel, lovely little left-hander here. Tanner drawing the high line. Looking for a little section, but that one's not going to offer too much. Tanner actually heads over to Australia quite often and stays with my my nephew. Actually, it is Kane Brewer, who is a Box Beach local. There's the replay of the previous wave for Thomas. So that's not going to. These last two waves are really not going to, even factor into the top two. So, but anyway, back to the story. Tanner comes to Australia, hangs out with my nephew Kane Brewer, who's a Box Beach local. Box Beach is remarkably like Praia do Norte, almost exactly the same. So Tanner sometimes spends a couple of weeks there with Kane. They do a lot of surfing there. So Tanner would be very comfortable in these sort of conditions.
Who are the standouts in the Box Beach that are inspiring these young kids? Who would you like to mention?
Well,
from Box
Dallas,
Beach?
Dallas Singer, of course. Well, Dallas is like one of the all-time Box Beach locals. Johnny Cruikshank is another guy who's been surfing in Australia for a number of years. He's won national titles. He's one of the older guys. He owns a bodyboard store. They're probably watching down under at D5 at Warners Bay. And so there's a whole stack of really good guys coming out of Boxy. But it's great to see, and that is a beautiful wave there. For
wow!
Oh my goodness, Tanner McDaniel. Now he could almost return to shore after that one and just come in for an early shower.
Yeah, and have a rest because he's still out of a lot of competition out of him if he's going into the final. Nice little quick barrel there, nice looking wave, and he goes for the ARS and completes it.
That is going to be a titanic score, and you can just see Tanner just surfed and always has surfed with a maturity that's far beyond his years. And the way that he played it in the tube there and then came out and timed that and just makes it look so effortless. It's really beautiful to watch.
Definitely under the wing of no other than Mike Stewart, of course, one of his sponsors as well. He must have a lot of insight into wave riding, and he sure does that live. And meanwhile, up and riding, this is Tomás Rosado going for a nice roll there, solid move, was able to land it, probably will ditch that 3.25 that is his backup wave, and will improve his second place position, Terry.
I can imagine. Let's just check the APB replay on this one for Tomás Rosado. Yeah, lovely little one there. Got a little caught in the V on the way through. It just affected his momentum a little bit, but he pushed through that no problemo. And that's a 5.1, and that means that now Pedro Vegas in yellow, the Portuguese rider's in third. Pedro is now chasing a 5.56. He has priority, and there's 7.5 to go, Nanito.
Yeah, still a lot of time into this heat, and Pedro Vegas is now needing a 5.56 if he wants to advance to the quarterfinals round. And he have to do so to take that place away from Tomás Rosado that just dropped a 5.1, improving his situation. That's why now Pedro Vegas needs a higher score to take away that second place away from Tomás Rosado. And meanwhile, still in situation combination is both of his riders because Terry McDaniel just dropped a 6.75, Terry.
All right, well, really nice surfing there from Tanner, who's on track, and we've seen some of the other guys progress through so far this morning. Of course, Joaquim Soto won his heat. Matthias Bastos also winning his heat. Then we saw Socrates Santana getting on through. Tanner McDaniel. So we have 8 heats of the Pro Junior in this first round. Then we go straight to the quarters, the semis, and the finals. So it's going to remain a 4-man race all the way through. We had some man-on-man heats. I think the only time they might have ran man-on-man was in Vienna, because at Vienna we had a lot of room to move. But here, looking at the rankings, a 4-man four-man heats made way more sense because we could end up with the top four in the final fighting for the championship as we focus now on Tomas Rosado. That won't be a keeper.
Yeah, definitely. Z will stick to that second place still, and right now holding priority is Pedro Vegas, the rider in yellow. Pedro Vegas, the local kid here from Nazare, under the wing of Antonio Cardoso. As we all know, one of the promises here for Portugal in the World Tour is currently sitting in 18th place in the APB rankings, and we're wanting to see what Antonio Cardoso can do in Fronto, as he knows that wave very well as well. Meanwhile, up and riding.
All right, Pedro Vegas, as we said, is currently sitting in third position. A nice, simple roll. Pedro's previous high score was a 3.65. You've got to be thinking that's going to be very close to that kind of similar score, maybe just a little more. We'll see what the judges' interpretation is. Very fine details that the judges look for. Here's the replay here. Vegas probably missed a good opportunity on a strong bottom turn there, so I don't know if this is going to feature in the top two, but we'll wait and see what Chico and the guys think about this one. But we do have an incredible judging panel here, of course, that has remained on from the Grand Slam men's event yesterday. For those people that have been living under a rock, Pierre-Louis Costes was the winner. He beat Dave Hubbard in the final. And then you had Ian Campbell defeat Jeff for third position. Jeff finished in fourth in a consolidation or the podium final. And you know what happened in the end there with the points was that by beating Jeff, Ian Campbell actually remained at the top of the rankings.
Yeah, sorry for that. Yesterday's information, as I was saying that if Pierre won, would take the leading of the ranks into Fronton, but that was incorrect. So if you were watching live, I'm so sorry for that wrong information. Meanwhile, still leading the APB World Tour rankings, men division, that is Ian Campbell from South Africa.
That's right, and it will be an incredible showdown at Fronton. I won't be going there, unfortunately, Nuno, because my son is getting married on November the 5th. Yeah, so
congratulations.
Thank you. And he worked with us on the World Bodyboarding Tour for 1 year as the scoring operator. So he's a professional football player, but he also loves bodyboarding. So a big shout out to Liam McKenna, who I can't wait to get home and see him get married.
And congratulations goes out to him if you're watching live, and I hope you have a great day with your son, and hopefully you'll be back into tour. But right now, attacking the World Tour in the Pro Junior division is Tomas Rosado, trying to finish out the ARS, but unfortunately not enough speed there.
Well, that last wave we spoke about, Pedro Vegas, and 2.90, so exactly that. Judges really love to see the kids get a strong bottom turn. These waves, as you can see, that inside wave, they're barreling its head off as we look back now to Tanner McDaniel, who's playing the waiting game. Just a little check turn to set that one up, a little spin off the back. Tanner doesn't have to panic too much because he's already holding on to a 9.0 and a 6.75. The other guys are in combo land, battling it out for second position.
That is correct. As you can see the information on your screen, top, left, and meanwhile, up and riding, Pedro Vegas looks like he did have go at this right-hander. Spin, normal spin, going for a roll. Nice combo there if he can land this move.
Ooh.
Unfortunately, getting stuck there, and he has to pedal out the back with only 2 minutes and 40 seconds.
Wow, that could have been the moment for Pedro Vegas. He got a little tied up. Let's check the replay. When he went for this spin, this early spin, there was a lump in the wave in it. He lost a little momentum just there. He came along and he had the good, strong bottom turn into that roll. Now, had he have ridden, you can see him in the V there just bouncing out the back. Had he have ridden out of that, I reckon that Pedro would have got the 5.56 that would have taken him to second. He'll look back on that as maybe a moment in the heat, but he's got another opportunity with just over 2 minutes to go.
Yeah, if he didn't even get that score that he needed, he probably would improve his situation, getting rid of his best scoring wave, which is a 3.65, and it will prove his situation, and he will probably need a lower score than the 5.56 that is on the end at this moment. The thing is, the swell just dropped a little bit. Conditions are super clean. There's not much current, and the riders are able to pedal out the back as fast as they can. And 2 minutes and 40 seconds when he finished that wave is still enough to see Pedro get out the back and go for that score. But what's in order are the priorities, and holding on to priority number 1 is right now the rider in red leading the seat, Tanner McDaniel, fighting here still for a world title shot, and Tomas Rosado from Sagra is doing a great job and holding on to that second position with a 5:10 and a 4:10, and will allow him to advance into the quarterfinal round. So probably Chico Pinheiro and Joana Schenker will be cheering him up if this heat ends in 1 minute and he can remain in that second position. Pedro Vegas, local kid, needs 5.56 to take away that second place away from Tomas.
All right, so we are down to the mad minute, as I like to refer to it, the 60 seconds to go. And this one is going to come down to the wire, as do quite a few of them. Coming up next, we're going to see Marcelo Fondes. He's currently ranked 7th on the Pro Junior World Rankings, along with his fellow Chilean mate, Cristabel Fernandez, who's 14 on the rankings. They're going to be taking on the two young French guys who have no ranking so far. That's Milo and Aguirre, who are coming up in the next one. So stick around for that. Manny Vargas and Dave Hubbard will be back to take us through those ones.
Definitely, and you can see this year a lot of Portuguese joining the Pro Junior division, and that's something that I'm really looking forward in this event and in the near future as well, as Tomas Rosado just completes finally that ARS move, so we'll be improving maybe his backup score, and we can see Pedro Vegas struggling there on this inside section to find that 5.56, but unfortunately I don't think that is it, and this heat has just finished, Terry.
Well, it's been a good learning experience for Pedro Vegas, but it will be Tomas Rosado and Tanner McDaniel that will move on through. There's a little replay from Tomas, but yeah, Tanner and Thomas are rocking on through. Don't go anywhere, folks. We'll have more live action on the other side of this break from Prior to Naught.
I feel like I'm gonna drop real soon. My mind's a hurting, I'm over the moon. Pulses sagging out, I'm losing the pace. It's the way you feel, man, not the way you taste. Rebel, rebel, I see you with your gun.
Welcome back, everybody. Manny V here with David Hubbard, and I've been sitting on the beach. Dave's been sitting on the beach just checking out the incredible action getting thrown down here in the Pro Juniors Round 1 event. The waves are still cranking here. Even though it's on the small side of things, it's still 3, 4, 5, 6 foot sets still rolling in.
Yeah, the waves are killer. It's some of the best conditions overall that we've seen the entire event as far as how glassy and how well shaped these waves are. Let's get right out into it. This is heat number 6 of the Pro Juniors round number 1 out in the water. Who do we got?
We have Marcelo Fondes in the red jersey. We have Milo Delag from France. He's already caught that first wave of the heat. We have Cristobal Fernandez and Mathieu Aguirre from France. So we got two Chileans going head-to-head with two Frenchmen out in the water, 25-minute heats. Top 2 waves are scored, and 2 riders will advance on into the quarterfinal number 3. So this is a stacked heat out in the water.
Yeah, it definitely is. And Cristobal Fernandez, actually from Isla de Pascua. So he's from Easter Island, Cristobal.
That's awesome. I'd love to actually make a trip out there, not only to take in the waves, but, oh, look at this, live action out the back. That is
Marcelo Fondes from Iquique, Chile.
Yeah, Chile is a very hot, has been the hotbed for some of the top bodyboarders in the men's division and in the Pro Juniors. Here's another look at Marcelo's last wave.
Marcelo up and riding. Nice roll there. He's being coached by his father, Pedro Faundes. And so are a few of the other Chileans that are present, along with his fellow countryman in this heat, Cristobal. Here's the look at Cristobal. Nice clean roll there before having a dive out. And it does.
I agree, man. The conditions have been incredible this morning. Some of the best conditions for the morning. Pretty much the entire event, we've woken up and started those first few heats in the morning sickness, where it's a little bumpy. It's got some crazy texture on it. But this morning we roll up and it was glassy. Peaks everywhere still here at Playa del Norte. And the waves are still firing. 4, 6 foot. For me, this is my favorite size and conditions. Of course, I would love some sun, but yeah, for the size and the slight glass and barreling waves, this is super fun for me.
And in that last heat, we saw some awesome rides going down from Tanner McDaniel from Hawaii, and he ended up winning that heat, and definitely is surfing to continue his campaign for a potential world title in the Pro Junior division. And we will be kind of explaining some of the scenarios possible here at the Nazare Event Pro throughout the rest of the rounds.
Yeah, we got handed over the sheets from Teza McKenna and some of the other little components going down here in the Pro Juniors heats. We do have the winner of the last heat with Vilma. Vilma, take it away.
Yes, indeed. I'm here with Tanner after another amazing heat with good scores. Congratulations. Today is the day.
Yeah, today, I guess so.
To go to the final and take the world title? What do you think?
Yeah, that's the plan. Waves are fun. It's really clean conditions right now. So, yeah, hopefully it stays like this for the rest of the day. And, yeah, just keep getting through heats.
And so as the other contenders to the world title, do you think you're going to have a final with the 4 of you?
Yeah, that'd be pretty cool. There's 4 of us kind of fighting for the title, and we all could end up in the final, so that'd be pretty cool.
Okay, congratulations. Keep on with the good work, and let's see what the other guys are doing in the water. Okay, back to you guys.
So we've seen some action going down in the background. Tanner McDaniel, congratulations. We are going to see you in quarterfinal number 3, and we are back to the APB replay. You can see Milo finding a nice clean ARS maneuver right there, pulling that perfectly and pulling out that one. So solid scores are going to be dropping for the waves that were ridden in the background during that interview. But wow, Milo, solid score. Definitely going to be coming down the pipeline for the Frenchman. So the 2 Chileans, the 2 Frenchmen out there going battling it out for the 2 spots to head into the quarterfinals.
Yeah, what a battle between Chile and France, as the rider yet to have a ride in this heat. Matthew Aguirre considers himself a big wave rider. He's 15 years old from Biarritz, and he's got a boatload of sponsors: Sniper, OGM Bodyboard Shop, even Green Fix, and Like Bodyboard. So yeah, this kid is one to watch. We're excited to see him get on the board whenever that does occur, hopefully within the next 19 minutes.
We hear some whistling from the coaches on the beach, but Milo, look at this, with that 4th priority, still able to nab a nice, clean inside wave, sneaks under the lip and finds a little barrel and rolls out of that one. And that is definitely going to help him get rid of that 2.75 and out the back. Matthew Aguirre sliding under the pocket and getting barreled. And he will come out of that barrel. And look at this, more action. Marcelo Faundes finding a... Oh, I thought he was going to go straight off the bottom into a lip maneuver, but does a check turn, comes around another section, and goes for a roll to end that wave. So back-to-back waves being had from Milo and Marcelo. Look at these sets rolling in. I'm telling you, we still have some incredible action going down here in Playa del Norte, Nazare.
Nazare, Playa del Norte, what a place to be. And let's take a look at this replay. Marcelo Faundes, there's the adjustment. Doesn't find the lip he wants. Then he kind of forces a roll where there wasn't much lip. But hey, he's on the board. Let's look at live action. Cristobal, he's ducking out of this one. But as we talk about these conditions, Manny, and we're so excited because it's clean, glassy, beautiful size, and killer shape of these waves. They're just coming in nice peaks, offering rights and lefts, barrels and sections to do those lip maneuvers. What a treat it really is.
Yes, I mean, these riders are taking full advantage of the waves and conditions out here in Playa del Norte. And I've been talking to Jose, who's going, doing some beach commentary, and he's just giving me the lowdown on some of the best waves around this area. And look at this, live action and nice invert right there from Marcelo Foundas. So we're starting to see some more and more lip maneuvers as the day progresses. The tide is going to begin to drop. And out the back, we have Milo coming off the bottom and an ARS thrown out. Can he get around that section? No, it shuts down on him. But wow, back-to-back maneuvers going down incredibly right now with the French and the Chilean riders. Here's another look at Milo's straight off the bottom. Doesn't go all the way to the bottom of that wave, but is able to get out half bottom turn, half face bottom turn, and pull off that ARS and land perfectly. So the French and the Chileans going head-to-head here in heat number 5. And I'm sorry, heat number 6. Here's another look at Marcelo Foundas' last wave. He did come out of that barrel, and a solid run right there for Marcelo Foundas. Woo! It was a solid heat. Oh, sliding under the barrel and does not come out of that. That was Milo. So right now it looks like Milo is have a wave magnet right now. Cristobal Fernandez out the back, sneaks under the barrel, comes out, carves a reverse on the open face wave and cuts out. So nonstop action right now for the last couple minutes right here. We've had about 5 or 6 waves getting ridden back to back to back, and all the riders making every single piece of water droplet count on each of these waves.
Yeah, they're really going for it. And just kind of analyzing this World Tour Pro Junior race that we have on our hands. We'll get to it after that replay. Quick little barrel. Nice reverse spin from Cristobal, current heat leader. But it does look like because Tanner has advanced into the quarterfinals, Joaquim Soto, who did have an outside shot, outside mathematical chance of potentially winning this, because Tanner is into the quarters, that chance of becoming a champion, even if he wins the Nazare Pro, is no longer present. So we are down into that final 4 for the Pro Junior World Tour. And as situations, become clearer and we continue to progress through the rounds, we'll give you the updates as they occur, because there's no sense in just hypothesizing from this point. The action's going to be happening real soon. So we are going on through round number 1, and then we're going right into the quarters. So we're going to start to see a real clear picture of this Pro Junior World Title race very shortly.
Who are those 4 contenders now for the Pro Juniors? You got this sheet right in front of you.
It's Tanner McDaniel, but before I finish the other 3,
oh
Matthew
my.
Aguirre, here's the 15-year-old from Biarritz, and he is going up and around. Tries to pull another maneuver even. Wow, 2 rolls on this one, a nice 2-piece. On the back, Marcelo Fondes just had a short ride, so we didn't miss anything there.
Well, Matthew needed something because time is already at that 13-minute mark, and he has yet to have caught a wave, and that right there was his first wave. A solid wave nonetheless, but he may have used up too much. We'll find out at the very end if he held on to capitalize on this wave right here. Nice full extension on that roll, lands back on the face of the wave, and somehow was able to use that speed and pull off another roll on the inside. So solid wave right off the bat, but was it enough to get into that contention? Everybody else has 2 solid scores, but Matthew only 1 so far.
But that'll help his cause. So I'll finish that list. The 3 remaining on the Pro Junior World Tour title hunt are 3 Brazilians. Cristobal Fernandez, though, is up and riding now, and a nice smooth invert. Those 3 Brazilians in the world title hunt are Socrates Santana, Diego Gomes, and Matias Bastos. So those are the 4.
this is nonstop action. When we got 4 riders out there and they're all hungry, it's obvious that we're going to be seeing wave after wave getting caught and being performed with, being hit with solid maneuvers like that from Cristobal Fernandez. So I stand corrected. Matthew has 2 waves, and they're both solid. And now we have the 2 Frenchmen leading the charge here in heat number 6. And look at this, answering back. That is Milo. So Milo and Matthew, the 2 Frenchmen, are holding steady in those first 2 slots. Marcelo and Cristobal, the 2 Chileans, need to get something going right here. Milo, again, clean roll right there. And it's not, we still have 12 minutes remaining. So the Chileans, Marcelo and Cristobal, still within striking distance. Here is Milo's last wave as we get in focus and as he is in focus with that nice clean roll.
Indeed it was, and the situation continues to progress as these French Groms continue to put some nice numbers on the board. And, in English we say the word grommet or shorten it and we say Grom, but how do you think they say it in French?
In France?
Gourmet? Gourmet?
No, that's too close to gourmet, but maybe just grum.
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 Yeah, cool. Could be.
Well, we'll double check with Nicholas Capdeville, who's down the beach, yelling and whistling and making sure
clapping
and clapping, making sure that some of the young proteges from France are on cue, and it looks like they are on cue here, holding steady on that first and second place spot. Answering back, here we are, Matthew Aguirre, finding a nice clean roll right there on that maneuver, trying to better his 5.1, but not completing that roll and kicks out of that one. I'm telling you, the French are on fire.
APP replay, nice roll from Matthew Aguirre, but doesn't come back in front of the water. And we are into the second half of this heat right now, and we're even getting real close to that 10-minute mark, Manny. And as you mentioned before, Milo and Matthew are just on an absolute tear. Pressure's on for the Chileans to make it into one, if not both of these advancing positions. 2 of these riders will be moving on to the quarters, Manny.
Well, Marcelo and Cristobal, the 2 Chileans right now, as you can see on your screen, they need a 6.26 and a 6.46 respectively, which is higher than the 2 high scores they already have on their scorecard. So now they need to do and catch a better wave than they did on their prior 2 waves. So they are now in that first priority given to Marcelo. So he can just wait for the best wave to roll in. He's got 9 minutes and 30 seconds. But Cristobal with the third priority, I personally, I think he should just paddle away and find his own little peak, and I think he may have heard my thoughts because he is down to the south, and he's going to go on the hunt for another solid wave without anybody getting in his way. With that third priority, probably a smart move.
Yeah, probably a good call. And as we see here, we're focusing on the other side of the break where the pack's kind of split up just a little bit now. And they're spreading themselves out over the several peaks that we do have out here.
I think the Frenchman in blue, Matthew Aguirre, he has decided to paddle to the north and have this little peak down the way to himself. It's a right, more dominantly right, as we've seen the peak right in front of the judges area being crowded by all 4 riders throughout the morning. But moving over to the north, there he is, Matthew, now hanging out on the right. He is all by himself, so he pretty much has the pick of the litter when the sets do roll through. Is that a fisherman boat rolling through there? Yeah, so the seafood here in Portugal, absolutely delicious. Restaurant Zaviel down in Sagres, Ivo and Neuza, I got it. I always have trouble with your name, and I apologize. But they took care of us down south, and very, very delicious seafood here in Portugal.
Indeed. And we did just get an update on the Facebook page. A diagram of the bathymetry of the Nazare Canyon has been posted on the Facebook page of the APB. So, we keep talking about this canyon, and give it a check out if you want to kind of see what exactly we're talking about this underwater canyon outside of Nazare that allows Praia do Norte to absolutely be a swell magnet and the recipient of amazing water formations in the form of waves. Check it out on the APB Facebook page, the diagram of the canyon underwater outside of Nazare.
And you know what? Now is a perfect opportunity while you are on the APB Tour Facebook page. I'm going to post a new post asking you, where you at? And that's where you can say what's up to Dave and I here in the commentators booth. And let me know where you're tuning in from and what time it is. I'd just like to get an idea on who the crazy fanatic, bodyboarding fanatics are tuning in at 1 in the morning or 5 in the morning like we've seen earlier today. So I'm going to be posting that in about 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Head on over there, check out the canyon diagram, and let me know where you at.
And with just about 6.5 remaining, Milo and Matthew are still sitting in first and second place, respectively. Marcelo needing a 6.26. Cristobal, who was leading this heat for a good while, now needs a 6.46. Chileans are going to have to get busy here in the final few minutes of this heat if they want to keep those dreams alive about becoming the Nazare Pro Junior champion.
And as well as the 2000.
Well, none of these guys have a shot at being the world champion.
But up for grabs.
But it's totally up for grabs for the other riders in the Pro Junior division, round number 1.
Bringing you the live feed from the 2016 Nazare Pro. Manny V here with David Hubbard, and David Hubbard now can breathe easy. The men's division is now complete, and he had a very phenomenal day yesterday, coming in right behind PLC in that grand final, and that was very special to watch. But how special was it for you?
It was a terrific day, yeah, very special for sure to be able to make it all the way into that grand final. I was excited to have a rematch with him from the Encanto Pro a few years ago back. We do have live action, though. Cristobal Fernandez throwing a roll there. Just barely pulls out of that one as we get to the 5-minute mark. And, yeah, it was great to be out there. The level riding was spectacular. I was able to find some really fun rides throughout the day up until the grand final. And that's when the ocean kind of quieted down for me. But still, huge congratulations to PLC and the rest of the competitors. I think everybody performed really well. So it was just an honor and a privilege to be a part of the cast of characters that we had competing yesterday. And throughout the entire division.
No, we appreciate you putting in the time here in the booth, and as well being focused and competing in the event as well. Here we go. Milo, the Frenchman, up and riding. Oh, coming off the bottom with a ton of speed, just a little late.
Tries a squirrel reverse off that little rebound sector. But, yeah, as you're saying, sorry for interrupting, but he just kind of comes off the board and doesn't quite complete that very intricate maneuver. The squirrel reverse reentry.
Well, the timing was a little off, and he could have pulled off that maneuver, but because he was off, that is why it is given that name. So, out in the water, 3 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Heat number 7 or 6 coming down to the wire. Is it going to be the two Frenchmen who dominate this heat, or will one of the Chileans come up with a 6-point ride and get back into contention as one of the top 2 riders to advance on? We will soon find out.
And it does look like Sergio Luis, who, had that near injury in the men's division, is still selling the juice, selling those sandwiches. Sergio Luis, Sergiucio, one of his new nicknames, Sergiusio selling that fresh squeezed orange juice and those delicious sandwiches.
That's pretty awesome.
Yeah,
I
he
think
brings a bag down to the beach, says, hey, I have food and drink if you want. And a couple euros a pop. He's walking home with a trunk full of Euro change. As those Euro coins get pretty heavy but are worth quite a bit.
Yeah, it's kind of funny when coming to Europe and you have a pocket of change. In the U.S., you know, you think you have $1 or so of pocket change, but here in Europe, pocket full of coins, dude, you can be walking around with $10 of coins in your pocket and not even know it.
Not even aware.
No, you're like, if coins are dropping out of your pocket and you don't even know if you're dropping $1 or two. What is this?
That's some of Sergiusio's orange juice. It's just been handed to Manny, as well as a massive case of a dozen pastel donatas. First order has
I wish.
He's going to inhale all 12 of them, so if anyone else is listening who's coming on down, yes, Manny still needs another delivery. Delivery number 2, he gets 7 per day. He's been totaling, you know, probably about 45, 47 pastel donatas every day.
All right. To be honest, I've had maybe 1 or 2 every other day, so not 30 in one day. But I was made aware that you should not be eating those every single day because that will find itself in the place where you probably don't want it to end up, and that's on a little ring around your waist. Here's a quick look at the legend himself on screen, Mike Stewart, who put together an incredible event here at Playa del Norte. And to see him out here charging some of the biggest waves of the waiting period, one of the days where we actually had to call it off because there was no, the logistics behind having an event during those massive 25, 30-foot face waves was not in our hands. But Mike Stewart, Dudu Pedra, and Isabella Sosa, who is on the hunt for a perfect year, they went out on those massive days. So now, waiting patiently for the bigger set waves here in heat number 6. It looks like these riders are now scrambling with priority. Marcelo Foundas in red and Matthew dropping in on this with second priority. Ton of speed, looking for this section and finds it with a clean roll and rides out of it cleanly, and he will kick out of that. But Matthew with another solid wave, trying to better. Wait, he's not done yet. He's going to ride that one all the way into shore, but let's take another look on the outside.
This could be one of the last waves ridden of this heat. Nice, clean roll. And as that heat counts down, it does look like the French grommets are going to be moving on through. And please stay with us because we have more Pro Junior Round 1 action coming up right after this.
Welcome back, everybody. Manny V here with David Hubbard, and we are bringing you the live feed of the Pro Juniors coming down to the wire of round number 1, heat number 7, out in the water. So far, so good. The action has been incredible.
It certainly has, and boy, pretty unfortunate for both Chileans to get taken. We're into heat number 7 of round number 1 of the Pro Junior Division. Diego Gomes. course, is one of those 3 Brazilians who is in the hunt for a Pro Junior World title.
That's right. Diego Gomez, the Brazilian, coming in to this event ranked number 3, so he still has that shot for a Pro Junior title, but he has to get through this heat to have that opportunity. Round 1, heat number 7, only 2 riders will advance on into the quarterfinals after this 25-minute heat, and this heat is stacked. Look at that, the Brazilian going head-to-head with the Spaniard and the Frenchman. This heat is going to be exciting to watch.
It certainly is. We have seen the likes of all 3 of these riders previously in the Pro Junior division here in Portugal throughout the European leg. Carlos Lorenzo with a nice roll there. Completes it and dives out, but we have some more waves out the back. Looks like yellow and red are trying to position themselves, but take us through this APB replay.
All right, as you can see, just a little bumpy, little wonky on that bottom turn, trying to get maintain speed, but is able to come off the bottom and pull off that roll for Carlos Lorenzo. He is the first rider in this heat to get a score down on his score sheet.
So we are still looking for these riders who just continue to kind of bob and weave throughout this nice peaky beach break out in Praia do Norte, right on the outskirts of Nazare, and waiting to see what will take place in the remainder of not only this heat, but of this round. Just 2 more heats left in this round before we go right into the quarterfinals.
All right, I'm just peeking over here on the leaderboard for the Pro Junior ratings as they walk into the Nazare Pro here in Praia do Norte. And it looks like Carlos Lorenzo, he's down there in the ranked 51 coming into this event, and Ethan Capdeville 61. So, I mean, Diego Gomez, we know he's right up there on the hunt for a Pro Junior title, ranked in at number 3 coming into this event. And taking a look at this one, Ethan Capdeville, almost too close to Ian Campbell. That's what the words that were going to roll off of my tongue, but no, it is Ethan Capdeville. And I think we are ready for, looks like we are ready. Yeah, we got the heads up to get the interview as soon as they are ready with us. So Carlos Lorenzo now with a 1.50, and Diego, Ethan still waiting for that first wave as we are in that 5 minutes into this 25-minute heat. That big trophy on our desk is up for grabs for one of the Pro Juniors today at the end of the final.
And a few of these riders who sneak behind us to the set of where the post-heat interviews take place have been stealing glances and just sneakishly kind of side-eyeing it up as that trophy, as you said, is up for grabs, and somebody's going to have their small, tight little fist just wrapped around the base of that thing later on today and raising it above their little head. And wow, those little Pro Juniors are going to be charging it.
All right, it looks like we are ready. Wait a second. We're going to hold off just a second as a set rolls in. All the riders are taking a look, but nope, no takers on that one. So let's head over to the interview. It looks like we have the winner of the last heat with Vilma. Vilma, take it away.
Yes, I'm here with this French guy that is the first time he's competing. So how was it?
Je suis vraiment très content d'avoir gagné cette série. C'était difficile avec la marée haute, il n'y avait pas trop de vagues, mais j'ai fait ce que je savais faire et c'est passé.
Okay, with a high tide, the waves were a little tricky, but he's very happy to go through the heat. Okay, you were 2 French guys competing against 2 much more higher ranking guys. So how is it? Do you feel nervous or something?
Ouais, c'est ma première compétition. J'avais un peu peur de... Je savais pas trop comment faire, mais j'ai attendu mes vagues, j'ai pris mes vagues et j'ai réussi à battre comme ça.
It was his first world contest. He was a little bit nervous, but he just focused on the good waves, and he had the good luck to catch the good waves. So he's very happy. So back to you guys.
Congratulations one more time. And yeah, we still have the action going on. And look at this wave right off the bat. Ethan Capdeville with a nice roll right there and ducking out of that one. And that famous graphic on the bottom of that board. We all know what board that is. And here's another look at what went down during the interview on the APB replay. Carlos Lorenzo getting his second wave on the board. And he's going to ride this thing all the way to the inside and goes for a roll. He had to kind of force that one over because there was not much power behind that inside wave, but still pulled it off and rode that thing all the way to the shore. So everybody has their first wave on. And look at this. Here's another look at Ethan Capdeville's last wave.
Yeah, he had a bunch of speed. He had a nice bottom turn. He got up there just a little late, but it was enough to project him around. He's up and riding now, live action. Ethan Capdeville with a huge flip, but just gets bounced off slightly on the landing. Wow. And like you mentioned, that looks exactly like the board that brought Jeff Hubbard into 4th position at this event. Ethan's hoping for something close to that, but that was huge. And just the turbulent landing there was just a little too difficult to hang on to for his little arms.
Wow, 13 years old. Ethan Capdeville, champion of Mimines, the mini comps in 2015. And yeah, it comes to us from Mimizan, France. Ethan Capdeville. Nicholas Capdeville's young son, and obviously showing that he has the skills at 13 years of age. And look at this, Diego Gomez in the red jersey. Oh, throwing a backflip right there and pulls it off and spins that thing around. The rider in red, Diego Gomez, on the hunt for a Pro Junior title. Let's take another look. So Diego Gomez streaking down the face of the wave. And here, because of the size and stature of these young bodyboarders, they're able to whip around these incredible maneuvers on the inside. Diego Gomez, the Brazilian, in red, catching his second wave, and now currently into that first place spot. So we have a special guest here in the booth, Amaury Laverne.
Good morning, Manny.
Former world champion, holding it down for the French.
Hi, everyone.
The Canary Islands and the Reunion Island
Exactly,
bodyboarders.
yeah.
So welcome, Amaury. So
thanks, Manny.
It's incredible to see that not only the men are showing what they can do, but also the young guns here at the Pro Juniors. And look at Ethan Capdeville with a giant ARS attempt right there. Can he whip that around? And showing no fear, that 13-year-old in the yellow jersey and in white, Carlos Lorenzo, the Spaniard, doing the same on this ride,
nice
but
roll.
able to pull off that big roll. So your thoughts right now on the Pro Juniors?
Yeah, no, I'm super stoked and see the wave this morning when I just arrived on the beach, and it's perfect for them. For high performance bodyboarding, it's 3-4 foot, just perfect conditions. And we see the replays there of Ethan Capdeville just going so far down and left and getting like a massive boost on that IRS. I almost thought he would made it. But yeah, he's 13 years old, and so cool to see so many talents, and they're just so excited for that comp, and they've been waiting for a while, to compete, so they're really excited.
That's right. They've been coming to the beach every single day, itching and waiting for that day where they can come back out into the water. So, Carlos Lorenzo, let's take another look at what went on his wave.
Yeah, just going there, and nice roll there, clean landing. The left actually a bit better today. But the tide was pretty much high like an half hour ago, so I think it's going to change with that tide going lower. And I think we're going to have great conditions all day long. So, yeah, it's going to be really, really good for the juniors today.
So your thoughts on the entire event so far? I mean, it's been incredible.
Yeah, it's been incredible, man. Just to be on a beach break, so consistent, almost too much wave at the beginning. And the show that what the guys put yesterday and the day before, it was a high performance bodyboarding, and this is what push our sport forward and show to the people what we can do on a book,
Yeah.
So I was super stoked to be a part of it and to see the guys ripping. And when I saw Pierre and Jeff surfing yesterday, I just realized how high is the level, and if you guys want to come here and compete against these guys and to be in the top, you have to get some skill, guys are ripping.
Not only the skill, but a lot of words were thrown out as far as physical fitness because it was really challenging out here in that aspect.
Yes. Yeah, no, physically, like you have to be ready. I mean, even if it was not like massive, the wave, this beach is so powerful and like really puts you in your face, like how fit you are or not, you know, just are you fit or not? And you just really after every hit, just realize, wow, need to work or no, I'm feeling good or the physical preparation just really make a big difference in this kind of condition. And when you see guys like Jan Campbell, for example, like really fit, you know, and see how he's paddling back out there and so much resistance, you know, to keep going hits after hits, you know, so that's make a big difference too.
And hydration and nutrition, what are the top riders eating? And you can answer that after this wave from Ethan Campbell. Ethan Capdeville.
Ethan Capdeville going there on that little, getting a bit foamy there. Maybe we'll find a little ramp there. It's going for a roll. So this kid is really talented, you know, and he's just 13 years old. It's sponsoring by her boards. And this is fully the next French generation to come here.
So nutrition and hydration. I mean, these kids, some of them are going to go through, you know, at least 4 heats today. And for me, I'll forget to drink water or stay energized. So what do you and what should some of these Groms do?
Yeah, so it's why we're here too, you know, just so coaching them on the surfing. But I mean, these kids like already surf pretty well, you know, like it's not today that I'm going to explain them how to make a backflip, you know, but I'm here to try to give them a good routine, you know, for a contest like that. When you're going to make 4 hits during the day, you have to rest, you have to keep your energy, don't have to miss up too much and focus on your goals. So and organize yourself with hydration and eat some good food, you know, and why this food is good for you, this food's going to give you some energy for the next 2 hours, why it's not good to hit just before you hit, stuff like that. You know, that's the main point why I'm here today to give them some good tips and some good daily routine for an international contest.
I have a bunch of sheets here with bodyboarding schools from Chile, Brazil, France, and Portugal. What is going on in the Canary Islands, which you now call home?
Okay, yes, so Canaries Island. So Canary, we still have some really good waves. Local riders are all pretty much good, and but it's true that there is not too much structure in the Canaries at the moment, and we can feel it for the generations to come. You know, it's really important to get some structure of the sport. You know, in France, I mean, since I'm young and before my generation, we have a really good structure, you know, with local contests and teams, and we go all together, and some people take care of the kids. This is what we need in the Canaries. So we are working now to open an official association in the Canaries, a bodyboarding association, to have like a structure and a base, you know, where the kids can get into it and build some healthy projects, you know.
Yes.
So this is what we need in the Canaries, because we've got the waves, we've got the level of riders, but we need some structure to push the kid forward to come to the international events, for example, and yet to have some goals and to improve in this way.
Yeah, and I totally agree. If it's not there, it can be created. And you've been traveling the world for years now. Where are some of the hotbeds as far as the new generation of bodyboarders that you've seen?
Okay, yeah. So in France, we've got some good kids. I mean, Portugal have a really good potential, you know, because it's same. It's a lot of structure around the sport here. They have a really big bodyboarding culture since many years, you know, and every towns have like some bodyboarding school, you know, and this is all this that makes the country pushing some kids with the potential to compete on the World Tour event. So yeah, in Portugal I have some really good kids. I was in Puerto Rico earlier this year, and yes, Puerto Rico have a couple kids too that's surfing really good. And I mean, Australia, I'm pretty sure Australia have some really good kids too. I didn't been there for the last thing. We've got maybe like a interference there somehow. I don't know who was that priority, but
yeah, I think we're clear for 2 reasons. One, priority was in the hands of the rider in white, Carlos Lorenzo, so he was okay. And I think Ethan Capdeville is also okay because he didn't cross the line on...
yeah, that's possible. That's pretty interesting. And we had like the white Jose had the P1, the priority one, so that was pretty much his wave. Ethan's take off on his wave. Maybe he should not, but he didn't even been on the way of the white.
Yeah.
So let's see what the judge think about it. But yeah, that's a special situation.
Yeah, you can see Ethan Capdeville right here making it to the takeoff area from Carlos Lorenzo, but did not hinder in any way Carlos's wave attempt. But I'm pretty sure both of them are safe, but Ethan should be a little bit more careful.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's why too. It's good for them to compete, and we see
Nice.
Diego there from Brazil doing a nice IRS in the closeout. He's a strong rider. He won the contest in Itacochara, if I'm right.
Yep.
And yes, a really strong rider from Brazil. Really calm, really nice guy, and boosting some good moves.
Well, he has 8 minutes and 15 seconds to go. Diego Gomez, he is in one of those situations where he is part of those top 4 pro juniors who is on the hunt for a pro junior title. But he has to get things going if he does not want to get eliminated out of this contest.
This is what he did. You see how fast he just turned that move? I mean, like the rotation to just land that flip was really fast, like using his leg to really turn around and to the beach like really quickly. That is show control, you know, and a really good projection.
Well, like I mentioned, Diego Gomez right now, he has to get something going. He does not want to get knocked out of this event in round number 1, because if he does, Socrates Santana and Tanner McDaniel, the 2 of the 4 have already progressed into the quarterfinals. If Diego Gomez gets knocked out of here, he comes into this event number 3. If he gets knocked out of this heat, his hopes for that pro junior title are just slipping away.
Okay, yeah. It's because I mean it's maybe the first event when there is so much people like outside of the tour coming here. We have got like 8 French riders for this event, you know, and most I know a couple of them, and some other I don't really know because I'm not spending too much time in France the last few months. But yeah, I know they have a really good potential, and it's why it's important for me like to be there and watching. But they have their own coach, you know. I'm not here really to coach them personally. I'm here more for the team spirit to push everyone. And to give some tips, like, as I was telling you about, like how to manage your time when you have to wait during the event, take care of that priority system, you know, how it's working, stuff like that. So I'm here more for that, and I really like it, you know, and hopefully one day I will coach like really 1 kid or 2, or I will have my own team with my academy. This is one of my vision.
Yes.
But that should come later.
No, I don't see that too far into the future. I can see the Maz Bodyboard Academy showing up sooner than later. But yeah, I can totally understand as well as the viewers, but you have your hands full. You are still right in your prime, ready to get another world title under your belt. So no shame there for, you know, doing what you got to do to get that another world title. But coming down here, and I'm sure the Groms are loving your support to come down here and not only help them in the whole competitive scheme of things, but you know, just showing up and showing face. Not only the French team, but I think a lot of the other young bodyboarders are stoked to have you down here.
Yeah, no, I love to be there. You know, I had 1 extra day. Yesterday the contest finished. I going home tomorrow, and today was a good opportunity for me to be here and to see the guys surfing. You know, and I'm blowing away by the level they have. You know, it's super cool for them to have like the juniors category. I mean, when I see these waves and the level, I really understand why we have to get this category, and it's important for the sport, you know.
Yeah,
and so super stoked to see that.
Yeah, we have other the pro riders in the men's division that have showed up here to not only support but to see the next generation and seeing what they're doing. We see Ryan Hardy's showed up here, and Jacob Romero was also down here seeing some of the action go down. So it's great to see some of the pro riders who aren't already on a plane to the Canary Islands to show face here. So time is winding down. 5 minutes remaining. Ethan Capdeville coming around this section. Oh, bails out of that before the section comes down on him. So pretty fun, too, hearing the hollers, the whistles, the coaches. And I looked
look at that way. That was a sick barrel.
Oh,
my God. If you made that
double barrel. Can he put out of
no,
that?
he didn't make that. Was amazing. That was such a good wave. I mean, with the tide dropping off, it's going to be some crackers today. And that was a 10-point barrel if you made it, man.
Oh, for sure. He would have had that
I'm pretty sure he's going to have a score for that first section. And it just came in. Look at that. Just take off there. Yeah, that first section. Fully made that one and just came into another section. And there.
Oh, so close.
Maybe, so close. Hey, just have maybe the shockwave. Maybe the barrel get a bit more like narrow. And he couldn't make his way out. But yeah, good ride for Carlos. And that's chasing a 6.11. So if he made that barrel, like it would be between like the 8, 9 or 10 point ride. So.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, he was on the hunt for a 6.11. Will that first barrel section be in that range? Probably not, but it may be better than that 4.35 that he has on his scorecard as his lowest of 2 high-scoring waves. So we got a battle on our hands for the next 3 minutes and 40 seconds.
Exactly, yeah, and with the Ethan is holding with the second priority, or maybe Diego is with the first priority, that's for sure. Ethan is in first, okay, so we got Ethan with the third priority, Diego Gomez from Bahia with the first, and Carlos with the second priority. Really important for them to know how to manage this priority system, and to works out like how it's working. And yesterday we did a good briefing with the French team to about the priority and your comportment in the world, your attitudes. It's because it's not just about technique. It's all about strategy and physical, and yes, so many small points that enter to realize your goal, to make your hit, and to make a good result in during the contest.
Yeah, I mean, we've been talking about contests since you sat down, but the cultural side of things here in Nazare, what do you like? What are your favorite things about Nazare?
Yeah, I love Nazare, but I love it as a small town, with everything really close, and we see Carlos there on that last right, a big ram there. Oh, nice IRS. Just land like pretty much in the V. It's been high, but not really in front of the wave. So he land like pretty much on the way down, and we see there. Then a good boost that move, and just land there, and just his rails just get into the wire, and he could not finish this move. But good attempts, Carlos. So yeah, I was talking about Nazare. Well, I really love this place. I mean, I'm an islander, I love islands. I love I love small place where it's everything easy and close, And Nazare we are pretty much in an island here,
Yeah,
like
it does feel
with
like
the
an
wave and everything really close, and the city really nice. It's easy to find your way there, and everybody knows each other, And I love this, And the waves are amazing, obviously. So consistent, powerful, been getting some waves every day. It's like since I come in Portugal, maybe since 12 years I'm coming in Portugal, this is my best trip ever in Portugal in terms of waves. And we see Diego there with a massive backflip. Let's see if he can make it. That was a heavy landing, and it seems he's not there. And yeah, we're gonna see more boosts like this, like during the day, as the tide's dropping off a little bit. And but yeah, that was a big move from Diego Gomez from Brazil.
Ethan Capdeville getting a little ride right there, but not much there for Ethan as well. But Diego Gomez now dropped down to that third place spot. This is going to be a crucial last minute and 10 seconds for Diego Gomez, who's on the hunt for a Pro Junior title. If he would have pulled off this maneuver, definitely jumped right into that first place spot.
Exactly, that will be the best wave of the day. We saw Ethan with the best wave of the heat, 7.25. But yeah, that backflip from Diego will be like in the 8 range for sure, or even more, depending on the landing for sure. Because if you show control on the landing, and like the judge give you pretty much the best scores, and then sometimes you can do a massive move, but if the landing takes some time and you don't show control, you won't get the scores that you were looking for.
No, Ethan Capdeville, the 13-year-old, holding it down and showing the world what he's got in his bag of tricks. It may very well have taken out not only a Pro Junior world title contender, Diego Gomez, the Brazilian, but also Carlos Lorenzo. But wow, 12 seconds remaining.
It's pretty cool, like to see Ethan. He's he's really confident, and on his surfing, because technically he's ripping, And this is the end of this heat. 3 minutes, 3 seconds remaining. And yeah, and it's official. Ethan Capdeville won this heat, and he looks like Diego Gomez is going to stay there.
Oh, no. So we're going to come back with the situation up now for grabs for the Pro Junior world title. But congratulations to Ethan and Carlos advancing on to the quarterfinals. Don't go back. We'll be back with more action.
Cool, man.
Yeah.
Up to you guys.
Welcome back, everybody. Manny V here with Amaury Laverne, former world champion, holding it down with the French flag, giving his support here as we get this heat number 8, the last heat of round number 1. This 25-minute heat will deliver the top 2 riders into the last quarterfinal of the Pro Junior. So out in the water, we are starting the action with Christian Tapia in red, the Chilean. Juan Sandez up and riding right now, holding it down for the Spanish flag. And cannot, he does
he
pull
made
out in
it.
front
That
of that.
was a good roll, yeah.
So solid roll, and we're going to see Alfonso Silva, the Portuguese, in yellow.
We should have the replay of that. That was a pretty good barrel roll. You know, we've been like through that leap. Was pretty tough to land, I mean. And we see the replay there. That's the first wave of riders in red. And Christian Tapia from Chile just had a small roll. Just getting busy and starting to get some wave. You know, some riders really sometimes be patient. They just wait for the good one. And I see some other rider that they need to get busy and get some waves. And as we see there, the replay of Alfonso Silva, and we see that roll through that leap. Almost fought for 1 second. He didn't make it, but he's there. So that's a pretty good start for him. And we're going to see then Juan Sunday that should all that first priority right now. Yes. And yeah, here we go for the 23 minutes remaining.
So Alfonso Silva, part of a bodyboarding school from Peniche.
From Peniche, okay.
I want to say Laranja.
Laranjas, yeah, bodyboard school. He's a really good local from Peniche. I know this guy is a long time. A really good bodyboarder from Peniche, like an iconic rider in Peniche. And yeah, he has his bodyboard since years now. And as we see Juan Sunday from Spain, boosting a nice and clean roll there on that small wave. But that's going to be a good start for him. We saw Alfonso had a 5.75 for that roll through that leap before. Christian Tapia started with a 2.75 for that small roll. And as we see the replay here, he's driving his line, looking for the leap. Nice impulsion. And it's a first clean roll for Juan Sunday from Spain.
So, yes, we have 2 riders from some bodyboarding schools out in the water. Well, we'll find out if Juan Sandez is part of a bodyboarding school in Spain, which I'm sure he is. But Christian Tapia comes to us from Concon, I want to say, in Chile. And, yeah, so we do have a lot of the Pro Juniors who are under the tutelage of a lot of the former riders.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's great to see that these bodyboarders with a ton of experience, not letting it go to waste, but actually doing something with it. It's pretty awesome.
Exactly, it's awesome. You know, I don't know. I feel like I've been since I opened the academy, I've been hearing so many things about like the bodyboarding school. You know, it seems like many bodyboarding schools these days and coaching. You know, and see this guy from Chile, for example, Alex Castillo is there, and he's been coaching Alan Munoz since a long time, and now he's coaching the kids. You know, and the sport needs that. You know, I mean. These guys are here for passion, you know, and they really love to coaching, and I love that too, you know. And as we see that Chilean guy here, you know, I'm sure Alex Castillo is just vibrating on the beach, you know, and hoping for his kids doing great. And I mean, it's a great feeling that I like, you know, and to watch your kids like that you coach doing good, you know, it's might be like such a good feeling.
And I mean that there's more to that, and we're gonna get to that, but a quick little replay of Juan Sandez' last wave. But check this out. We do have the winner of the last heat with Vilma. Vilma, take it away.
Yes, congratulations, félicitations. You went in the heat you just overcome a world title contender, Diego. So how does it feel?
Je suis content de l'avoir éliminé. Je savais pas qu'il était en titre, en course pour le titre. Du coup, c'est cool d'avoir éliminé une personne aussi forte.
And how do you feel going through this heat, and it's your goal, going to the final, of course?
J'ai attendu une bonne vague et j'ai réussi à avoir une bonne vague d'entrée, un bon petit rollo. Après, j'ai attendu les vagues et je les ai eues.
Okay, he's very happy to be eliminating such a good competitors, and of course going through the heat, and is hoping to get to the final, of course. Okay, thank you very much. Félicitations, and back to you guys.
Awesome, 13 years old, and taking out a couple of really great riders, including Diego Gomez, who was out for a Pro Junior title. So back to the action, Christian Tapia.
Yeah, back to the action. Christian Tapia did a with that really nice roll on the right. You see like a pretty good boost with that leap and a strong landing. You know, this is what the judges are looking for. Like, even if you're not doing like the most technical moves, you know, they're all looking for lines. Really good. They really love the bottom turn. So the bottom turn is the turn that you're gonna do down to bottom of the wave to get speed. You know. So sometimes even if you're not doing the most technical move, if you got a good line on a good wave and on a good section, you can get a good score.
That's right. And once again, Manny V here and Amri Laverne bringing you the live feed from the Pro Juniors division at the 2016 Nazare Pro here on the incredible, magical beach of Praia del Norte. And just to the north of the lighthouse here in Nazare. A big shout out to our sponsors, Praia del Norte and the Nazare Municipal Council, along with our APB brand supporters, Stealth, ISS, Bodyboard King, NMD, and our friends at U Riding. If you haven't already done so, compete in the Nazare Pro yourself in the Journey Bodyboard video game app. Check out your app store and download that and get in there. Now, back to the action. Heat number 8, round number 1, up and riding. We have Alfonso Silva.
From Portugal, yeah, from Peniche. Looking for a first section there. Can find something maybe there on that second section. That's not going to be what he's looking for. He's actually at the first place. He was holding that first priority, obviously. And he's just looking for a 2.51, which is not going to be hit with that last wave. But, I mean, it's pretty... You can back to the lineup pretty fast today. So it's why most of the kids are trying, you know, and catching a lot of waves because the paddle is not that hard compared to yesterday. So, yeah, it's good to get busy, you know, and trying to catch a lot of waves and bring some good actions.
I mean, we have 4 riders out there that are hungry and are going to catch everything in sight. They've been waiting 3-4 days to get out there, and here they are, and they're hungry. So they're going to catch everything in sight, and give them a little bit of sugar. They're going to catch everything that comes their way.
Especially today. Like I came this morning, and I saw the condition. I'm like, wow, the kids must be frothing. And yeah, super stoked to see them here, you know, finally competing. And this is where you're going to see some guys just really manage well the last few days when they had to wait and seeing like the top guy surfing, you know, and they have to wait every day and wake up in the morning and they don't know if they're going to be on, you know. This is a bit tough, you know, and some kids maybe don't manage their time as well as some others, you know. So that was one of the good lessons, I mean, for this trip, you know, how to manage your time, how to wait, how to not enjoy yourself, how to sleep well, eat well, you know, and get ready for that day, which is today for the juniors.
So a little paddling going on out the back with priority right now, Juan Sandez. And in second priority, we have Christian Tapia. And we have 16 minutes, 40 seconds remaining. And again, we would love to know where you're tuning in from on our APB Tour Facebook page. Just drop us a line. Let us know where you're tuning in from. We have Dean in Port Elizabeth, South Africa. It's 11:35 a.m. So he is ready to have some lunch. Joao is tuned in from Portugal. Cascais is Felipe. And
Cascais, close to Lisbon.
And from Germany, we have Clint in. So Clint...
Guys
Felipe.
from everywhere around the world, you know, like watching us. This is amazing.
Yeah, it's pretty
Love
cool.
that.
So if you want to say, if you want to get a shout out, head over to our APB Tour Facebook page and drop us a comment on our post and keep it clean. The kids and moms are watching right now.
Exactly.
So we want to make sure we keep that clean.
Cool.
Here we are out in heat number 8. Round number 1.
And I have a question, Manny.
Yes.
So we are in the last heat of the round 1 of the Pro Junior. So we're going to go straight to the quarters final after that?
Yes, we have our scheduling right here in front of us. And yes, I believe we are going to go straight into the quarterfinals.
Which is a 4-man's heat or...
Yes, we are going into the 4-man quarterfinal heats for the Pro Juniors.
Okay. Are we going to see some man-and-mans on the Pro Junior, or it's going to be like a 4-man's heat until the end?
I think what we have in front of our hands right now is
the format.
What we're going to do with the format, which is 4-man all the way through to the final. And yes, we are going to go through the quarterfinals of the Pro Juniors, and then go into, I believe, the women's podium final and grand final of the women's division. So out in the water.
Out in the water, yeah. We've got 15 minutes remaining. We've got Christian Tapia from Chile in the first place with the best wave of the heat. Oh, no, the best wave of the heat is for Alfonso Silva with a 5.75, which is actually in the third place now. and he's only looking for a 2.51 to get on the second place. Juan Sande from Spain is actually in the second place now with a 4.5 and a 3.75, looking for a 4.86 to get the first place. And Christian Tapla sitting there on the first position. But yeah, it's pretty close between all the riders. It's still like 14 minutes remaining. And as we saw yesterday in the men's division, and it's the same for the junior, everything can happen until the last second, especially here in Nazare when it's like a heavy beach tree and the waves are coming like quickly and unpredictable. So until the last seconds, you can't believe something's can happen. You can get a good wave and surprise the judge, surprise the beach, and make through this hit. So as you said before, we're gonna go straight in the quarterfinal after that. And so it looks like the first quarterfinal might getting ready.
Yeah, you're right. The first quarterfinal, the updated heat sheets are being handed to us right now. So we're getting that updated Pro Junior heat sheets. So we thank our crew and staff who are making things happen here at the 2016 Nazare Pro. And once we get into the quarterfinals, we're going to go into the women's Pro podium final, which will determine who will be the third and fourth place finishers in this event. Then we go into the Pro Junior semifinal, and following that, we'll have the women's Pro final, and then we are going to finish off the day with the Pro Junior final, where we will crown the 2016 Pro Junior
World Champion.
Yeah,
I like
yes,
that.
yes.
I like that. Sounds really good.
Yeah, it's coming. It's coming
Pro
today.
Junior World Champion.
Yeah,
LPB 2016.
The women's 2016 champion has already been crowned here in Europe, and that was to the rider Isabela Sousa
from Brazil,
who is on a rampage this year.
She's pretty much surfing next level, man.
She's on the cusp right now of having the one and only perfect season. If she can win here today, she would have a
I heard that. And some guys asking me the other day, "Oh, do you know if someone did it before?" And I'm like, in the sport of bodyboarding, the only guys that could do it, that will be Tamega, I think. But I don't think it ever made it. Right?
We're gonna double check with our statisticians, but I'm pretty sure this will be a one of a kind first ever.
First time. Wow, heavy.
Yeah, so that is on. So we got two big things going on in bodyboarding history today. One, Pro Junior final world champion, and two, can Isabela Sousa
entering the history?
Yes,
of our sport, like winning every single event of the year.
Yeah, and she already entered the history books by getting towed in on the massive waves last week here in Praia del Norte.
As we see here, oh, that was cool. A nice roll in the opening wave, This is Alfonso Silva from Peniche. And as we see Juan Sande from the Spain on a nice left, just bottom turn, a nice big roll there. Gonna make it. He's gonna fight in that form and coming back and finally made it. That was a good boost. He had a good line before hitting that leap, and this is what the judge want to see. And as I said before, even if it's just a simple roll, if it's made with a good bottom turn and a good projection, he could get a good score.
Here's another look at that wave exchange. It is Alfonso Silva, the Portuguese. Nice clean roll, ends with a spin, and then right after that,
so like the judge do pretty much, it's like they just wait for that second roll to happen, and then they compare the two rolls, like which one was the highest one. As we see, like the roll of run was a bit higher, but maybe less control on the landing. So the judge are comparing everything. They just compare the size wave, and as we see there, Christian Tapia, this is another replay with a nice move and nice invert there. That was really cool. And that could be the best wave of the heat, and it's why I was listening people screaming on the beach behind our back, That's for this nice invert from Christian Tapia.
Yes, and here's another look right here of that incredible invert right there. Nice, clean landing right there, and that's what the judges are looking for, is full control of your maneuvers once performed, and especially on the big stuff. They want to see that you maintain that forward progression and forward movement when you land your maneuvers, and that right there from Christian Tapia was pretty solid.
Exactly. We just received the actualized heat draw for the quarterfinals to come. So in the first quarterfinal, we're going to have Joaquim Soto from Chile, a really good rider from Iquique. sponsoring by Eriso, and remember like boosting a 10-pound ride in Chile this year with a nice backflip. Matheus Bastos from Brazil, who won the last contest in Vienna. I think it was his first one on the Pro Junior event. And we're gonna have two Frenchmen, Eddie Mangeno and Jon Eymar, in this first quarterfinal.
Now we have two slots left in the quarterfinals, and they're going to be taken up by the top two riders in this last heat of round number 1. And the scores are coming in. The big scores are coming in for Christian Tapia and Alfonso Silva.
Yeah, so for that's a nice invert that we saw on the right. That was the best wave of the heat, a 7.75, and well deserved because it was a set wave. He did a good maneuver, just nice landing. We remember that nice roll on the right, really clean landing in the opening wave was a 6.5 for Alfonso Silva from Peniche, Portugal. And now Juan Sande been back to the third place, and he's looking for a 6.46, and holding the first priority with 8 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. So yeah, it's still many things to happen in this heat.
Yeah, Christian Tapia comes into this event ranked number 6 in the leaderboard. So he's no stranger to, the pressures that come with being in competition, especially in these conditions. I mean, each time I get an opportunity, I turn back around and just look at the condition. It's still glassy. It's still peaky. It's still perfect 4, 5, 6 foot waves coming in on the sets.
Yeah, now with the tide dropping off, you're going to see some bombs all day long pretty much here. And as we see Alfonso Silva coming on that left, getting some speed, getting in that barrel there. That thing's going to pinch a bit on the end. And yeah, pretty tough to barreling today. We know that the judge loves barrels, making a good barrel in this kind of condition is actually really hard, to find a good wave to do it. And as we have the replay there, it's just taking off, getting on that first section. He might advance a little bit inside and then see that section's coming into him and just shut down the wave.
I'm going to say we'll probably see a high 9 or possibly even a 10-point ride before the end of the day today, whether it's from the Pro Juniors or the women's division in these conditions. I mean, the tide is dropping, as you mentioned, and the wind has been pretty mellow because we have this cloud cover up above that's been pretty static and not moving too much. So that is going to help keep the winds down. And yeah, it's going to be incredible as we wind down.
It's going to be incredible, man. Like I've been waiting for that, and it's so cool to see, like, because it's so heavy beachy here. When it's massive, it's even hard for the men's guys. So, it's been so lucky to get like the best condition for the men's guys. And today we've been waiting for that day, and it's the perfect condition for kids and the girls, and so yes, thanks Mother Nature to bring us the best of it, and yeah, I think everybody's really stuck on this event, and we're gonna finish with an historical day here in the Praia do Norte, Nazare, and yeah, perfect finish before that next event in Fronton starting next week.
If you haven't already seen, we did post an incredible image of the canyon, the Nazare Canyon, just to the outside of the lighthouse here. And that in itself is a very incredible thing to be able to deliver and funnel that energy of the ocean right here in Praia del Norte. We've been talking about it during the entire webcast, during the event, and I'm telling you, this place is special.
This place is really special, and in terms of wave, because I mean, these waves are breaking here since years now, like decade and even more. And but this beach getting a lot of attention since a couple years now, since the guys start to tow in here. But I mean, bodyboarders, I heard that the first bodyboarders to come here a lot was some guys from Figueira de Foz, which is up north, a bigger town, obviously, with some really good riders like Sporquito, a really famous Portuguese rider. And these guys used to come like 15 years ago and check Praia del Norte, and maybe a ride was too big, or someday was just amazing and no one around, just these guys boosting like,
oh my goodness.
And today we get some attention, and even with all the attention, like it's still pretty mellow here, it's like a nice vibes with the local guys, it's not too crowded. I mean, it's a heavy beachy too, like not anyone can come here and just surf.
Exactly.
You have to be ready and you have to get the level of ride to surf here.
No, there's so much energy here, and if you come here thinking you can just go out there and catch any wave you can on the bigger days, you're gonna get your
exactly. I'm sure some guy gets surprising, oh, let's go to surf to Nazare, and they'll get here and it's like 6 foot, and it's like, whoa, what we do? Okay, we're gonna wait maybe tomorrow, because it's actually really powerful with that canyon you were mentioning. It's really deep water out in the back here, and that makes this spot really special. But that's make that wave really powerful compared to almost all the coast of Europe, with this canyon. And trust me, when it's 6 to 8 foot here, you can really feel the power that the canyon gives to the swell and to the wave when it hits the coast.
I've heard a couple of the pro riders comparing the power of the whitewash and the wave itself to that of Porto Escondido, where you got
exactly.
waters, but the amount of energy coming towards the shore from the ocean,
Exactly.
very, very powerful.
I mean, yeah, the Pacific Ocean, I guess, is the most powerful ocean on the planet. It's massive, many big storms over there. And as we see there, Christian Tapia from Chile getting on that inside one. He might find something inside. He's looking for a nice ramp there, and he's trying like a nice reverse on the lip. But I think he opened his leg a bit early, and just cut his rotation on the lip. So that's the main reason he didn't make that move. But that was a good attempt from the Chilean guys.
Well, he had third priority, so I think he was just keeping busy. Look at this, up and riding. Juan Sandez in the first priority in third position. Look at this little section, actually a nice section coming at him.
Yeah, trying like a nice IRS there.
A little late on the initiation of that wave, but here we go. Drop it in, Alfonso Silva.
A nice wave exchange in there. He's been a bit late on the takeoff, and you see that lip just pushing him a bit in front of the wave, even if it's just 4 foot, you can see the power of the wave, and we see a battle race now, a paddling race, for the first priority. This is where the physical part, it's pretty important, to be able to, even after you finish a wave, to keep energy to back out there as fast as you can to all that first priority. That's going to be really important for the end of this heat, which is 3 minutes remaining. But as we know, until the last seconds, serious things can happen here in Praia do Norte.
You can see right there, Juan a little late on that initial attempt or the beginning part of that ARS, and with that mistiming, wasn't able to pull that off. So 2 minutes, 20 seconds remaining left in this heat. The current situation you can see right now in white, Juan Sande in the white jersey needing a 6.46. That's going to be a very tough tough wave score to get if the wave doesn't come in for Juan. 2 minutes remaining. Alfonso Silva shouldn't let his guard down. Even though he needs that 6.61 to get in that first place spot, he's still safe in that second place spot. Top two riders advanced into the quarterfinals.
But Juan Sunday, it's close behind. And as we see Alfonso Silva from Peniche on that nice ride, getting a lot of speed there, waiting for that last section inside. And doing a nice roll there, but this is not really what he's looking for to get that first place from Christian Tapia. He's looking for a 6.61, which is a decent score, so you need maybe a bigger wave and find a better section. And as we say, he got a lot of speed on that section, but that section don't offer much power. It's a bit foamy, and that's not gonna enter in his best two scores. But it's a 1 minute 20 seconds remaining, and Juan Sunday is still looking for a 6.46 to make it happening, and to going through this heat and enter in the quarters final. That's going to start soon.
Time is winding down right now for Juan Sandez, who is in that third place spot. 1 minute remaining for the Spaniard. Can he find that 6.46 to get into that second place spot, which is an advancing spot? 50 seconds remaining. Now, Juan has an advantage, though. He does have priority, so he can wait patiently and catch any wave that comes through. But the question is, will a wave come through? Will Mother Nature deliver a wave to Juan? 30
a wave
seconds.
with a potential to make like a 6.46, which is a pretty decent score to get. So, yeah, even if he can boost like a really technical move, a nice wave with a nice line could be enough to attempt this score. But yeah, like you said, as you said, does Mojo Nacho is going to deliver a nice and clean wave for the Spanish rider to try to make things happening.
Oh my gosh.
5 seconds remaining. That's going to be tough for him. Maybe looking for the last one. No, that one is going to be a bit too small, and that's going to be the end of this heat.
Oh my, time ran out.
Juan Sunday.
Time ran out for Juan Sande. So it is Christian Tapia and Alfonso Silva advancing on to the quarterfinals. A quick shout out to Ricky working at the Lebanese restaurant in Newton, Australia for tuning in as well. And we're going to get more shout outs later on. But Maz, any last words before we go to commercial?
Yes, thanks so much to everyone to follow us here online today. And congratulations to all the riders. I hope you guys liked the show yesterday. And I hope you guys like the show right now with the juniors and the girls coming soon. So yeah, thanks very much, Manny, for the good time here with you. And I see you guys soon in front on next week.
Ooh, that's going to be exciting. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with quarterfinal number 1 coming up next.
And we're back, and I am having such a pleasure to have to my left the one and only Mr. Dave Hubbard.
Yeah, pleasure to be with you, Nuno Cardoso. We're stoked. Let's get right out into the water. We are going to be surfing the quarterfinals of the Pro Junior division. And even though we have 3 names on the screen, I thought this was a 4-man matchup, but I guess we'll have to wait and see exactly about that. 25-minute heat for the quarterfinals. All the Pro Juniors heats, maybe all the way up until the semifinals, will be 25 minutes today, Nuno.
Yeah, for sure, and you're quite right on that one, Dave. This is a 4-man heat, and we do have in red Joaquin Soto, one of the title contenders for this year's World Tour Championship in the Pro Junior division, as well Mateus Bastos in white, the Brazilian, still on a title on this year. Joining them is the Frenchman A.D. Mangino and Yon Neymar wearing the blue singlet. So 2 Frenchmen, 1 Brazilian, and 1 Chilean. We have a big battle in our hands, and up and riding is Joaquin Soto, Dave.
Yeah, he just does an adjustment there before finding a nice section and a cool flip on the end section. Good call from Joaquin Soto to make that little line adjustment. We'll see it here. He bottom turns. There's when he decides that that's the section he's ultimately going to hit. So Joaquin Soto with a nice one.
Yeah, nice wave to start off his campaign here on the first heat of the quarterfinals of the Pro Junior division. Joaquin Soto is placing 5th right now in the rankings. This is the Pro Junior division, of course, and he still has the title shot. Same thing with Mateus Bastos from Brazil, the rider in white. But it looks like with all of the rest of the riders advancing to the quarterfinals, looks like Joaquin Soto just missed that chance.
Yes, I do believe in round number 1, we did see 2 riders being removed from the possible World Tour Pro Junior title race. So let's see now, Mateus Bastos, he is still in the race, and he throws a nice clean roll, but just gets jostled off on the landing of that one. Incomplete ride for Mateus Bastos.
A lot of speed off of that bottom turn as we see the replay from Mateus Bastos. He knows he wants to go for that section, goes for a nice cylindrical roll there. Unfortunately, the landing was kind of strange. He was not able to complete that move, so he needs to pedal out the back and find another similar wave, because that was a very good wave, Dave. Meanwhile, the score for Joaquin just dropped on that nice backflip on the right-hander, and it was a 5.5. So good way for Joaquin to start his campaign against the Brazilian and the two French.
Yeah, this is going to be a terrific quarterfinal matchup. Of course, the top two riders from the quarterfinals will be moving on in to the semifinals, one step closer to that final. We're going to stick with the four-man format, the four-rider format through each of the heats in the Pro Junior division. But as we get to the end of the day and we surf the women's pro finals, those will be one-on-one matchups. Let's take a look at Matthias up on this right-hander. Lots of speed. He's flying and finds a nice section to do an invert off of. But again, just not being able to pull that off.
Yeah, unfortunately for Mateus Bastos, not getting the landing on those last two moves. A nice cylindrical roll, and now a very tweaked invert, off of the hand of this right-hand section as we watch the APB replay here. Unfortunately for Mateus Bastos, his first two waves will not go into their scoreboard if he wants to keep those hopes of advancing to the semifinals. We'll still need to wait to see this heat unfold, but I'll bet you that both the Frenchman and the Chilean will post some high scores, taking those top two places that will allow him to advance into the semifinals, Dave.
That's what they're going to be going for as they continue to push through the 20 minutes that are remaining in this Pro Junior quarterfinal heat number one. And it does look like we have the beach interview getting set up down there on the beach. So once we get the final call, we will be able to send it down to Vilma, and it does look like she is ready. So take it away, Vilma.
Yes, I'm ready here with the winner of the last heat. He just did an amazing invert in that ride, so he's gonna talk to us about that. How was it, that ride?
Bueno,
Esa derecha.
Una derecha muy buena. Logré conectar un invert y ahí obtuve el mayor puntaje de la manga. Así que feliz de pasar a la siguiente manga contra competidores muy buenos y ojalá seguir avanzando hasta lo que más se pueda, con los mejores.
Yes, he's very happy to advance as far as he can. He can go straight to the final. That's what he is hoping for. He is also happy because of that invert. That was very good. And you were going to say something? ¿Quieres decir algo más?
Pucha, mandar un saludo a los chilenos que mandan la vibra y los que están apoyando acá. El apoyo es grande, así que se siente acá. Y vibra para los chilenos nomás, que siguen en competencia. Eso.
Siga la competencia. Back to you guys.
Thanks for that lovely interview, Vilma. That's a very Christian Tapia, the rider from Chile out of Concon, and he will be advancing into the quarterfinals. Right now, in the water, also Chilean, Joaquin Soto leading this heat on the strength of his first wave of a 5.5. Meanwhile, in second, Mateus Bastos, with those two incomplete moves, will made them advancing to second position and waiting still for their first waves, both the Frenchmen up and riding Eddie Manginot.
And wow, big roll there from Eddie Maginot. What a terrific ride so far, but he's not done yet, Nuno. He's still streaking across this left-hander, throws a reverse, and gets caught.
And meanwhile, up in the booth, we're getting sweet out by the Chapman boys out of UK. Thanks for tuning in, listening to our commentating.
And bringing pastel de natas, delivering them straight to Manny. So the third delivery of the day of pastel de natas being enjoyed by Manny as he inhales one. Whoa, I didn't even see him chew. His jaw went open. The pastel nata went in and down. Yeah. So it was terrific for Manny Vargas to get hooked up by the Chapman boys of the UK. Thank you so much. And, of course, that was a quick replay while we were talking about pastel de natas of Eddie Maginot getting a 5-point ride on his last ride.
That was a nice ride. He was able to find a roll section there on that left-hander and still come with a reverse spin a little bit further down the line of that left-hander as she hit the inside banks here at Praia do Norte. He posted a 5 and moves up to second position. Now holding priority is Johan Aymar, still trying to find his first wave in this heat, and he will need to wait for a set to pound once again the sands here at the Praia do Norte so he can post his first score.
Yeah, he's being patient out there. Jan Aymar is being just very selective, but he should be cautious about how selective he is because, boy, at least 8 minutes have ticked down thus far in this heat. So, yeah, there's only 16 minutes remaining. So, I mean, about, a third of this heat has gone by, Nuno. And without a ride ridden, it's tricky territory because we have seen some lulls. I got the chance to talk to Tanner McDaniel after his round 1 heat, and he did mention there was quite a lull that occurred during his heat. So he was stoked that right off the bat he was able to get 2 scores that were able to kind of keep him calm throughout that long lull in the center of the heat. So I think just a word of caution to the juniors out there. I know they can't hear me, but staying active is gonna pay off today.
And having a look at this one, both right and left. On the right and there it is Joaquim Soto, the rider in the red singlet, trying to go over that section but not generating enough speed to reach the end section and pull out a move. We did see the rider in yellow going for the left-hander, and we'll have to wait for a replay of that wave to see what unfolded for Eddie Manginot from France, which is holding on to a 5-point wave as well and probably wants to back that up or even better it.
Indeed. So, as we've mentioned now, only 15 minutes remaining, and Joaquin was unable to really improve on that 5.5, but it is the best score of the heat thus far. With that and that 1-point ride, he sits in first position right now, but definitely a tight race between all these riders. We are seeing a nice wave come in. We might have Eddie and even Jan, but we'll stick with Eddie as he finds this left-hander here as we are just... looks like he did just kind of cut out of that one. So let's see Joaquim now up on this left as he does find a nice roll before he ends up getting out of that one. On this replay, we see that Joaquim hit that roll quite late, but pulled it. Oh, and then he gets actually tracked down by the whitewater. So actually will be deemed an incomplete by the judges because they picked up on what was a little bit tricky for us to see, that the wave definitely caught up to him and pulled him basically underneath the water, and incomplete for Joaquim.
Yes, that came out as 1.5. Joaquin getting busy on this one and already has 3 waves under his belt alongside Eddie Manginot, the Frenchman who's holding on to second position and going for his first wave. Johan Aymar from France opting to go to the left on this set wave, and he pushes through a roll and is still going, trying to find something more on that wave, but unfortunately for him, he needs to get out the back and wait for the score of that wave.
And we will patiently wait for the score as Jan Aymar is still very patient in this heat. That was his first ride. We are getting quite close to being halfway through this heat, and we are going to see what he was able to produce on that opening ride, as the other riders have gotten on the board a few times. That was Jan's first wave. It does come in 3.75 for that ride.
Yeah, we can see the riders paddling out the back as some sets approaching, and we hear whistles coming from the beach, probably from his friends or even coaches that are watching very carefully. And there goes Eddie Manginot, the Frenchman, going for a roll there, trying to hold on to that move and pushing it through the wide foam, but unfortunately it looks like it's an incomplete move, Dave.
And yeah, just unfortunate that he wasn't able to pull that one off, but a good effort nonetheless. But we do apparently have a little bit of a situation change now.
Yeah, looks like Mateus Bastos just got a wave on that set and posted a 5.5. Meanwhile, up and right, Johan Aymar, Dave.
He's got a nice bottom turn. He actually throws a through the lip ARS. This was a nice score. It's probably even going to put him all the way from 4th up into 1st position. We'll have to wait and see. But it did appear that with a strong ride would get him there.
Yeah, definitely. And you can hear the French contingent here present at Praia do Norte cheering for that last wave over Johan Aymar with that nice ARS. We are waiting for scores on that one. 11 minutes remaining, and also the APB Tour replay as we see Johan Aymar pulling that ARS move to a completion, and he will back up now even better than 375 in my opinion, and this 375 will be his backup. Let's see, because he was on the hunt for a 326 to take 2nd place, but he now just took the lead, Dave.
Yeah, 7-point ride for Jan Aymar for that last ride. It skyrockets him from 4th to 1st. Patience paying off now that he got active. So that 375 actually set him up in the position that he needed to be to access his last ride, which was a 7-pointer. And Mateus Bastos, to get into that 1st position, is going to need a 5.26. To get into an advancing position, Joaquim only needs a 2.01, and Eddie Maginot needs a 2.51. We'll mention almost all of these riders still to get a substantial backup score. So the 2nd score counting for each of these 4 riders is actually pretty low.
Yeah, definitely. We got 3 riders with a wave on the 5-point range and 1 with a 7-point ride. That's Johan Aymar currently leading the heat. And second now is Mateus Bastos on the strength of that 5.5, backing it up with a 2 points. And we can see Mateus Bastos lifting his hand in the air, so he can get some information from the judges setting by our beach commentator, so he knows what's the situation in this heat, and we can watch the blue rider paddling very hard to get into this wave, and it looks like a closeout for him.
Yeah, he got hung up at the top of that one as he had been waiting ages to muscle in. Also muscling into this one is Mateus Bastos. He does get in there, but he is only able to find a soft roll. Throws a nice forward spin afterwards, and even another one. So that'll get rid of his 2, and he will kind of solidify his spot in 2nd. But these waves keep coming in. You've been watching it quite a while today, Nuno, from the terrific view right behind us here at Praia do Norte. The waves are pretty good.
Yeah, the waves are cranking. We've been watching that unfolding all week, and we saw even a couple of days with 15-foot faces and 20-foot faces that we did not run the comp. And besides those days, Praia do Norte did deliver very, very excellent conditions, I can call it that, and today is not an exception. The swell dropped a little bit, but conditions are glassy and super clean and super contestable for this young riders to attack the waters here at Nazare.
Yeah, terrific stuff. We're so stoked for these Groms to be able to surf amazing conditions like this. Up and riding is Mateus Bastos, but we're showing you the replay of his previous ride as he was able to do a roll, and it does look like he's going to get a 3.8, sorry, for his last ride. And let's see out the back, Eddie Maginot paddling for this one.
He now needs a 4.31 if he wants to move into 2nd place. This wave will not cut it out for him, as he just got out of that one, and he needs to paddle out the back and find that 4.31 that we mentioned before. right now. APB replay of the last wave of Mateus Bastos going for a nice roll on that right-hander, and we're still waiting for the score of this wave to drop.
Yep, it might now be enough to attack that lead held by Jan Aymar. He needs a 5.26 to do it. Jan Aymar still can improve on that 3.75 quite easily if he gets an opportunity in the next 6.5 minutes or so. Joaquim Soto needs a 4.61 before the last score of Mateus comes in. Joaquim Soto up and riding now.
Yeah, this is Joaquim Soto, currently sitting in third place in this heat, and he already pulled through a roll, coming with a nice spin there and still going, but unfortunately at the end, not much of a punch there, and he was not able to do a move there. Up and riding, it is Eddie Manginot from France, the rider in yellow, going for a nice reverse air there, and he lands on the back wave. Let's see what the judges think of this 6 minutes remaining replay from the rider in red, Dave.
And you could see at the start of that, he put his legs in, and what that does is kind of slow you down. Then he brought his legs back out so he could attack that first roll. Quick spin before coming to this end section, and bank reverse attempt there. Here's the replay of Eddie Manginot as he went for that air reverse, tons of speed and flight. He gets off the back of the wave though and tries to muster up a bunch of paddling technique to try to continue on, but ends up being an incomplete ride for Eddie.
Yeah, that is correct, and the color of his vest is yellow, like the color of mustard, like you mentioned, and probably that wave won't be deemed as a complete move as it just come out as a 2-point. He still needs to back up that 5, and meanwhile the scores drop for the last wave of Mateus Bastos. That roll on the right-hander scored him a 4.6. He still remains in second place, but he better off his total score of 2 waves. Meanwhile, up and riding is the rider in blue, opting to go to the right end this time and goes for a nice roll there. And it probably will get rid of his 3.75 and even improve his situation and assuming the lead in this heat, Dave.
Yeah, on that replay we see that he did attack that lip very nicely. Nice smooth roll. It will improve on that 3.75, and he will continue to strengthen his position in this heat. And as we mentioned, such a slow start for Jan Aymar, almost not even riding any waves in the first half of the heat, and then really coming to life in the second half of this heat. Now with 5 minutes remaining, he's sitting in the lead. He got a 5.65 for that last ride. Matthias now needing a 7.16 to attack the lead, and Joaquim Soto needing a 4.61 to get into second spot. Eddie Manginot needing a 5.11 to get into second spot.
As we watch once again this replay from Jan Aymar's last wave, that 5.65 that just dropped, and it will be improving a situation in the lead of this heat. For those who don't know, Jan Aymar is 16 years old, hails from Biarritz, the south of France. He just won this year the Vancourt Cup in France, of course, and he is doing a great job in advancing to the semi-finals alongside so far Mateus Bastos, the rider from Brazil in white, still in a title contention this year's for the Pro Junior World title. And in third place, Joaquim Soto, starting off well this heat with a 5.5, backing it up with his last wave, a 3.75, but not enough as he needs a 4.61. And we watch, wow, that was Jan Aymar stamping his authority on this heat, Dave.
That was a huge flip, and as we watch in the replay, we're going to see the amount of projection and height he gets. Just a quick equipment adjustment. Looks like he's grabbing onto a fin, but he swoops across this one, hits it perfectly. Beautiful flight. Jan Aymar with a very progressive flip maneuver, and unable to complete it, but he's still sitting very comfortably at this stage in the lead of this heat. Mateus Bastos, he's in the hunt for a Pro Junior World title. He needs to make it out of this quarterfinal into the semis if he wants to do that. Joaquim Soto, who after round 1 no longer has a mathematical shot at that world title, but he still wants to make it as far as he can and win this Nazare Pro for the Pro Junior division. He only needs a 4.61 to do it. Even Eddie Mangino is not outside of the picture yet. 2 minutes remaining. 5.11 will be enough for him to move on at this stage.
Yeah, we do remember we have 4-man heats, like you can see on your screen. The top 2 will advance into the semifinal rounds, as this is the quarterfinals heat number 1 unfolding here with less than 2 minutes right now, 1 minute and 30 seconds to be precise, and both riders standing in second, third, and fourth position have a 5-point score under the belt, but outstanding performance from Johan Aymar from France, the rider in blue. Solid lead so far with a 7-point and a 5.65, leaving the rest of his opponents to battle it out for a second place. But like you said, Dave, it's still plenty of time for Joaquin Soto and Eddie Mangino to get access to those two for places that will advance into the semifinals.
And on the outside looking in right now, Joaquin Soto fading far on this right-hander. He does find one roll. He wants to put at least one more on there. And he's flicking his hair all over the place. Eddie Mangino getting a deep barrel here. And looks like he won't be completing that ride. Joaquin Soto ended up riding that wave pretty far in. He needs only a 4.61. That could be enough.
20 seconds to go on this heat. What do you call as this wave score-wise as we watch the replay a 2-roll combo wave, Dave?
I mean, that's right on the cusp. I mean, that could be right something close.
And that it is. It just dropped 4.8, and he took away that second place away from Masos Bastos. Big upset in the first heat of the round of the quarterfinals, Dave. And it looks like it's Johan Aymar from France and Joaquin Soto from Chile advancing into the first... not the first heat, but will advance into the semifinals. So don't go anywhere, as we'll be back with more live action, the Nazare Pro 2016, right after this. And we're back into live action. We can see a paddle battle there, and taking the best of it is Nelson Flores, already putting into a barrel there, combining it with a nice reverse and still going for a roll. Fortunately, last move he was not able to land, but we got a cracker in our hands. Joining me now is Tessa McKenna, once again back in the booth.
Bom dia, Nunito, as we see the, and everybody watching the replay right here now at Praia de Norte for the final day of what's been an incredible competition for the 2016 Nazare Pro. A little cloudier today, and the waves are smaller, but very clean, and this is really suited towards these young guys as we check the replay.
Yeah, this is the replay of the rider in red, Nelson Flores from Chile. going for brokes on that first wave. We did see a replay from the rider in blue, Pedro Machado from Portugal, going for an invert there on that right-hander, but unfortunately getting a little bit stuck there, and did manage to land that move, but I don't think that will be a big score for Pedro Machado, but it's good for him to get something under his belt in the beginning of this season.
Absolutely. Well, you can see those scores just rolling into the moment. So it is Nelson Flores in the lead and sitting on a pretty nice healthy 6-point ride. You got Machado in second. Dave Vedder currently sitting in third. No scores locked in for Socrates Santana, who's now holding on to priority, and plenty of time remaining for the defending world.
Yeah, and Socrates Santana must be feeling a little bit sad right now as he watched his best friend being knocked out in the first heat of the quarterfinals here at the Pro Juniors division, and that is all over for Mateus Bastos from Brazil on his title hopes of a world champion Pro Junior title.
Oh wow! Sorry, I didn't check out the last one, but we'll just.
Yeah, we'll get back into this, and looks like we have some technical problems. I don't know if we're back on with our voices, but if we are, we will continue to be commentating on the current situation. This is heat number 2 of the quarterfinals, Pro Junior division, right out in the water. We got a Chilean, 2 Portuguese, and 1 Brazilian, and one of these riders, which you all know who it is. It's Socrates Santana, still running for a title shot for the World Pro Junior Champion of the World.
All right, so it was Jon and Wahin that got through the first one, right? And so, yeah, that really spells bad news for Mateus Bastos. He's had a great year on this Pro Junior Series, but it has come to a close in the quarterfinals here at the Nazare Pro.
Up and riding, Pedro Machado, the Portuguese northern man, having a look at this rider, and a nice clean wall. He stalls for the barrel. Can he come out? This is going to be a great wave if he does come out of that one. Unfortunately for Pedro, getting stuck inside that barrel, and that will not help his campaign on attacking that first place that is held by Nelson Flores, the Chilean, with a red singlet. And talking about Nelson Flores, we have to check out here our sheet from our information that we gathered from Nelson, and he is actually lives in El Tabo, the 5th region, San Antonio, Chile. Chepic Point Club, and is under the coaching of Alex Castillo. So Alex Castillo doing a great job with his Chilean young guns, as we see Nelson Flores having a look at that right-hander, but unfortunately not able to get into that. But is already holding on to a 6-point wave and is looking good. Yeah. Back on. Woo. Chile, Portugal, and Brazil battling it out here. Heat number 2, quarterfinals of the Pro Junior division. Leading Nelson Flores from Chile, red singlet. In second, currently, Pedro Machado from Portugal, yellow. David Vedder from Portugal, and Socrates Santana from Brazil.
And we are on with the winner of the last heat. The French juniors are on fire. How was it out there? Comment faut
Bah, ça va bien, je suis super content de mon hit, avec vraiment des bonnes vagues. J'ai beaucoup stressé, mais c'est passé finalement, donc je suis content.
Okay, he's very happy. He was a little bit stressed, but he's very happy to win his heat. You did a huge RS. Unfortunately, you didn't land, but it was amazing. Everybody here was cheering.
Bah, je savais qu'il fallait que je score une vague pour passer mon hit et j'ai réussi à le plaquer et voilà.
And you just overcome Mateus Bastos. He was a world title contender, and it's unfortunate for him. He's out of the competition because of that, because of you.
Bah, c'est cool d'avoir gagné un gars un gars comme ça parce qu'il score vraiment dans toutes les vagues presque et voilà quoi.
Of course, he's happy to win Mateus, and he's very happy overall, and is hoping to get as far as he can. Okay, back to you guys.
All right, thank you very much. Vilma having a little chat, and gee, I tell you what, the Frenchies, they're on fire here today, aren't they?
Yeah,
Absolutely
for sure.
nailing it.
Big contingent from France this year. I'm so happy to see this pro juniors attack the waters here at Praia do Norte Nazare, especially today. The conditions are excellent for today's competition, and meanwhile on fire as well. We just saw a replay of Socrates Santana going for a huge backflip on a left-hander, and we're waiting for the scores on that one. Meanwhile, I want to thank once again the Chapman boys from UK bringing in the goods. That pastel de nata was delicious, Tessa.
Absolutely, yeah. Thank you very much to the Chapo crew, and of course to those guys over in the UK with their podcast, the Biscuit Diaries, doing a fantastic job as well. And some really cool stuff happening. They just went over to Ireland recently, did a whole bunch of interviews, so make sure you check it out. Look for those guys and their podcast. That is the Biscuit Diaries for all you people hanging around and watching from the UK.
So you see, if you have a Wi-Fi connection, you please do check that, the Biscuit Diaries, and thanks for the Chapman boys once again. Delicious pastel de nata, one of the sweetest pastries we have here, and very hard to avoid. Huh?
You're talking to someone that has a real big problem in that area. Literally.
Yeah, Tessa was trying to resist the pastel de nata, but unfortunately for the pastel de nata, got swollen up by big Tessa here. That was confessing me that put on 1 or 2 kilos, but it's dropping them out as he's soon going back to Australia to see his son getting married.
Yeah, that's right. He's getting married pretty soon. So, anyways, we go back to the action here. Socrates Santana, first wave, 7.25. So, he had a bit of a sleepy start to this heat, but he's come back pretty strong. Nelson Flores in the red singlet, Rojo de Chile, currently sitting on a pretty good score. He's got a 6.0. And then you got Machado and Vedder, the two Portuguese riders, only posting 3s and 1s and 2s. So they got a bit of work to do at the moment for blue and yellow.
Yeah, David Vedder, the rider in yellow, now in 4th place, he still needs to post a decent score there, and but he only needs a 5.01 to take away that 2nd place away from Nelson Flores with a strong start. But going back to David Vedder, the coaches, João Barciela, a.k.a. Joffe, and Zolt, they are the coaches for David Vedder back in Carcavelos near Lisbon, and they run the Pure Emotion Bodyboard School. And we do need to mention that David Vedder is a Sub-12 and Sub-14 national youth champion, so is now competing here at a world stage in the pro junior division, and we want to see David maybe getting a chance to attack those 2 first positions and advance to the semifinals.
All right, well, Dave has first priority. The wave's just kind of slowing down a little bit because it was a 10 o'clock high tide, low tide happening around 5 o'clock this afternoon. Don't forget, also coming up, speaking of this afternoon, we will see the women in action. The podium final will be Joanna Shank taking on Neymar Cavallo, and the main event final, Isabella Souza, the world current women's champion, will take on the former 2-time women's champion, Alexandra Rinda. That's going to be a great battle.
Can't wait for that one, because if Isabella wins, she's going to do a perfect season. But meanwhile, up in the water, oh my God, Socrates Santana, once again, backflip, the go-to move by Socrates Santana, looking very strong in this heat. And as we watch the replay, he lands that one pretty fast and kicks out of that one.
Yeah, lovely stuff there from Socrates, and as we said, a really cool story surrounding that guy. That's David Vedder, and here's the replay. Vedder just driving off the bottom, waiting for that wave to lip up. Good, strong maneuver through the pocket, but it looks like Dave a little tied up, but eventually finds his way out of the froth, and judges do take that stuff into consideration. Nuno, if you get a little sticky on those turns, sometimes you'll get a couple of points shaved off.
Of course, clean landings is what judges are looking for to see from these riders. Meanwhile, having a look at this rider, this is Nelson Flores going for his second wave. Nice clean backflip there. Little slow turn, but he did manage to complete that move, and that's a great score to post to back up that 6 point that he had early in this heat.
That's right. Okay, well, here is the replay. Santana, just a little throwaway score there, so that won't feature in the top two. But I hope you enjoy the action, folks. It's coming to a close today, and it's kind of a bit of a sad moment, really, because I've been here in Portugal for a month, and I'm going to be heading home tomorrow the next day. Here's Red up and running, so that's the replay for Nelson Flores. We'll wait and see what the judges gave him for that one, but it's been a really successful Portuguese Triple Crown. Nunita, we started off in Sintra. We got some really nice waves there this year, and a big shout out to Roman Alvarez and João Campos and all the team who do a great job. It's the 21st running of Sintra, so those guys have been the greatest supporters of the World Tour. More than anyone in the world, because clearly that contest has run longer than any other one without any breaks. So thank you very much to Sintra. Then we went up to Vienna. I loved going back to Vienna this year. We had some really fun waves at Arda Beach, and there was a lot of swell up there, so it really turned it on. And thank you very much to Joe and all the guys, Joe Zamet and Diogo and all the guys from Surfing Vienna who did a fantastic job. We had a conference up there. It went really well. And back down here to Nazare for the third and final event. It's been awesome. I've been traveling around with the same team with Leon and Tommy Wilson, all the judges. Vilma Vincente has been cruising along with us and that. So we've really formed like a little family here, and of course catching up with you at the last couple. So, it's really cool just to have such good people to work with, and great promoters, great waves, and I love Portugal.
Yeah, it's a pleasure to have you here, guys, and we'll be seeing you next year, of course, as well. And it's just to show that Portugal is such a world power regarding bodyboard. We have 3 World Tour events here this year, and probably we could have even more with the conditions that are on offer here in the Portugal coast, with the likes like I would just suggest like Super Tubos in Peniche.
Sure.
So if the mayor is listening to us, that's Tosé Correia,
Sure.
a very, very, very cool guy.
Antonio.
No, Tosé Correia, yeah, Antonio,
Yeah.
But the nickname was, because it's Antonio José,
Yeah.
and usually when you're Antonio José, we just shut it out to Tosé.
Right,
And,
gotcha.
so it's really easy, so it's Tosé Correia. Big shout outs to all the locals in Peniche as well. There's a big bodyboarding community there, and I think they will be so glad if the APB World Tour at the stop there, because they have that beautiful beach of Super Tubos, and also on the north side of the peninsula, a long stretch of beach breaks that are really, really good and at certain conditions. So it would be great to see a World Tour stop there.
Well, that's back to the live action now. That is Pedro Machado rolling off the end of that one. So scores came through for Nelson Flores, the Chilean, dropping a 6.50. Socrates Santana has got 2 pretty good scores in so far, 7.25 and 6.35. Take us through this one.
Yeah, this is Pedro Machado. I think so for decent score in this. He goes for a nice roll there. Unfortunately, they could not land that move, and I don't know why, because Pedro Machado is very, very efficient on the left-handers, but was not able to make that move. Pedro Machado, like we mentioned earlier, coming from the north of Portugal, is under the wing of none other than Manuel Centeno and Nuno Azevedo. But meanwhile, up in riding, this is David Vedder having a look at this left-hander. Nice spin there, still trying to connect this wave all the way into the inside, finding a section there, but unfortunately for David, the wave didn't offer much. But going back to Pedro Machado, sorry, Teza, is under the wings of none other than Manuel Centeno and Nuno Azevedo, like I mentioned, and he rides for the Linha da Onda, which is the school that Manelo and Nuno have up in the north of Portugal, and they're doing a great job with some of these kids. Meanwhile, the replay from David.
All right, well, here goes Vedor. Just a nice little spin there. So this kid's got some skills clearly, and he's getting some really good instruction. My observation of this ride, and quite often you see a lot of young guys make the same mistake, is sometimes it's better to just surf the water immediately in front of you rather than look too far down the line. Sometimes you can surf through sections, get to the end, and you won't be rewarded. But there's a nice little just single manoeuvre there. At the moment, Socrates Santana still in the lead. It is Nelson Flores sitting in second. David Vedor in third. He's in yellow. And again, the replay for this guy in the white singlet.
Opting to go left once again, I would believe that's the strongest side of Pedro Machado, pulling out a roll, but meanwhile up and riding, getting some barrel time. This is Socrates Santana, still reigning Pro Junior World Champ, and he combos that barrel with the nice reverse and is still going on the wave, stalling, waiting for momentum, putting on a regular spin there and still rolling it into the sand. And there's a nice ride from Socrates Santana, currently leading this heat.
That's right, and he's going to only improve his situation, you can imagine. Let's check the APB replay in this one. So Santana parks it in the tube on the outside section. Pretty clean little come out. It kind of chandeliered a little bit, but a sweet reverse. And then he kind of pushed this one right the way through. This is where all those years at Posto Cinco come into play, being able to push through that fat little section with another spin. And then he just consolidated by putting the magic sauce on with a little floppo onto the sand.
Yeah, for sure. If you don't know the rider in the white singlet, I'm going to tell you, is the reigning Pro Junior World Champ of 2015, that is, and is still on the battle for the same title this year, and he hails from Posto Cinco in Rio de Janeiro. Shoutouts to Steven Jackson for sure tuning in live right now, watching Socrates, and he comes from the bodyboarding school of Guilherme Tamga, no other than six-time world champ Guilherme Tamga, and his coaches are Diego Roberto and Francis Le Ferreira, probably tuning in as well, making sure that Socrates Santana gets that positive vibe for him to advance right now into the semis.
Well, he's looking pretty good, isn't he? That is for sure. Coming up in the next one, another of the front runners in the Pro Junior title. We're going to see Tanner McDaniel taking on Matthew Aguirre. As we go back to a bit of live action in the blue singlet. Machado, that is a nice little wave right there from Pedro.
And he combos with the
roll. Well, he tried to just get a little greedy at the end there, and he's unfortunately just copped the lip on the head there. But we might have a look at the replay here and just tell us what happened.
Yeah, his last wave was a 4 point, so it helped out a situation. Meanwhile, he got this beautiful ride, and not the biggest wave of the set, but it was riding the barrel for so long. If he stuck to riding the barrel, probably would have come out of that one and impressed a little bit more the judges. The wave just dropped at a 3.25 and is not going to improve his situation. He's now currently standing in third position, but needs a big score of 8.51 to take away that second place away from Nelson Flores. That's playing a very safe game. He caught a 6-point wave just in the beginning of the way, and mid through this heat, he caught a 6.5 and just standing there, holding on to priority, 4 minutes remaining.
All right, so they're well summed up there, mate. In heat number 3 of the quarterfinals, we will see Tanner McDaniel from Hawaii came into this event here at Nazare, leading the rankings. He'll be joined by the young French guy, Matthew Aguirre, also taking on Carlos Lorenzo from Spain and Alfonso Silva from Portugal. So stick around, lots of action coming your way, folks, here at the final day of the 2016 Nazare Pro.
Yeah, this has been an amazing week here at Nazare. And meanwhile, we're just watching Alex Leon, Jeb Herbert, and Manny V going for another pastel de nata. These things have been raining down here at the commentary
Take it easy,
booth.
you guys. You'll end up looking like me.
And as soon as the set approaches, we can see the riders getting into position and having a look at this one. This is David Vedder in combination situation right now. 3 minutes remaining. David, what can you do? Going for a nice ARS attempt there, but getting stuck. No.
He might have actually come out of that.
Yeah,
you know what? He did kind of finish off.
David Vedder is a magician. We saw him previously pulling out that ARS, getting a little bit stuck, and this time a little bit similar, not as stuck, but he did pull that move.
All right, so Dave Vedder, big move on the outside, and looks like he got kind of caught up in the lip there, but eventually kicked his way out of the froth, and you can see him just exit. So although it's a completed ride, it's not going to really be enough to get him out of trouble. A 3.15 for Vedder's last wave. And Nuno, what's he actually chasing to go up into second?
Right now, he just came out of the combination situation there with that last wave of the 315, but he now needs a 936, a big toll for the young David there. But we see Socrates Santana, the leader of this heat, getting some shade, backflipping that wave, and backflipping it again. This is the reigning World Pro Junior champion, putting on a show for us here in the quarterfinals and stamping his authority over every opponent that he faces.
Absolutely, and just getting a sweet combo on this wave. You thought just when he'd finished with it, he'd just really milking that one right the way through to shore. For every single point, he's just wringing it out there like a wet towel. So we'll just wait and see what the judges thought about that stuff.
Yeah, that was amazing. Probably one of the best surfed waves so far in this day. But meanwhile, up and running, this is Pedro Machado. Wow, nice invert there. And probably this will help his campaign in this heat. I don't think that's going to be the 8.51 that he needs, but I'm not a judge. But that definitely will be a helper in his chances of overthrowing Nelson Flores in that second place position.
Yeah, insane. Let's wait for the judges to come back on the replay with this one. This, of course, is Pedro Machado. And he got a real nice single move off the end of that. And we'll see what was he chasing? What was the score required for Pedro?
8.51. We're waiting on the scores to drop for the rider in blue, young Pedro Machado from the north of Portugal. And let's see if the situation changes. Oh my God, a lot of intensity in this last seconds of this heat. We could see David Vedder having a look at that wave. 30 seconds. Once again, the replay. Nice wave from the young Portuguese rider. This was a very good invert extended. You could see his legs flying, showing some projection up in the air and up in front of the wave as well.
Well, he was chasing big numbers. At the moment, it's Socrates Santana in the lead, Nelson Flores in second, Pedro Machado in third, David Vettel in fourth. I don't think too much is going to change here, but we're going to see one of the front runners, Tanner McDaniel, taking on some real good qualifiers in the next heat here at the final day of the Nazare Pro here at Pride of North. So I think that's how it's going to finish. Socrates and Nelson rolling on through.
We're still waiting on the scores of that last wave of blue and the last wave of Socrates Santana. That little barrel with 2 backflips was a 7.15. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this commercials, so stay tuned.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the 2016 Nazare Pro. Dave Hubbard joined alongside the man, the myth, the legend himself, Mike Stewart. Thanks so much for joining us, Mike. How you doing this morning?
I'm doing good, Dave. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, of course. How do you feel the waves are?
It's super clean out there right now, like really good. Some of the best conditions I think we've had this whole contest holding period so far. What would you say?
Yeah, it's beautifully glassy, and we are seeing fireworks out in the water. Big scores just were dropped for the previous quarterfinals, and it did look like making it on from that one was Socrates Santana and Nelson Flores. The heat just began for the third quarterfinal, so let's get out into the action and see what's going to go down here. Take us through who we have in this heat, Mike.
Well, we have a few local riders from Europe. I'm not sure if I'm gonna pronounce his name correctly. I can get his first name. Matthew Aguirre from France. Carlos Lorenzo from Spain, and Alfonso Silva from Portugal. All three of those riders representing the European Union, so to speak. And then from the lone Hawaiian from Hawaii, Tanner McDaniel, who is shooting for his title, his first World Junior Pro Championship title this year. So it's going to be a full battle. You know, all these heats have super significant title consequences and career consequences for that matter. You know?
Potentially, yeah, for sure.
I mean, these are big heats, and they'll be putting it all on the line. You're going to see some pretty. One thing I really enjoy about these junior heats is you have different new perspectives on wave riding from these young riders. A lot of times they're going to be drawing different lines, different moves. They might be approaching things a little bit in a different way that you might suspect from a more seasoned rider. And so, you know, it's kind of good to keep an eye on that and just see what's happening there. A lot of times there's new moves that come as a result of those. So that's something I really enjoy watching with these junior heats.
And on that topic, Mike, do you think that comes from not only the bodyboarders they're watching, but potentially sometimes the people who are coaching them and the mentors that they have?
Yeah, well, I think that's definitely has a big impact on them. I mean, here we go. Up and riding is blue. Alfonso goes for a roll right in the pocket there. Tries the bottom turn around it. Trying to find another section here. Quick spin in the pocket. Kicking. Kind of died out there in a little dead zone, a little full spot there and a little bit deeper.
But Alfonso getting on the board first, striking first blood in this heat. And we are going to go to an interview down there with Vilma. So I think she's ready. Take it away, Vilma.
Yes, I am. And I'm here with a very happy Socrates Santana. Is even closer to the title now. Agora está cada vez mais perto do título.
Sim, estamos bem mais perto do título. Agora eu me superei, agora eu mostrei um pouco do meu surf, eu tive boas ondas nessa bateria e só quero melhorar cada vez mais e o título está perto. E eu tô sentindo um gostinho e eu tô cada vez mais motivado. E obrigado pela torcida aos brasileiros, meus familiares e a todos os meus apoiadores.
Okay, he feels that in this heat he showed his really potential and he scored good waves out there, so he's very happy to be closer and closer to the title. He's gonna push harder and harder every heat, and he's very happy and he's showing his appreciation to everyone that is supporting him back in Brazil. So go Brazil!
Valeu, galera!
Back to you guys.
Socrates Santana is fired up to get to the semi-finals. So he made it out of his quarterfinal heat, and he will find himself into the semi-finals, one step closer to the potential dream of chasing that world title in the Pro Junior division. And the other rider left in that title race is in this quarterfinal. It's Tanner McDaniel.
Here we go, up and riding blue. This was Alfonso from Portugal. Got a second wave, looks like it bettered his first wave. He's at a 5.25 and 4.75. So he's got a commanding lead at the moment with 20 minutes to go. What do you think about that strategy compared to, say, sitting and waiting out here in particular?
It has gone either way. One of the previous heats we saw, a rider sit for 10 minutes. He ended up winning the heat because he got active in the later half. But throughout the event and even previous events, that active strategy, starting off active and continuing to take waves and trying to build on each score can also pay off. So we've seen a bit of both, and on a day like today, similar to yesterday, I was speaking with Jeff before one of my heats, and I said that I was going to be actively selective. So I was going to try to mesh those two theories together, where I was going to be active but also selective at the same time, but not too much of either one. Let's see Tanner.
Here's Tanner McDaniel, his first wave, gets into the barrel. if you get out of this thing, yeah, it looks like you just see the tail of this board does a roll there just off the tip of your screen. So that was a nice opener for Tanner. Nothing too crazy, but a good opening, strong first wave.
Yeah, and I liked how he took off behind the curl on that one and backdoored that section, as we say. We call it backdooring a section when you come in from kind of behind the initial throw of the lip when the wave starts to barrel. And, you know, I feel that that approach on these left-handers is definitely the way to do it. So here we have Tanner, going
McDaniel.
again.
Yep. Oh, yeah, up and riding. Scoops into that ball. Pretty clean barrel. He stalls it and rolls on his way out. And as I was mentioning, not a massive wave, not an amazing move, but good base score.
9-point ride because of how long he was in the barrel and finishing it with a lip maneuver. So, you know, from our angle, the pan didn't quite follow him the whole time, but he did get a substantially long barrel. Alfonso Silva gets a through the lip ARS, you know, makes the most of that opportunity. So Tanner has really started to put pressure on the rest of the field as he has gotten one of the highest scores we've seen of today's action.
God,
and scores like that are out there.
Yeah, for sure. Well, he's glad I'm not a judge right now because I was not anticipating that high of a score. But I see how what you're saying is he did get a long barrel, which was sick. So he did stall it in there and extend it and then rolled out. That was sick, well ridden.
Yeah, well ridden wave, and I think it was, you know, a piece that, you know, piece of the puzzle that the judges haven't seen so much of maybe in the junior division. So a nice long barrel ride that's completed. You know, it showed him a different technical ability, exactly. So maybe that's part of the reason that we saw that score jump way into the excellent range for Tanner, as he certainly has put the pressure on the rest of the field in this quarterfinal. Now it's just a matter of backing that 9 up because, you know, it's likely that at least that 9 will be substantial for him to advance with as long as he can back it up. You know, we've had men's heats where having a 9 doesn't guarantee you advancement.
Having a 10 doesn't guarantee you advancement.
Yeah, like we saw with Dino Carmo, exactly that. So, you know, in a 4-man battle in these pro junior divisions, you know, if he's able to back up that 9, he should be able to find himself in the semis. But Carlos, Matthew, and Alfonso, very talented riders in their own respect. So we will wait and see what they're able to produce because the conditions could offer excellent scores for all of these riders.
Yeah, I think one thing this is really going to help Tanner's confidence in any event, you know. Because I notice in my heat, I don't know about you, Dave, but sometimes you take off on a wave and you just don't know how it's going to be scored. Like, you don't know what it looks like from the beach. You don't know if it's like where it stands. Like, you know, okay, you're going to get in the barrel. How long is that barrel? Okay, well, it seemed pretty good, but what is that exactly? And then the numbers come out and you're like, wow, that must have looked great. Or, oh, bummer, you know, it's not quite. So,
yeah.
In my case, it was more about being surprised. Like, I didn't expect some of the scores I got, but I was stoked.
Right.
What about your wave yesterday? I mean, that's gone viral on the internet, the big boost. That was a massive air, the biggest air of the event.
Thank you.
Tell me about that, Dave.
Yeah, I was super stoked on it, and I was having a real hard time hearing the score for that. So
what did you think when you did it?
I had a feeling that it was possible to get a 10-point ride, but at the same time, you know, I wasn't sure, and I was, you know, in the little bits of audio that I was hearing between duck dives and between the conditions, you know, I could have seen it being a variety of different numbers, but I was like, come on, just I want to hear what it was. Like, I think it could be the elusive perfect ride, and eventually I was able to hear that it had been judged a 10.
That was epic, and I enjoyed your unique and new claim technique, the double arm claim on the board, not in the air, but on the board.
Yeah, I was kind of
arms on the board.
Just
the seal
and yeah,
motion.
The little seal vibe. And Ryan Hardy said, "Oh, you must have gotten a great view of the beach from your new altitude with 2 arms straight up." But let's take a look at Carlos up and riding.
Carlos
he
pulling
just
in,
scoots under that one.
Yeah, it looked like that kind of ran away from him, and the way he was positioned on his board looked like he might not have had a lot of drive in that particular turn there. So he got caught up. The wave itself kind of crumbled and locked. Here we go, blue up and right. Alfonso looking for a section here. Gets a little bit of a jammer on the end of that. And here we go, Tanner McDaniel up and riding. Nice clean flip. Going for another quick board adjustment, goes into another roll. So nice little combination of moves there from Tanner McDaniel, the current Junior Pro Tour leader, to back up his 9-point ride. So he's looking pretty good at the moment. That was one of the more strong waves we've seen in this heat. So here he goes, bottom turn up, quick flip, real clean, gets back in control real quick, and then right back into a roll.
So a little flurry of waves coming in for a bunch of these riders, and Tanner McDaniel looking to get a backup on the board. We're still in the first half of this heat, so once we get the score, and it just dropped 7-5 for Tanner McDaniel, a solid backup. So he's backing up his 9 with what most riders are using as their top scoring ride today, and so that's putting everybody else in this heat in a combination situation to attack his first place position. At this point, it is a battle for second place. Second place will still advance into the semifinals, so Alfonso, Carlos, and Matthew right now are going to start edging each other, start trying to jockey for that second place spot in this heat so they can make it into the semifinals.
So I just noticed, you'll see these riders in the lineup, and they're listening to these scores, and you'll see changes in body English, and it's pretty defeating when a rider has 2 really strong scores and you haven't really been able to rack up one good one. What goes through your mind, Dave, in that situation?
And I was in that situation yesterday in the grand final with Pierre, where I hadn't gotten my heat started, and he had I think a mid-6, and then he got a 8-point ride, a 8.25 or something like that, and I was still yet to really get on the board. And yeah, there's it puts a bigger mountain to climb in front of you. So, and it just makes it more apparent. It becomes more real because you anticipate going up against really talented riders that they'll eventually put up a big number. But let's take a look at this one. Carlos Lorenzo.
Paddle battle, wins it, gets in there, gets a nice barrel ride on the right, looking for a section here. He's stalling for a section, sees it, pops a good little revert or a good little invert off of that thing.
That was cool. Carlos Lorenzo yet to really get on the board, so that'll be his best scoring ride, that quick pocket ride to fun little invert. And I think we may have had another ride. We'll see if we can pull it up on the replay. Take us through that fade.
He kind of faded at the beginning to position himself to get deep in this tube. Pulled in, and then the rest of the time here, he's just looking for that lip, looking for a section to convert that wave into some points. And that was not bad for that little wave. He got a little pop off of the end there.
Yeah, so now he will be looking to move a little bit closer to that second place position. He's in third right now, 5.9 for that. Let's see, Matthew Aguirre from France pulls a roll there, and is he going to be able to find the second piece of the puzzle? So he gets a 2-piece, 2-roll combination before diving out.
Yeah, that first roll was kind of nice extension to it, I would add. Yeah, so here he goes, bottom turns. Watch his extension here. He just kind of gets it, really extends it over, and then gets up to that next one. And that was more critical. That second was really like dumping closeout.
Yeah, it was indeed. So it is a battle for second spot as we are into the second half of this heat. Just a little over 10 minutes remaining now. Tanner McDaniel, 1 foot in the door of the semifinals. He's got a 9 and a 17.25. He's comboing that field for that first place position. Alfonso, Carlos, and Matthew all hunting for that second place position. And even though it's one of Manny's favorite topics, I do want to address that his third delivery of maybe even fourth delivery of pastel de natas came in the way of Jeff Hubbard bringing the whole production crew, because Manny does share. So when Manny gets a shipment and a delivery of these pastel de natas, he does share them with whoever is around here in the booth. And the most recent shipment just came in from Jeff Hubbard, bringing Manny his favorite pastry, and that was at least the second, third, maybe even fifth pastel de nata that he's had today. So even though his physical trainer isn't stoked on the amount of pastries he's consuming, you know, he's definitely going to treat himself because you can't get pastel de natas in San Diego, so he's going to enjoy them while he can. I know you've been enjoying the cuisine here in Portugal.
Yeah, it's been
and
amazing.
I know you love seafood, and what are some of your favorite dishes or at least ingredients that the Portuguese use in some of their meals
I
here?
wish I knew, because I would duplicate it, you know, wherever I go. It's so good. Yeah, it's just been, the food here is great. You know, I've had really good octopus, and that's like a kind of a thing. Sardines here, great. I mean, just food that I don't normally get other places I travel, and here it's just so good.
And it's so abundant. It's just like on the menu. It's not like a special thing where, you know, like you said, if we travel somewhere else, you'll be like, whoa, there's octopus or sardines on the
Yeah,
menu?
looks like Red's going to use this priority here. Tanner McDaniel up and riding on this right. Long, drawn-out bottom turn. Nice flip. Let's see if we can bring it around. It's going to be pretty hard. He was kind of stuck in the lip. Let's see if we can pan a little bit over there. It looks, what do you think? Do you think he made that?
Hard to tell from our angle, and
Yeah,
again,
it looked like he might have had it based on where he was paddling out.
looks like this is a different angle. It might have the finishing of the move. We do see the
Yeah,
speed he
nice
has
bottom turn.
generated.
Boom,
He really
right.
arcs
Yeah.
it straight back. And there we're waiting, and looks like he almost did. Didn't quite get in front of the whitewater.
You're right. And so I'm not sure. What do you think? What percentage off do you think they'll give him for that?
70%.
70% make?
So he gets a 2-point score. The score just came in.
So 70% no make. Yeah.
70% off of the potential score.
Which would have been, let's see if we figure that out, 70% of 2 or 70% plus 2 would be an 8.
7 or 8, yeah.
Around 8 or yeah, something like that.
We're playing the math game as we just try to
calculate the percentages.
Calculate what the judges are up to and hypotheticals about makes and no makes. And it is interesting, Mike. The topic can occasionally get brought up with huge maneuvers that go incomplete, like Brahim's invert in Tahiti. I mean, everybody remembers that invert as just an iconic, kind of a snapshot of what the APB 2016 tour has been about, just really going for it and pushing the limits. And he was able to get a 5, I believe. Maybe a 5 or a 5.5 for that, but it was 100% incomplete.
Right.
Blatantly incomplete. As soon as he touched the water, he got exploded. But because of the commitment he had up until that point, I'd say they gave him 50% of the score of the potential, because it would have been a 10 easy.
Yeah, well, anything more would have been 110%.
So Tanner.
Quick spin. In and out. Dave and I are getting into it here, discussing the nuances. And then we got Matthew. Wire up. Nice extended roll through the lip there. That was a nice roll. Looks like he might have got caught up a little bit on that V on the way down.
One thing I'm noticing about Matthew's rolls is that his body isn't doing 100% of the roll. As we watch the replay of Blue, the split peak for Alfonso, nice ARS, but he really splatted when he came down on that, incomplete for Alfonso. But he is still sitting in that second place position. But yeah, just to finish the thought, Matthew kind of lands on the side of his body during these rolls. So anyways, Carlos up and riding, kind of
Carlos, another ball.
has a cool line, but he ends up drawing that line right into the lip and lands it. So he pulls it, even though that wasn't the exact line I know a barrel rider like yourself would have drawn. These are Groms, and they are kind of exploring the possibilities of these tube rides. I'm sure like both of us were at one stage in our careers. Let's take another look.
Yeah, it looked like he got ejected by that lip. You know, he's lucky that he was able to hold on there.
Right, yeah.
It looked like he might have just gotten blasted to the bottom had that way been. And here's Matthew up on his left with some speed. Another roll. Looks like this one he's going to ride out. He's going to kick through that one and make it to the beach.
And it does look like everybody is getting pretty excited because the level is definitely getting pushed with 5 minutes remaining. Let's take a look at Tanner up and
Tanner
riding
up
on
and
this
riding.
left.
Yeah, nice. There, nice flip. Kind of lands high end. Let's see if he looks like another one. Wow. Now that second one is going to be exceptional. And has he got another one? Oh my goodness.
We might see a perfect 10 being
That
dropped
was
for the Pro
crazy.
Junior division. That was a great ride. I like the ARS to start, then a backflip. We're not sure exactly what he did afterwards.
Was that
Tanner
an ARS?
McDaniel.
I'm calling this a backflip as well.
The first
No,
one?
Let's see. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
It
maybe.
kinda is a little
We'll
sideways.
call it a flip, not a backflip. But
Okay,
this was a
is-
backflip.
Yeah, that was an insane extended one. And normally you don't see that. The second one bigger than the first one.
Right.
That's not typical because usually the power is near the peak of the wave. As soon as you catch it, bottom turn, big section, and then it dwindles down. But that was just the opposite.
Yeah, and like you said, not typical, but can occasionally happen. It's going to be great to see how the judges address that because they especially like to see the bigger maneuver at the start of the wave because of that general theme that usually power is more available at the start of the wave. But, boy, a very well-ridden wave for Tanner McDaniel, very complete. Looks like he's going to be ditching that 7.4, and we'll give you the score when it comes in.
So at this point, it's really just a battle for second. So it looks like Alfonso, he only needs a 5.11. Now that's close to his best score. So let's see if something comes in from the last 3 minutes.
And Carlos only needing a 4.46. So
yeah,
each of those riders is possibly in the potential spot where they can attack second position. None of them are in the spot where they could attack first position because Tanner has the field comboed at this point. And we are hearing that, again, our perception was different than the judges. 7.4 for last of Tanner. So
I think that was a previous. I don't know if they've thrown down.
Okay, we'll have to.
Yeah, that was his other flip move, I believe.
Oh, before the multiple wave.
Yeah.
We'll have to wait and see. Let's take a look
Here's
at
Blue
Alfonso.
Bottom turning here, trying to get some speed up. Finds a lip. Let's see. Oh man, that was a critical wave for Alfonso. Looks like Matthews got an opportunity here to better his position. Goes for a ARS. Let's see if he can kick out of this. Oh, just misses that. But he did that right in the power section of that wave. Not an easy place to do it.
Down to the 2-minute warning. Tanner McDaniel really stamping his authority on this heat. 1 foot into the semifinals. Wow. Carlos
drop.
faded that one so hard. He almost was still going left while facing right.
He faded into infinity.
Tanner McDaniel with the air reverse, kind of popping off that small section. So at this point in the heat, Tanner is getting as much practice as he can for the semifinal coming up.
The next heats he's going to be in are going to be all important and incredible high level for this division and just any division really. And these guys would be comping. Tanner competes obviously on the World Tour. And he's a tough draw when you get him in your heat, especially conditions like this. Like, I would not want him in my heat.
Yeah, I don't think any of the men would. And, I was super stoked to see Tanner McDaniel in Tahiti with a breakthrough performance, eliminating PLC, who had just come off a win at Pipeline in an incredible battle. And I thought that was really a heat where he really showed his capability in the men's division, and he kind of broke through a little barrier and kind of took it to that next level of actually achieving a result and beating somebody that he looks up to and somebody that who won the event yesterday, somebody who's in the running for the men's world title. And we are getting scores for Last of Tanner. Looks like a mid-6.
So I guess that 7 was for the double flip. Wow. Okay, here's yellow. Going for a ARS, getting hung up on that landing.
Had he completed it, Mike,
that could have been the score he needed,
it
right?
might have been the score. So just a few seconds remaining. We're going to be counting this one down. And if we get a look at this replay, we'll see that You know, he just didn't have enough of the natural projection from the lip and was just trying to manufacture a little bit too much of his own energy there. So first place goes to Tanner McDaniel. White is the second place finisher, Matthew Aguirre, moving on into the semifinals. Please stick with us. We'll be back with more quarterfinal action in the Pro Junior division of the Nazare Pro right after this.
Ghost Rider, motorcycle hero. Baby, he's a looking so cute.
Shark Island's an incredible wave. It's a wave that you can get very hurt on.
The Skid Kids were this wild bunch of dudes from Cronulla.
Surf hard, play hard.
They exemplified everything, surfing was not.
They weren't afraid of the ramifications of what they did.
Welcome back, everybody. Manny V here with Mike Stewart, and wow, I was sitting on the beach during that last heat, and that was pretty spectacular.
Yeah, it was great to see those riders kind of bringing it, man.
Yeah, and it's not over yet. We are in quarterfinal number 4 out in the water. Ethan Capdeville, who had an outstanding round 1. He's out there in the red jersey. Christian Tapia is out there as well. Ethan, here he is, up and riding.
Yeah, Ethan drawing down the line here, trying to find a section, and just quickly gets in and out of that.
It was cool. I tried to get his dad, Nicholas Capdeville, to come in, but he's out there coaching the crew. Milo Deleg is another French rider. The French Groms are actually performing pretty incredibly here.
Yeah, it's good to see. I'm really stoked that here we go, another roll on there, man. He just packed that wave. Let's see, he just packed that thing. But it's great to see, this new generation of young riders coming up, and the riders basically from my generation really supporting them and getting behind them. And it's cool to see. You got such great French riders, all these different European countries, Spain, France, Portugal, and it's going to be great to see the battles in the future, because this is also happening in other parts of the world, like Australia, like South Africa, like Hawaii. We got and here's Red up and riding. That was a replay, of the.
That was Ethan Capdeville in red. And, yeah, to touch back on these bodyboarding schools or these academies that are going down across the world, there's a look at Blue's last wave right there. That is Milo, the French Grom, just spinning away and rolling away down the beach. But I was talking, and he's not done yet. That was a solid wave right there. For Milo, I hope I'm pronouncing this right, Delag. From France. So, yeah, the Groms, under the tutelage of some former superstars of their time. Nicholas Capdeville is a perfect example, and a lot of Portuguese as well. And I was talking to one of them, Catarina Souza, made her presence known on the World Tour, the Women's World Tour. She has her bodyboard school down near Lisbon. Here's another look at Yellow's last wave, and it's nonstop action with 4 riders out there hungry to get out there and surf, as they've been waiting for pretty much the entire week. It's nonstop action. But she was really surprised that there is not bodyboarding schools up and down the west coast of California or on the east coast, and she should be surprised, because we do have a lot of incredible bodyboarders that could start bodyboarding schools, so we're throwing that out there to them right now. And look at this from behind the curtain.
See if he can come out of this. That was a deep barrel on the left there. It looks like it just grabbed him.
So, yeah, I mean, that should be on a lot of the ex-pro riders' lists, is to start these bodyboarding schools.
I totally agree, and I think it's kind of in the middle of the night there in California, but
early morning.
Early morning. Okay. So, yeah, if you're hearing this and you're from there, hey, opportunity presents itself. And, yeah, I totally agree. I think that there's a huge opportunity for schools. Here we go. Deep Capdeville in a deep left ball, and that thing looks like he almost came out of that. I'm sure just the end just kind of grabbed him.
Well, yeah, so the shout-out has been made, so bodyboarders watching, there you go. Actually, the U.S. bodyboarders. So it looks like we do have the interview ready with the winner of the last heat, and nobody is on this wave, so perfect timing. Vilma is ready. Vilma, take it away.
Yes, I am. Thank you so much. Congratulations. What an amazing heat with so good scores. Tell us through what was in your mind when you were out there.
Yeah, I just kind of decided to sit away from the rest of the kind of pack halfway through the heat, and it just felt like I was free surfing. I was just catching fun little peaks up and down the beach. Yeah, had a blast. Stoked to be surfing really fun conditions for the last event of the juniors last day.
Okay, you and Socrates are in opposite ends of the sheet. Probably you're only going to meet at the final if you go through your semifinal, and if Socrates go to your semi-final. So what are you thinking? Do you think that's a match that you want to have for sure?
Yeah, well, obviously it'd be cool to have Socrates in the final, kind of battling for the world title and for the win here. Yeah, just kind of just, I'm not trying to think about it too much, just surf my heats that I have in front of me, and just cruise, yeah.
And that strategy is working, so keep on going. Good luck for everybody, for you and for the other guys. The best man wins. Back to you guys.
Congratulations to Tanner McDaniel making it into the semifinal. Again, 4-man heats all the way up until the final, and Tanner still on the hunt for a Pro Junior World title. And that will be coming up at the end of the day's action here. But that will go down right after the women's grand final, and that will be coming up towards the end of the day. But first, look at this.
Ethan Capdeville, huge roll off that wedging peak that came at him. Nice extension, good, just a technically great ridden wave there. Lands cleanly.
13 years old, Ethan Capdeville, under the tutelage of Nicholas Capdeville, his father, and Nicholas doing an awesome thing in France. He's rolled up here in this big old bus, and I saw them this morning at a cafe as they were getting coffee, and the Groms were stoked. They couldn't wait to get out here. And look at this. Milo trying to make something happen, and he's actually has 2 solid waves now. That is his second solid wave. So he's making his march here in this 25-minute heat. Here's a great shot of the conditions out here. Still glassy.
Still glassy, and it's midday. So he pulls into this. Oh, he kind of waved. Yep, he pulled into that little ball, and not sure if he made it.
Yeah, there's the cameramen are going crazy right now with
so
all
much action here. Okay, here's Red. Ethan up again, looking for another ball. Goes for an ARS move, pulls it off cleanly, and then kicks out. That was a well-executed arse, and you can see him getting back out there. You know, these kids train like nonstop for this all year long. So this is a wonderful opportunity for them to kind of show their stuff.
Wow, I'm trying to remember what I was doing at 13, and I'm for sure wasn't doing an ARS in a heavily loaded bodyboarding competition in an international arena, but Ethan is holding it down at 13 years old. Look at this, up and riding. Tomas Rosado, the Portuguese, slides under the lip right there, gets covered up. Can he come out of that? And I don't see him peeking out anywhere out of that whitewash, so he got shut down on that one right off the bat.
Maybe bit a little bit too much off there, trying to stall. You could tell in the way he was paddled into that. And here's Christian, nice roll off the wedge. And man, it's great to see these guys just so anxious, you know, cutting out early, getting back to the lineup quick. They're not messing around, man. They're like they mean business here. They're in and out. And so he's got a pretty good line there. Nice section, good roll, and cuts out quickly, which is smart to regain priority.
Without wasting any time. Wow, big backflip right there from Milo Delag from France. Am I pronouncing that correctly?
I think it's Milo.
Milo.
Delag.
All right, well, we are coming into international names, and I'm still, I wish I can just talk to each one of them.
Man, I'm trying my best. But anyway, that was a wonderful backflip. Jeez, nice projection and right into a roll. So kind of showing the judges he's gained control of that real quick, got it back around. So it's not only about doing the move, it's about landing the move in a way that can you can continue the flow of the move, and that was well represented in that right there from Milo. And so that was a high-scoring wave of this heat, I believe. It's 7. Did he get a 7 for that?
Looks like there's a 7 on his scorecard. So, yeah, I mean, he's leading the charge right now. Milo, the French kid, and Ethan, the French kid, holding that first and second place spot. Man, the French are on fire.
There is a contingent from France, and this is so good to see. You know, such a strong contingent from there.
So, Mike, the event is done for you and the rest of the men's division. What do you got on tap? Will you be going to Fronton, and what do you got until you head over there?
Yeah, well, there's actually hold on one second here.
Yep.
We got White, Christian up. He's trying to find a high pump line. He's looking for a section.
Nice.
Let's see if he can get through that. Oh, he just landed right where that explosion came up. We call that the V, and it kind of gobbled him. But yeah, I'm waiting. I haven't bought a ticket yet, just because I like to be somewhat flexible in my travel plans. But you know, I'm planning on definitely doing Fronton. But there's a good swell coming here. Yeah, he just got on the other side of the V and just couldn't hold on through that ARS. So yeah, I'm just trying to. We'll see, you know. But this next swell episode here in Portugal looks really good. So I want to try to capitalize on that, and then maybe head over to Fronton right after that. You know, I think that's gonna be amazing.
All right. Yeah, I mean, the swell forecast, I don't know if it's the same swell that you're talking about, but it's supposed to be hitting Fronton right at the beginning of that contest window. But look at this, a big ARS pulled off perfectly by Christian Tapia. He needed that. That 1.9 is going to get tossed out of there as his second highest scoring wave. It possibly will even knock out that. Well, it's knocking that out for sure. Look at this, Ethan. Oh, my.
Flip. And he pulls it off.
13 years old.
Going blow for blow, man.
The cameramen are going crazy right now because there's so much action in these 4-man heats, but they're doing a great job. Big shout out to the Refresh guys. Here we go. Another look at Ethan.
Bottom turns high, flips, or ARS lands a little caught on that lip, came down on him, but he did a great job to navigate through that and get back onto that wave face. You know, showing his commitment and ability to get through that move quickly and efficiently, and that was a good move.
All right, so here we are taking a look at this one. Milo comes off the bottom, slides under the lip right there. Looked like he was going to go for a pocket ride, but goes straight into an ARS and pulls it through the lip. And Milo still driving down the face of the wave and just taking every single ounce of opportunity out of this wave to get as many points as possible. But a solid wave right there for Milo.
Gosh, he packed it, didn't he? Now, I think I want to say I saw Omri Laverne talking to some of his riders who I think are part of this group. So, you know, you got some really a deep wealth of minds on the beach here coaching these kids. And it's great to see, you know, these guys passing. These guys are accelerated. Like they're doing the things that their parents did when they're in their, you know, late 20s. And now these kids are doing it in their young teens. So this is how the sport gets accelerated and grows so well. So this is a really, really good to see.
Tomas Rosada, the Portuguese, just getting a little pocket ride right there, getting covered up, but not a high-scoring wave, so he's going to head back out, most likely with that fourth priority. But the two Frenchmen looking really solid right here with 12 minutes and 10 seconds to go in the last heat of the quarterfinals. Only two of them will advance on into semifinal number 2. After this quarterfinal, we are going to jump into... Where is my sheet? There you are. We're going to jump into the women's pro podium final. That's when we're going to see Joanna Schenker. She will go head-to-head with Neymara Carvalho. And that is going to be a very, very fun heat to watch. So make sure you don't go anywhere. We got a full day of action still on tap. So, Mike, I personally want to know, and I'm sure the viewers want to know, what was it like that first day of that massive swell that rolled in here? You and Dudu Petra headed out, and were easily in the surf when it was 25, 30-foot faces for sure, easily.
Yeah, it was a rush. you know, it was a little tricky getting out, but once we're out there, it was just really good, clean peaks coming in. You know, it was like the wedge in California on steroids or something. You know, just giant peaks, and you know, so they were kind of shifting around. It was a little bit tricky to kind of position yourself, but you know, just kind of a lot of fun. You know, just it wasn't too crazy, and there's a couple skis out there, so it's like, oh yeah, so. You know, if something did go down, there's enough eyeballs on you that they'd probably follow you, say, hey, that guy needs help, if that was the case, and that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was a lot of fun, actually. You know, it's just mainly big drops. There wasn't a lot of barrels to be had, or at least not long barrels. They might be abrupt and violent, but yeah, it was. But it was just really fun. You know, it's like for me, it's like when you go out on those big days, it's almost like you're flying because you go so fast and. It's just, you know, you cover so much distance. It's really neat sensation. I enjoy it, you know.
Yeah. So that first day, Dudu Pedra from Brazil and yourself were out there. Then the next day, Dudu grabbed a jet ski and was able to pull in Isabella Sosa into a couple bombs. That was pretty fun to see, too.
Yeah, that was cool. I'm stoked to see, you know, more women and just riders in general. Look at this high line this Christian has, man. He's got so much speed generated here. Let's see what he does with it. Oh, nice flip. That was just great.
That was a great way to take full advantage of that speed line. As you ride the wave and you get higher on the face of the wave, you're going to generate more speed. And Christian Tapia was able to hold that line all the way across the beach. And look at this one more time. As you can see, he's right there. He's really high on the face of the wave, and that's where the wave is pitching, and that's where you're going to get the most speed. And he decided to release the rail, come down the face a little bit, and pulled off a perfect flip maneuver on the inside.
Yeah,
so Christian Tapia definitely going to help him.
Well done. Here you can see Joanna getting ready for her heat coming up here. The consolation, or the podium final, I should say.
Yeah, Joanna and Chico have been dating for over 15 years now, or 13 years now, and he's no stranger to the competition arena as well. Both of them have a school down in Sagres at the very south of Portugal, and a very successful school and surf shop. These two have down called the Sagres Bodyboard School. And fortunately for me, they invited me to their home, and it was amazing to spend a couple days down there in Sagres with those two. And Joanna, excellent vegetarian cook.
Oh, wow.
Oh, my God. Delicious food were delivered. But she's not just a pretty face. Yesterday, going for a giant ARS on one of the heaviest inside sections we've seen yesterday in her previous heat. So she's going to be going out there with multiple world champion from Brazil, Neymar Carvalho, and that's going to be a fun heat, especially in these conditions.
Yeah, that's going to be a great battle. Neymar, a veteran, someone who has, put on a contest jersey as much as just about anyone that I know.
Yes.
And Joanna, kind of a rising star here in Portugal and on the world tour. She's just been doing great. So that's going to be a great battle, kind of the old guard versus the new guard.
Yes, Joanna actually has a couple European titles under her belt, so she's a fierce competitor, and she is definitely going to give Neymar a run for her money, and always smiling. Chico, both of them got something really cool going on down in Sagres. And I think that is Isabella Sosa with the camera in Joanna's face, the GoPro on the stabilizer. So Joanna's going to go out there. This heat coming up next will determine who will end up in third and who will end up in fourth in this event in the women's division. So that is going to be going out next. Then we're going to come back to the Pro Juniors with the semifinal 1 and 2. Here's a look at Neymar.
How does this affect their ratings?
Going into, actually, right now, the ratings, Isabella Sosa, she's locked in. She won the world title at a previous event here in Europe. So she's locked in. She is your 2016 Women's APB World Champion. Now everybody's going for that second place spot, and I'll pull it up on my screen in just a second. But what Isabella is going for is possibly the only time ever to get a clean sweep, winning every single event and winning the world championship title. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't know if that's happened yet, at least not in the women's division. but overall in the bodyboarding competitive history.
I can't think of that happening.
So, yeah, she's been having an incredible year, that's for sure. Not only coming here and going for a clean sweep, but also getting some big waves when that swell came in last week.
Yeah, no. Oh, here we go. This is Milo with the high line himself, getting some speed up. And nice flip. Looked like he might not have got enough rotation on that. But this is a flip show. And you can kind of see there, Christian, you can see him drop their leg as they land to try to help them rotate around quickly. But that still wasn't quite enough. And here's yellow, Thomas.
Thomas, with a big extended ARS of his own, was able to land that one clean, and he's looking to better a 5.91. Again, only 2 of these riders in this heat will advance on into the semifinals. And here's another look at the last couple waves.
Yeah, so here's Thomas. And, more of an ARS type move, which is probably a safer move to do out here for as far as the flip moves versus the backflip, which you have to bring the board kind of straight around and back. Straight back with the board, so you land more on the nose. Can be harder to land, as you can see there. A little bit boards sometimes they get sideways, but this is a battle, man. These guys are at it, and there's only a point really separating all these guys. So it looks like Ethan has a pretty good lead. The rest of the riders need 6s and 7s.
Oh my!
High 6s and 7s. So it looks like it's going to be a battle for second again.
Wow, the French Groms are dominating through the heats here at the 2016 Nazare Pro. If we haven't said a shout out yet to our couple main sponsors, Pride the North and Nazare Municipal Council. Thank you for making it happen. And look at this, Ethan Capdeville getting barreled, and that is going to run away from him. And unfortunately, won't make it out. That's not going to affect anything except that he does lose priority catching that wave there. So priority will now go to his fellow Frenchman, Milo. And now Milo holding the ace in his pocket right now with that priority. To hold on to that spot, he may get a little closer to Christian Tapia, who's wearing the white jersey, to try to make sure that Christian doesn't get a better wave than he has the opportunity to get.
Yeah, it's hard to manage, when there's 4 people in the water and 3 of your competitors. It's quite a bit harder to manage than if it's one other rider that you just have to keep an eye on. So you don't want to get too caught up in that priority. Absolutely use it to your advantage. And these kids train with priority frequently. Yeah. Especially with Nicholas and Omri helping them out, and so they're well tuned into how it works and how to use it to your advantage. So you'll see some pretty good tactics here by kind of what you're seeing. So it's great to see.
Wow, less than 2 minutes to go out in this heat. Did the French kids dominate another heat here in heat number 4 of the quarterfinals, or is Christian Tapia, the Chilean, or Thomas, the Portuguese, going to come out with a last-ditch effort? A 6.9 and a 7.66 is what they need respectively.
Here's Christian on a nice right barrel, pulls in. Nice reverse off the top.
Wow, that might be close.
Barrel. This is going to be right close in there. That was a great wave.
Wow, that's going to be really, really close for Christian Tapia, looking for a 6.91, and it could be right up in there. It wasn't one of the larger waves, so it may be coming up just short, but we're going to have a look right here. As the camera lens gets focused, Christian Tapia stays focused in the barrel and comes out with speed and carves a reverse on that outside section. So I'm not too 100% sure if he got that score or not.
Yeah, I think he got a 5.
So yeah, we're still waiting for the score. So Christian Tapia, 1 minute 30 seconds remaining, now has that 4th priority. Tomas has 2nd priority, and Milo with that 1st priority. And we're coming down to 1 minute 30 seconds remaining in this heat, waiting patiently. And I'm going to cheat right now and look over my shoulder to see if there's any sets rolling through. And it doesn't look like there's anything on the horizon. And I believe the next heat are patiently waiting out in the water, but looks like we may have Christian Tapia's maybe last attempt. Comes off the bottom, goes for a roll, punches through the lip, and kicks out of that. That's not going to affect anything on on his end. 1 minute remaining, less than 1 minute. Here's another look at pretty much a throwaway wave for Christian.
Yeah, just pulls up into the brawl. You know, that wave just didn't materialize.
So the scores did drop now for Christian's last two waves. That last barrel to carve in reverse, 5.40. So, yeah, it wasn't a bigger wave, and the judges deemed it a 5.40. A little paddle battle going in out the back for the last 20 seconds remaining. 20 seconds remaining. Yellow and red. Yellow. Tomas needs to start looking for something right now with 10 seconds remaining. And, yeah, it does.
Scramble time. Well, this is their first taste of ending heat pressure and anxiety. You know, at a pro level. So this is good for them. And then, last minute ride from Milo. Nice clean roll. Possibly held someone off. You know, I think he's pretty sure that's a display of excitement there with his arm swing.
And we saw Christian Tapia splitting the peak on that one, and it doesn't look like it's going to be enough. I'm going to officially say that Ethan Capdeville and Milo will advance on into the semifinals. Another solid heat in the Pro Juniors. Don't go anywhere. We have the Women's Pro Podium Final coming up right after this.
I feel like I'm gonna drop real soon. My mind's hurting, I'm over the moon. Pulses sagging out and losing the pace. It's the way you feel, man, not the way you taste. Rebel, rebel, I see you with your gun.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Dave Hubbard alongside Manny Vargas. We got something special out in the water. It is the first final of today, the women's podium final, determining third and fourth in the women's division here at the Nazare Pro.
That's right. We're going to see Joanna Schenker. She is a force to be reckoned with now in the European Tour, now on the world stage as well. She is going to go against former world champion, multiple world champion from Brazil, Neymara Carvalho.
This should be an epic battle, so let's get right out into the action and see how this unfolds.
We got a water photographer trying to get some of the action that will be had, and you'll see right there, Neymara, she is in the yellow jersey. Joanna will be in the red jersey, and you're going to hear the horn in about, there it is. You can probably hear it in the background. We have started this podium final. Third and fourth are up for grabs, 25-minute heats, and it's going to be very exciting to watch both of these riders fully capable of doing big air maneuvers on lip sections if they are presented, but for sure both of them very capable of getting barrels as well.
Yeah, we're very excited, and you know, Joanna was able to get some airtime even on a different craft, not just a bodyboard, but if you have seen Manny V's Instagram or Facebook recently, tell us a little bit about that kayak incident.
Yeah, I was lucky enough to spend a couple days down in Sagres with Chico and Joanna. And Joanna and Isabella decided to take a blow-up kayak out on a small day, and on the way in it could have got ugly, but Joanna and Isabella took one on the head as they were coming in, so it was pretty fun. If you haven't seen the photo, check out Manny V Media's Instagram there. You can see it there. So it was pretty fun and scary at the same time. But will she be able to get air on her bodyboard here in the podium final is the question. She's out there right now in the red jersey and Neymara in the yellow jersey. And another cool thing about staying down there with Chico and Joanna in Sagres, they are sponsored by a beer company, so it's pretty much all you can drink in that house.
All right, that appeals to some people for sure. And we are getting ready for an interview down on the beach with Vilma and the winner of the previous heat, Ethan Capdeville. So take it away, Vilma.
Yes, indeed. Congratulations. Tell us about your heat and the amazing waves you did out there.
Ouais, bah, j'ai pas réussi à prendre trop de vagues au début. Mes 2 premières vagues n'étaient pas top. Après, j'ai réussi à avoir un bac. Du coup, ça m'a mis en confiance et j'ai continué à prendre des bonnes vagues.
Yes, the first wave, he got the confidence enough to go through and continue to do good waves, so he's very happy. Do you want to leave a message?
Yeah, je dis bonjour à Quentin et Naël et j'embrasse ma mère.
Okay, let's go, guys. Back to you.
Thank you, Vilma. And you could just tell in that young boy's face how stoked he is. Even his father right beside him, supporting him, Nicholas Capdeville, pushing his son. And, you know, when they go out in the water, I would probably guess that his son is pushing him now when they go out bodyboarding. And just the level that we see is just incredible. So during that interview, just a short ride for Neymara as she explored one of these beautiful beach break waves. 1 point ride for her first attempt. But let's see, Joanna Schenker now with first priority, having a look.
All right, Joanna taking a look at this right-hander. Nice, clean bottom turn, full control. And not much there shaping up for her, but I'm telling you right now, just looking over my shoulder and what you see on your screen, it is still glassy, still amazing here in Playa del Norte. And I am going to rush home and grab my bodyboard and get a few waves after this event is over. But that's not going to happen until we finish this heat, which is the women's podium final, 2 semifinals, and then we'll have the women's pro grand final, and then the pro juniors final. And then we will find out who is your 2016 pro junior final. Up and riding, Joanna Schenker taking a look at this one.
She just takes her time at the takeoff, and she's really assessing what can happen down the way. And as she was just patiently waiting, she ends up determining nothing there on offer for her, and she gets out. We do see a paddle battle. On screen, yellow, Neymara Carvalho from Brazil, battling Joanna Schenker from Portugal. Whoever gets out to where the judges deem is the lineup will get first priority. And they kind of draw this imaginary line parallel to the shore, parallel to where the waves are breaking. And whoever breaches that line first, they will give priority to. It does look like Joanna beat her out into where they deemed was the takeoff area, and she is awarded first priority.
And that essentially means Joanna has pretty much any wave that comes in her way, she can, or if she's right next to Neymara, she pretty much has the choice of any good wave that comes in with that priority in her hand. So Joanna Schenker with priority, taking a look at that one. But because she paddled for that wave and made a forward attempt and made an effort for that wave, she loses priority to the Brazilian Neymara Carvalho.
Yeah, like you just mentioned, Manny, even though she didn't catch the wave, paddling for it is how priority is used, and then it gets redistributed, it gets passed on to the next rider. So because of that paddle, the priority now goes to Neymara Carvalho.
Coming into this event, Joanna was ranked number 4, and Neymara Carvalho was ranked number 6. So this is definitely going to help both of them in their rankings, but looking solid on holding on to that second place ranking as she made her way into the grand final was Alexander Rinder. There's no way that she can beat Isabella Sosa out of that first place spot, as Isabella has already surpassed everybody from taking that title away from her. So Alexandra will remain in that second place. So we're looking at a 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th place challenge right now going down, not only in this heat, but in the overall points scored in this event. and we'll find out the official scores once this grand final has ended at the end of the day.
It's all coming to you live, and it's all coming to you from right here in the beautiful city of Nazare, Portugal. And this is the one and only Praia do Norte, one of, if not the best beach break on the planet. We are fired up to have a event here in Nazare. Not only did we crown a men's Nazare champion yesterday, but we will be crowning 2 more Nazare champions today in the Women's Pro and the Pro Junior divisions. And that's all coming up within the next hour and a half, 2 hours. It's all coming right up.
And to have that title on your resume, definitely a bonus, because every bodyboarder around the world knows that this break is heavy. And to have that win on your resume is very prestigious. Looking down the beach, look at that. And I'm telling you, man, I need to go get my board, that's for sure.
Well, got a board you can borrow. It's here on site, Manny, so feel free if you feel like jumping in right after we conclude.
I may take you up on
It's
that.
available. And Ryan Hardy took it out there earlier. He gave it a test run. It's a prototype, but let's take a look at Joanna Schenker.
Joanna's right-hander looking pretty solid right here. Nice clean bottom turn. Oh, the thing just shut down on her, and she has to get out of there before the wave keeps coming down on her. Neymar now taking a look at this one, stroking very hard and can't get into that, but look at that thing just forming up. She was just behind that wave and making her way back out to the lineup. She's one of the few bodyboarders that have competed out here without a full suit. I mean, she's out there in like a spring suit, long sleeve spring suit, and for 25 minutes, totally doable if you keep moving.
Yeah, and that is something that is advised, and some people use as a strategy. They keep moving, they keep kicking around, they stay active during the heats. And on the flip side of that, if you sit still, be very selective, you could stiffen up, especially without a full suit on. So she's probably going to just keep her blood moving throughout the limbs there as she waits patiently for the opportunity to strike. Nothing substantial on the scoreline yet. And boy, during our little break, Manny, actually you were in here with Mike Stewart, but during the break I had, the waves were absolutely incredible. They were just insane. We saw such a long radical set coming through, and it was wow. Conditions are still epic out there.
And check this out. The sun is starting to come out here on Praia do Norte. You can see the water starting to light up, the whitewash starting to brighten up for this podium final. Again, this is to determine who will end up in third and who will end up in fourth place. Will it be the multiple European champion Joanna Schenker, or will it be the multiple world champion Neymar Carvalho, the Brazilian, 5-time world champion out in the water in the yellow jersey, so no stranger to the contest arena and pressures. And here, after talking to her, though, you know what? She looks very calm, very she's not stressed at all. That's what I can say.
Yeah, she's feeling it. And there comes a point, and when you get this far in the draw, when you're in either of these finals, where you can start to really kind of let go of that pressure. If you're smart, you don't want to let it really mount up. Joanna Schenker up and riding on this right-hander.
There we go. Nice stall coming off that bottom turn. A clean roll right there, using the momentum and the perfect flow of the water to pull that wave around. So strangely enough, that right there is the highest scoring wave of the heat. This heat coming to a very slow start, only because there are no waves coming in as we've seen in the heats before. But Mother Nature, she will deliver within the next 10 minutes for sure. Here's another look at Joanna's wave.
She had a nice clean bottom turn there. She sits at the bottom and actually lets off a lot of her speed. Then the roll was also very slow, so the spin ended up being incomplete as well. But she gets a complete roll. She gets a 4.75 for her efforts. And at this point, that's counting. So Neymara, also just a very slow start for her, just one wave ridden. She should be wary of being too patient as we see her out the back with priority waiting.
Yeah, I think we've seen a few heats where riders let the time just slip away from them, even though they had a nice commanding lead. And I mean, these minutes, these last 13 minutes, can just slip right by if you're not careful, just sitting and waiting. But for the rider who is staying active and getting, either it's a 4 or 5, that may help them in the very end. As you can see, Joanna right now in that first place position with 2 not so high scoring waves, but still able to now have a backup wave of a 4.75 just in case the waves do not come in before that 13-minute has elapsed.
And maybe that was the case with the previous quarterfinal we saw. There was such a large flurry of waves. I'd say at least 10 waves. Oh, wow. Joanna Schenker up. Nice big roll there. Clean execution, and she pulls it.
So now she has 2 good waves on her scorecard, a 4.75, and that will, because it was a little bigger, a little cleaner, will come into the a little bit more than 5-point range, and a clean bottom turn, and then nice clean roll, lands with speed, and rides out of that no problem. But now with those 2 waves, Neymara, she's no stranger to being in this position. She can totally catch a wave where it can be in the 6, 7, maybe even 8-point ride. But again, it all depends on Mother Nature, because yeah, the waves just all of a sudden just mellowed out just for, the last 13 minutes of this heat. From the very beginning, they have yet to catch a solid wave, or have a solid wave come into the contest area. So 11 minutes 50 seconds remaining, and we are getting one step closer to the end of the 2016 Nazare Pro. A big shout out to the Praia del Norte brand and Nazare Municipal Council for being our 2 main sponsors, along with our APB brand supporters, Stealth, ISS, Bodyboard King, NMD, and U Riding. And as I mentioned before, you can actually compete here at the Nazare Pro. There are a couple more days left in the virtual Nazare Pro in the Journey Bodyboard video game app. Make sure you download that from your app store. Now, we have some waves coming in out the back. It looks like there is a little bump in the horizon. Is anybody going to be in position? That is the question. Joanna Schenker leading the charge. She has 6 waves, half of them not past that 1-point score, but she is staying active. Neymara waiting patiently with 1 wave on her scorecard.
And we're into the second half of this heat, so it does look like with about 10 minutes remaining, we are interested to see
Look at this.
what will come for Neymara.
Both of them are paddling to the north. It is Joanna with that first priority. Neymara with second priority, but looking like she could be in a little bit more position to get this right-hander or the following right-hander. She's making her way along with Joanna to the north, try to get on that other right-hand peak that I was pointing out to a couple of the riders earlier. But that peak right out in front of the judges seemed to have just taken a break from entirely from this podium final.
Yeah, as you can see there, Neymara just having a little dip, duck diving that one. And we'll wait and see what she's able to find as she's kind of peeking at this one. Let's see if she takes a look. No, lets it go. Interesting stuff, Manny, as we're under the 10-minute mark. And Neymara virtually scoreless, but she's paddling for this one.
All right, a little bit on the inside, but Neymara knowing she has to get something going, so comes off the bottom, a little quick check turn into a forward spin. A little bit of open face there and makes her way down the beach. Throws another spin. She's going to ride this one all the way in, take full advantage because she has yet to catch a solid wave on her scorecard, and she's going to actually do a roll right onto the sand and ride that up onto the beach here at Praia del Norte. And look at this out the back with a nice clean bottom turn, comes off the bottom, big roll right there. So Joanna looking very strong, and can she pull out that second roll? That will definitely help that score, but wow, the solid wave right there for Joanna Schenker.
This is a terrific exchange, Manny, and as Joanna Schenker will release that 4.75 from the 2 scores that she's counting, she's going to get the best wave of the heat. Neymar Carvalho was able to get a score on the board, but let's take a look at this replay. Huge roll on a beautiful wave from Joanna. That was terrific. It's going to be the best wave of the heat, as I said. We'll wait to see what scores come in. It'll put more pressure on Neymar, who finally got on the board by taking off on the shoulder of that reeling left-hander and milking it all the way to the beach, pulling that roll right on the beach. Here's that cut back forward spin in the pocket, and as she continues to progress down this wave, a series of additional 360 spins as she hunts down that inside section that she is eyeing up for the one lip maneuver that she's able to perform on that wave right on the shore.
I love seeing that wave. I mean, it was just so fluid and connected every maneuver from that check turn, cut back into a forward spin. That was solid. It was very fluid and very cool to watch. Neymar just very clean lines, and same with Joanna. One giant move on the outside and making it look very easy. Both of these riders looking really good out here when the waves are delivered, of course. It's a little slow paced out in the water because of Mother Nature holding off on the goods, but check this out. We may have some lines coming in out the back, and with priority out in the water by herself right now is Joanna Schenker in the red jersey. She's kicking her way out to the outside. I think she's got something going on the outside. Look at this thing lining up in front of her. She's going to probably paddle over this and wait patiently.
Oh, that wave was gorgeous, but she was on the end of it, so good call for her to seek to get further out and more towards the peak so that she can access that wave from the apex. And we are seeing just beautiful conditions all day. From the moment we showed up this morning, Manny, glassy.
Amazing.
Beautiful peaks.
Beautiful.
This is, definitely one of the best, if not the best day conditions-wise.
Yes.
The size is different from the other days we've had the competition, but one of the things that I think is contributing to the shape of these waves, which is just absolutely amazing, is that the tides have become less and less extreme throughout the waiting period. And now instead of a 12-foot difference in the tide from high to low, there's only a 4-foot difference. So Joanna Schenker having a look at this one, stalls at the top. She now releases that speed line, finds her way up to the lip, a very critical through the lip roll for Joanna.
Wow.
She's charging it, Manny. She is proving that she could be worthy of that second runner-up, third place position that these two riders are fighting for. Second place in this podium final. We apologize for the graphic. It is no longer called the consolation final. Podium final is the term that we technically use. It is second place will get fourth place in this women's pro division.
And all these points are going to matter at the very end. Once the points are added up and tallied up, the rankings for the women's division, we already know that nothing is going to change for first and second. Alexander Rinder and Isabella Sosa. Isabella in that first place spot, and Alexander Rinder, they are going to hold on to those first two spots. And Sadio Hada and Joanna Schenker, Teresa Almeida, and Neymar Carvalho round up the top 6. But right now, it is Joanna and Neymar battling it out for those points, those very valuable points. Whoever comes out on top in this podium final will get a 1,400 extra points, and whoever ends up in second in this heat will get 1,200 points. So I can see David Hubbard using his math and just seeing the gears going on in his brain, working the numbers, looking at the screen, trying to figure out how this will end up if either one do take a win.
Yeah, I'm wondering if a third place here for Joanna would ultimately put her in third place on the overall tour rankings. I'm not totally sure. We don't have the same room full of mathematical monkeys as we did in Sintra that crunch these numbers with the help of bananas and calculators, but up and writing, Neymar Carvalho. Nice calm spin at the start of this one. Now she streams down the line. A beautiful roll. and
Oh, no.
uncharacteristically unable to complete it. So opportunity lost for scores there. With only 4 minutes remaining, Joanna Schenker looking very strong in this heat.
Here's another look at the APB replay. A nice clean spin off the top. Very smooth, very fluid. And I thought she was going to pull off this maneuver, but like you said, very uncharacteristic of Neymar to fall off and just not ride that wave out. So the score will drop at a 2.75 for that spin out the back and not a scoring that roll that was not completing. But look at the last 2 waves from Joanna Schenker, just pulling out way ahead of Neymar, as 8.0 and a 6.25 were the scores for those last 2 waves respectively. Now Joanna on the outside with priority, looking very solid. With 3 minutes and 14 seconds remaining in this heat, she is looking very good. But 3 minutes, plenty of time for Neymar to pull off she can pull off the ARS, she can pull off the big inverts. It's just a matter of Mother Nature delivering the goods to Neymar and to Joanna in this heat, which seemed to have slowed down just a bit from the beginning of this podium final. But I'll tell you what, it's still beautiful, glassy, and I can't believe how much it looks like Hawaii out there. The North Shore of Oahu looks like Eukai. I've been telling all my friends who will agree. It's absolutely beautiful out there as far as the conditions are concerned. Glassy and still peaky and beautiful. It's just a matter of the waves coming in. Right now, Joanna paddling, looking, and yeah, she is going to go for this one, and it looks like a solid wave. Look at this one.
She's up and riding. She's sticking to these rights, and she's had varying success. That's another one of the rides that won't be counting for her, but behind her. Looks like an amazing opportunity for Neymar Carvalho. Just a beautiful wave coming in for her. She goes up. She gets there really late. She almost gets decapitated on the way up to that roll, but she is able to ride out of the roll maneuver. That will bring her just a little bit closer to what Joanna has for scores, but it won't take her all the way there.
Well, I think Neymar was short-circuiting whether to pull into this barrel or to go straight off the bottom and go for a maneuver, but she made the decision to go for a lip maneuver and was able to get that maneuver in before it shut down on her. So that will definitely help her with a 5.90, but she is still on the hunt of a solid, excellent score range wave of an 8.36 to get that first place spot from Joanna. Now, really quick, I want to give a shout out to Jeff Hubbard and the Chapman boys from the UK for delivering some pastel de natas, not only to us here in the booth, but some of the Refresh guys and a lot of the other crew were getting pretty much hooked up by Jeff Hubbard and the Chapman boys from the UK. So big thanks to those guys.
And it was your last day on the broadcast here in Nazare, Manny, so you gotta milk it for all it's worth. The 6th shipment of pastel de natas for the day, totaling 18 different deliveries throughout the waiting period. A total, you got it, triple digits pastel de natas were brought to you. So thanks everybody for supporting Manny, keeping him fueled up. And as I mentioned with Mike Stewart, thanking the Chapman boys and Jeff for all the 2 most recent deliveries of the day, was that you got to take advantage of it while it's here. You ain't getting those in San Diego, so eat as many as you need to and do the training to burn off the calories if you're so inclined.
We got 5 seconds to go, and a quick shout out to the Biscuit Diaries. Look them up on Google from the UK. And that is it, ladies and gentlemen. The podium final goes to Joanna Schenker from Brazil. Winning that, it will end up in 3rd place, and it is Neymar Carvalho who will end up in 4th place overall here at the 2016 Nazare Pro. Ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. We got the 2 semifinals of the Pro Junior coming up next right after this.
welcome back, everybody. And, well, Manny and Dave just going for lunch there. Manny was running out of here so quickly that he forgot to say that Joan is actually representing Portugal, of course. One of Portuguese finest, isn't she, Nunita?
For sure, definitely. She's got the bag of skills and the looks as well, as Joana reached a fourth place position in this event. That's a great result for Joana once again in this year's World Tour. Her campaign ends here, as this is the last event of the women's division. But meanwhile, in the water and not ending until the end, it's going to be the Pro Junior division. And we have in the water the first semifinal.
Yeah, this is going to be insane to watch. So Jan is wearing the red singlet, of course, the young French guy. Been on fire here today. Socrates Santana is in the white. He's in the race now with Tanner McDaniel. It's official. This is down to two guys, Socrates in the first semi and Tanner in the second. So we started off with 4 or 5 guys who were fighting for this Pro Junior World Championship today, but it's come down to the top 2, and it's whoever finishes in front effectively is going to take the title. Although there are some scenarios that could end up in a, I think if Socrates wins it and Tanner gets third, it could end up being a tie, in which case it wouldn't be the best 3 results. It would go to best 2, still tied best 1, still tied, go to best 4.
The man himself, Tessa McKinnon, bringing all the goods still in this pro division of juniors, and they are battling it out currently in the water. Heat number 1 of the semifinals, and we do have in the water with red Johan Amar representing France, doing a great job throughout all of the rounds in this division, and white Socrates Santana from Brazil, in red Johan, that is in blue, Nelson Flores and Joaquin Soto in yellow. Yes, there is a misprint there. No, I'm so sorry. It is correct. In red, I'm going to repeat it. It's Johan Amar, and a white Socrates Santana, yellow Joaquin Soto, and in red, and blue, Nelson Flores. And Nelson Flores up and running. Sorry for that one, Tessa. I was being a little bit colorblind just now, but not being blind to that left-hander was Nelson Flores. Quick ARS out of that one.
All right, so you are watching the first of the semifinals, and
wow. That was Joaquin Soto from Chile going for ARS, but take us through this replay.
Okay, so here we go. Nice little split peak scenario.
And it is Nelson Flores, the rider in the blue singlet from Chile. Nice ARS there. The same move for the rider in yellow, Joaquin Soto, also from Chile, but unfortunately not landing that move.
Yeah, that's right. So it looks like Wahim just come unglued at the end of that one. Coming up next, Tanner McDaniel will take on the 3 kids from France. Ooh, that's a bit dangerous. Ethan Capdeville, Matthew Aguirre, and Milo Delage. So that is the next one as we look out and see some beautiful little waves. Nuno and I were just sitting out eating our lunch today, which is a lovely little pasta meal, by the way. Did you get into it?
I get into it like a mad dog. And right now, up in riding, it is Socrates Santana finding a nice barrel there on their right end and still going at it. And it was able to combo that barrel with the roll still going, but I don't think that's much on offer there for Socrates. Nice way to start his campaign on this seat, and nice way to find a shade from the sunny day once again here
oh,
at Pride
yeah,
North.
he's put himself into the green room there, and that's going to stop him from getting sunburnt, and a lovely little roll off the end. The wave kind of dissected, so it wasn't as, it wasn't a spectacular finish to it, but a nice little sort of foundation score there for Socrates Santana, hailing from Posto Cinco, Copacabana in Rio de Janeiro in Brazil. Big shout out to all those people watching the webcast. I can imagine that Flavio Brito would be watching it. Flavio, I remember I had Flavio years ago stay on the floor at Confidel when I first met him in 2008, and since then he's gone on to work in event management and really taken Brazil to the whole next level. So good day to all of our friends, including Axon Jackson as well, watching from down under in Brazil.
For sure, watching live his own boy, Socrates Santana, as we watch up and battling for this one is Nelson Flores from Chile, going for his second wave. He already posted a 75, on his first wave with that ARS, but right now he is pulling into a barrel, but that was a closeout section, and unfortunately for Nelson Flores, he cannot back up that 675 in the best way that he could. Meanwhile, we're watching battling for this one. It's Johan Aymar, the Frenchman, pulling in, stalling into the barrel, once again finding some shade, and this competition and the conditions have really cleaned up. You can see glassy kind of waves as we watch this replay. Take us through, Terry.
Well, this is a lovely little wave. Gee, the waves are pumping today. This is the ultimate day for the Pro Junior Decider. And, of course, the women out there enjoying themselves in that previous heat. And it was Joanna Schenker who came out on top, I believe.
No, incorrect.
It wasn't?
No.
Okay, so Neymar?
Yeah, she took that one
okay.
against our very own Portuguese Joanna Schenker.
So Joanna Schenker will finish fourth place, 600 with 1,200 points, and Neymar will pick up 1,400 points towards the interview. Okay, well, we are ready to go with the girls from the Constellation, the podium final. Take it away, Vilma Vincente.
Yes, indeed, the girls are already here with me, and we were just talking about the scores in the heat. And Joanna was telling that she was a little bit nervous to choose the wave. So tell us through what you were feeling out there.
Oh yeah, I mean we have been watching all the time these amazing waves rolling through the beach, and I think we all see them and we want to do well. We want to get a good score. So I was nervous. I want to get a really good one. It's hard to choose, yeah.
What about you?
Oh, I feel the same thing. We was talking before the heat, and then was like so happy. Wow, we're gonna get such a good waves. And then in the heat was not that good, you know. We couldn't choose the best ones, but we did some good ones.
Os nervos atrapalham sempre pouquinho, não é? E ano e bocadinho para o pessoal lá em casa que não tem estado a acompanhar tanto o ranking feminino.
A verdade é que o meu ano está a correr muito bem, melhor do que eu até estava a prever. Já é a minha segunda final consecutiva e estou muito feliz com isso, como é óbvio. Eu no início do ano pus um objetivo de ficar no top 10 e consegui superá-lo bastante, acho que vou ficar quarta em princípio. Então estou muito feliz com isto, claro.
Okay, I was just asking Joanna about her year because she had a very good year. The goal for the year, her goal for the year was being in the top 10, and she ended up in the top 4. So she's very happy, of course. What about you, Neymar? You were supposed to be retired.
Yeah.
Welcome. So good that you came back.
Yeah, I'm so happy. This is the second year after I tried to retire. I'm happy this is the first podium this year, and I'm trying to each event like grow up a little bit because I lost a little bit of time of competition. So these girls make me be here, make me come back, and I'm so happy to be here with them.
And we are so happy to have all of you here. Waves of Nazare. Anything you want to add?
Oh, I want to say hello to my mom back home and my daughter Luna and my daddy. They were all watching Barra do Jucu. Thank you.
Yes, I only want to big shout out to all the Portuguese. I know you have been watching all the contests and cheering for us, so thank you very much.
Thank you. Back to you guys.
All right, thank you very much. That is Vilma Vincente. A bit of girl power going down there, just quietly in the background, wasn't it, Nunito?
Yes, and I was kidding you, and I just fooled you. It's not April's fool, but it's October's fool. Joanna Schenker did get that third place, and I'm so happy for the Portuguese viewers out there and all the Portuguese people there in the beach.
Well, Nunito, you weren't just eating your lunch, now you're eating your words.
Yeah.
I love it.
That is
awesome.
correct.
All right, going back to some of the replays here. During that interview, we saw an incredible wave there for Socrates Santana. He's really blowing up in this semi. He wants to get into the final, and he's headed there at the moment with an 8.5 and a 6.25. Next best is Nelson Flores, who's needing an 8.01 to take the lead. You've got Soto from Chile in yellow in third. He's chasing around about a 5.26. And Yond, who's been a real surprise packet of this competition in the red singlet. So right now just watching Soto finishing off this one. But the young Chileans, they've really turned some heads with their snappy riding here in Nazare.
Yes, for sure. The standouts have been the Chileans and also the Frenchmen attacking this Pro Junior division this year. Meanwhile, of course, we do have the Brazilian Storm here as well in the Pro Junior division. And don't count out, of course, Tanner McDaniel still on the title hunt alongside Socrates Santana that is feeling very confident in the semi-final and already posting an excellent score of 8.5, backing that up with a 6.25 and taking the lead in this heat. 15 minutes to go, only 10 minutes into this heat. And Socrates Santana showing a very strong and convincing performance.
Yeah, well said, mate. Well, coming up next, Tanner McDaniel will take on the three kids from France, Ethan Capdeville, Matthew Aguirre, and Milo Delage. So stick around, folks. We're deciding a World Pro Junior Championship here at Praia de Norte today, but it's been just a wonderful experience, and this beach has really proved itself to be the ultimate sort of battleground for a men's Grand Slam event. We're looking forward and already making plans with Walter and the mayor of Nazare, of course, and his team towards a bigger and better event in 2017.
Yeah, for sure. For those who are tuning in, I'm so sorry for that incorrect information. Joanna did land the third place. Even better, I'm even more happier for her. She did very well in this year's World Tour, and I can't wait to see the standings on the rankings on that division, because probably in the near future, and just told that to Joanna earlier, even to Teresa Almeida, they can be world champions one day. They need just to believe it. Meanwhile, during that wonderful interview by Vilma with Neymar Carvalho and Joanna Schenker, of course. We had a lot of action, and Joaquin Soto, the man from Chile, just posted a 7:15. The second score wave just behind the 8.5 of Socrates Santana. Talking about Joaquin Soto, he comes from Iquique and he's traveling here with his beautiful sister, and they're cheering out for him as the Chilean contingent has been on fire and always clapping and whistling and letting the boys know what's going on out there. Joining him also from Chile is Nelson Flores from El Tabo in San Antonio in Chile. His coach is Alex Castillo, making sure also he gets any information that he can to the outside while he's competing. They're representing the Chepic Point Club. And Chile's going strong, yeah.
Yeah, really good. And a big shout out to all of our friends watching over there in Chile, along with Portugal, really developing as the next big wave of superstars in this sport of professional bodyboarding. Well, speaking of superstars, the current World Pro Junior champion, Socrates Santana, you can see him on screen there at the moment. He's a compact little unit, isn't he? And that's why he's got that gymnastic ability. Reminds me of, we had a kid that really dominated the Australian scene there probably about 5-6 years ago called Corey McLean. And he's kind of the same build as Corey, and he's got a similar kind of style as well. And just really sort of that gymnastic kind of style and explosive in the water. Very consistent, and this kid has got a huge future.
For sure. And also joining these two Chileans, as I break them through from where they live in Chile, we got Johan Aymar, like you mentioned, Tessa. He's doing a great campaign here at the Nazare Pro in this juniors pro division, and he's 16, hailing from Biarritz, that's the south of France, and this year he's just win the Vancourt Coupe in France, and is here in the hunt for a place in the final alongside so far Socrates Santana, which is taking the lead, and its second is Nelson Flores. So Johan Aymar is on the hunt for 7:16 to take that second place away from Nelson. In third place now is Joaquin Soto, searching for a 5:26 to take that second place away from his fellow countryman Nelson. But yeah, Socrates is convincing lead so far.
Absolutely. So Johan Aymar, of course, he's in the red singlet. He's really hasn't got anything substantial. A 5.25 at 275. Well, he can do better than that. He's needing a 7.16 at the moment. They're all still in the mix. That is for sure.
Definitely. We cannot count any of these guys out because 11 minutes still to go, and we've been seeing a little bit of a lull in the action, but at the same time, when the sets do come, there's a lot of waves up for grabs, and we just saw that during the interview. Meanwhile, up and riding, Joaquin Soto.
All right, well, Wahim is able to go those little waves because he's in fourth priority, so he's not surrendering anything by exploring his options on those insiders. That's what you do when you're in last priority, and a wave might pop up. Who knows, it might turn into a little something. And Soto needing 5.26. This kid's got the ability to conjure up scores.
Utilizing his priority is Johan Aymar from France, pulling now into the barrel. Can he find the exit? I think it's still going, but unfortunately for Johan, that's not a make. Out the back is Nelson first, paddling and going. Tessa.
All right, that is again a lovely barrel there. And nice little first forward spin out onto the face. Another little roll in the pocket. And Nelson Flores really comboing the heck out of that one. And that's going to be a pretty solid score. He got a real cool melody of moves going.
Yeah, definitely. Nelson Flores was holding on to that second place on a strength of a 6.75 and a 5.65, and he's watched the APB replay. We watch him drive through that barrel. Nice spinner there, and comboing those two moves of a barrel and a spin with two more rolls. That's going to be a great score, even being his highest scoring wave in the seat so far. Let's wait for what the judges reward them for that wave alone, and let's see if he even attacks the first place of Socrates Santana.
Yeah, well, he needed an 8.01. I got a feeling his highest wave score is a 675. If I had to take a guess, I'd say it's going to fall somewhere between the 675 and the 801 that he's chasing. Let's see.
Upper
if we get that
running,
right.
Socrates Santana replying back to Nelson Flores' wave, driving through this right-hander, going for a nice ARS there. Gets a little bit stuck when he's turning that move around, and unfortunately for Socrates, it's an incomplete move.
Well, it just it was all arms and legs at the end there, wasn't it? It looked like a frog in a blender. You could see fins and arms flying all over the shop. So around about, what do we got? Just on, where's that time? 8 minutes, 48 hour screen. It's starting to get a little hard to read here with the sun. And what a beautiful afternoon. It's just that sun is belting down on the black shirt here, and it's quite warm on the beach here at Praia do Norte.
Yeah, for sure. I'm going to call it the best day of the waiting period so far. Maybe not the best wave conditions, but the waves seem so perfect. There's like a slight breeze, but not even enough for you to feel it when you're down here at Praia do Norte, and the waves just been rolling through just here in front of the standings here, the infrastructure of the Nazare Pro 2016,
All right,
and I
now-
can think about a better last day than this
Yeah,
one.
now I said to you that Nelson's wave would be better than the 675, but it might fall short of the 8.01 that he was chasing. It was an 8.00.
Wow. So we have a tie for first place, and Socrates Santana and Nelson Freitas going for those two available places in the final, which is the battle here in this heat number one of the semifinals.
That's right. Well, they're tied on 14.75, but it's actually Socrates in the lead because he's got an 8.5, and Flores has the 8.0. Now there's a bit of work to do for the other guys. We can see a small little inside wave here for Jonamar, the Frenchman, and he's needing a 9.51 to get out of trouble. Soto, in the meantime, chasing a 7.61. Take us through this little replay.
Yeah,
Nuno.
he opts to go to the left-hand side. I think it's Johan's preferred side, as we've been watching throughout those rounds. ARSing those left-handers, and he did the same move there on that wave, and it will probably back up that 525 that he got on his first wave, or even probably improve that score. So we'll have to wait on the judges for that one. 7 minutes remaining. So far, it is Socrates Santana and Nelson Flores advancing to the final in this heat number one of the Pro Junior semifinals, Teza.
All right, well, if you didn't hear the update earlier on, it is a two-horse race between Socrates Santana trying to reclaim the Pro Junior World title and Tanner McDaniel trying to capture his first one. It is going to be incredible if these two kids make the final. At the moment, looking highly likely that Socrates will make it through. Tanner McDaniel, though, he is up against three guys from France, and, well, all I can say is lucky we've got the priority system, because in the old days, you could have probably worked someone over with that sort of stuff there, Nunito.
Definitely. It's something that we'll be utilizing, of course, here in this in Nazare Pro, and I'm so glad that they use it. So it's a fair and clean competition between those four guys out in the water, and it makes it even more interesting because the riders get to showcase their true skills, and it's so great to see all of this Pro Juniors from all corners of the world coming here to Nazare and battling it out, and we still have a world title race in our hands. And coming into this event, that was Tanner McDaniel from Hawaii in first. Current points are 3,800, and behind him was Socrates Santana with 3,600 points, just 200 points short out of Socrates.
Yeah, that's right. So now, of course, coming up later on today, we've got Isabella Souza, the current world champion, taking on the former two-time world champion Alexander Rinder from the Canary Islands. So that will come up after these Pro Junior semi-finals. Then the Pro Junior final, we'll have a presentation, and we're going to wrap up what's been an incredible series, an incredible Portuguese tri-series here in 2016.
Yeah, amazing competition month this in Portugal. Making sure that Portugal like the APB slogan, live it, love it, breathe it. We do it here in Portugal a lot regarding bodyboarding, and this is living proof as we are unfolding this Nazare Pro 2016. This is the last day. I'm Nuno Cardoso, alongside me, the one and only Teza McKenna, and we are unfolding just the first heat of the semifinals of Pro Junior.
Yeah, well said, mate. We have, what do we got, 4.5 to go. Did you hear those little little hoots in the background? You know who that was? That was the squad.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's the squad. They come along and they support any member of the squad. They kind of look after their bros. And this time around, it's Hannah McDaniel heading on down. Tristan, Ian, all the gang are there, Jacob and co. So it's pretty cool to watch those guys work together.
You know what I love about the squad?
What's that?
Is doesn't matter which element of the squad wins, they will be cheering for each other. That is so great to see in the sport of bodyboarding, of course, is in any sport, but up and running. It's Nelson Flores finding another shade again.
Ooh,
the waves are getting better.
Flores, wow, that could be a situation change right there.
Wow.
And
up and running, this is pulling into the barrel. This is Socrates Santana. He's going to come out. Oh, my God.
What a situation.
Busting a roll throughout that barrel still. And we're going to the replay of Nelson Flores' wave, parking the barrel there, coming out with lots of speed and backflipping it out of that wave. Amazing ride. Oh, my God.
That was incredible. Then we had Socrates Santana on this one using up, look, a backdoor barrel, punch through the end of this one, and no problem, a little reverse at the end. So great exchange here between our first and second place getters. That means that Yon, Amar, and Wahim Sato, they're going to be chasing scores. Here he goes now. This is Yon up and riding.
Yon up and riding, going for the left side of the wave and finding some shade, a roll, a spinner, and still going on this one. Como you still with a reverse spin there at the end. Oh my God, we got a great heat in our hands, and I just can't wait to see semifinal number 2.
Wow, these kids are absolutely on fire at the moment. So Yon, Amir, great little talent that we've uncovered here at Nazare. And as we said, I just was having a look down the rankings, and I mean, this kid was unranked before he came here. He wasn't even in the.
Yeah, what happens is a lot of the European juniors won't get into the APB World Tour while the stops are in South America or other parts of the world. But soon as they hit Europe stages, these kids will come in to compete with their coaches, with the local clubs, and will be joining the forces and the ranks of the APB World Tour as this World Tour unfolds this year. Meanwhile, up and riding is Socrates Santana going for a reverse there, and unfortunately, kind of a funny landing and not able to complete that move. So he is sitting very comfortable as he just dropped a 9 point on that last wave, and the last wave of Nelson Flores is 8.4. So now the tie is over. Socrates Santana is taking the lead on this one, advancing to the final, making things more interesting, and Nelson Flores still holding on to that second place, and Yo and Aymar needing now a 991 to take that second place. Up and riding comboed is Joaquin Soto, as we saw on the screen. No, it's not comboed.
No, 926.
Even less than Yo and Aymar. And look at the scores, Teza. There's been a lot of great scores drop in this heat, but only the top riders that are focused will advance.
It's such a cool concept, isn't it? The Pro Junior on the
Love
APB
it,
World
love
Tour. Really showcasing the stars of the future here, folks, at Pride and Order on this final day of the 2016 Nazare Pro here in Portugal. And as we said, the sun just beaming down today. Fun little waves. This is, you know what? This is my kind of surf. I hate to just admit it, but like when you get old and grey like me, man, this is the kind of stuff that I really love. Just fun surf, you know, getting tubed and like 2 to 3 footers. This is really like my
Sun
kind of
is
stuff.
out.
Yeah.
The water is blue. Oh my God! I can
Except for the
think
water's freezing. That's the only thing that's probably.
not really. It can get more colder than this, so you can imagine that the Portuguese and all of the riders are very happy to find this water temperature. But meanwhile, up and riding, Nelson Flores going fast down the line on that left-hander. He was able not to get out of that barrel. I was claiming he was able to go through that one and finding some more shade once again. Socrates Santana. How good are the waves as we are reaching to the end heats of this final day?
All right, so it will undoubtedly be Socrates Santana. Can he win another world title for Brazil? He's going to be joined by Nelson Flores. Here is the replay of that kid from Posto Cinco, and he is keeping the dream alive. Don't go anywhere, folks. We're going to have more live action for semi-final number 2 here at the Pro Junior on the other side of this commercial break. Stand by. All right, well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Was that high-octane bodyboarding or what? That was the first of the first of the semi-finals in the Pro Junior division here at Nazare. And have a look at that cliff in the background. That's got the iconic, that classic iconic fortress on it and the lighthouse. And that image has really defined Portugal right around the world. But for now, we're into semi-final number 2. And who have we got in the water?
I'm just holding my head with my hands because this was a banger of a heat. This just was the first heat of the semifinal. Now in the water, we have the second heat of this semifinals, and we've got in the water none other than Tanya McDaniel, who is still running for this world title of Pro Junior Division, and a white Ian Capdeville, the Frenchman, only 13 years old.
Crazy.
The son of Capdeville, busting out some big moves throughout these early rounds. Yellow, also from France, Mathieu Aguirre, and also from France, Milo Delage. So 3 Frenchmen against 1 Hawaiian. Who's topping this one and joining the other 2 boys in the final?
We're going to be finding out soon. Of course, Ethan Capdeville, his dad, of course, Nicholas Capdeville, a former ISA world champion. Also, one of the guys that really came here and just changed the game at Praia do Norte way back in the early days of the special edition. He rocked up when they had some contests here. Dino Casimiro was telling me the story, and he'd never seen anyone surf this wave like Nicholas Capdeville. Prior to him, guys really struggled with it, but Capdeville came here many years ago, backdoored the big A-frame peaks, and he changed the game. So isn't it cool that he's here with his son today? And his son, at 13 years of age, is really developing into a super champion.
Yeah, he's been turning some ads from the early rounds, like I mentioned. And Capdeville was the leading European star out of the bodyboarding world back in the day. And he was the one that would go compete on the international panorama, and we would look up to him as he was one of the strongest European contenders. And that championship that you're referring to is 2001, an ATB tour event, was the European tour, and Capdeville didn't take that one. I'm not mistaken. I think it was Uri Martinez, and but Capdeville putting on a show because we had a Friday comp. Waves were pumping, Saturday flat, some of the competitors left, and then Sunday it was pumping. There's still footage on the internet. You search for it, ETB 2001 Praia do Norte. But meanwhile, it's all up to the Pro Juniors here in the second semi-final.
All right, well, you haven't missed a beat, folks. No scores locked in so far. Turner McDaniel from Hawaii in the red singlet, taking on the 3 kids from France. We've got Ethan Capdeville in the white, Matthew Aguirre in yellow, and Milo Delage is in the blue. So going to be a very interesting heat, this one, that is for sure. And this, of course, the final event on the APB Pro Junior World Tour. It is event number 5 for the kids, and the waves are pumping.
Yes, they are, and we've seen conditions improving throughout the day, if that is possible. And meanwhile, up and running, this is Milo Delage from France. Big backflip and landing it. Yeah. Oh, my God, that was a big move for the first wave of Milo Delage. Milo Delage, which is a champion 3 times, 2012, 2013, 2014, and 15 in Reunion, and in France, 2014 and 13.
All right, well, here's the replay, and Milo going Delage on the end of that section.
I would say decollage out of the end section, and he landed that backflip so nicely that he's going to post a big score in his first wave. Meanwhile,
having a look at this right-hander is Ethan Capdeville, the son of Nicolas Capdeville.
All right, Ethan, nice little extension there. His dad's really taught him well. And just getting on the scoreboard, Tanner McDaniel, of course, is going to play this one pretty cool. So the pressure is on him because Socrates Santana has already made it into the final. And now the pressure goes onto the young Hawaiian. Let's see how he goes. This is the replay for Ethan Capdeville. And just getting a nice little foundation score, 4.75. And first score for Milo Delage was a 7.0.
Good way to start his campaign on this second semifinal. And looks like we have an interview with Vilma Vicente and the very strong Socrates Santana taking the win on that first heat of the semifinals. Take it away, Vilma.
Yes, it's true. It's strong competitor. It's becoming stronger and stronger every heat. Like you said, you focus in winning this thing.
Sim, eu estou bem focado mesmo. Eu quero muito esse bicampeonato. Eu venho batalhando bastante, eu treinei muito no Brasil. Eu estou treinando aqui bastante, quero muito esse bi. Até porque eu também quero presentear todos aqueles que me ajudaram a estar aqui, até porque eu não tenho patrocínio, e todas as pessoas que me ajudaram, meus amigos. Então eu quero presentear minha comunidade, meus familiares, e eu vou conseguir, eu tenho fé, eu vou conseguir.
Yes, he's really focused into it because he doesn't have any sponsorship and he wants to give back to everyone who supported him, to the friends and to the family and everybody that has been helping him to come here. So, congratulations, muitos parabéns.
Só tenho a agradecer mesmo a Deus por essas ondas que está subindo e tem altas ondas do campeonato e eu acho que vai ter show na final, hein? E vamos ver, vai ser decisivo.
For sure. He thanks God for these amazing waves here in Nazare, in Praia do Norte. And let's hope everything goes for the best.
All right, thank you very much to Vilma Vicente. I tell you what, Socrates Santana looking focused, man, and he looks relaxed. So the pressure is now on Tanner McDaniel because Tanner hasn't caught a wave yet. And the kids from France, we saw our little Petit Monsieur Capdeville get a nice little wave in the meantime.
Yeah, for sure. That's a nice call for Eaton as he got a 5.10 on his last wave with a small backflip. Right now, the APB replay of Milo Delage throwing in another decollage off of that lip and landing a nice roll that's come in as a 4.75. And Milo Delage, as we mentioned, many times junior champion in Reunion and in France, in Eaton Capdeville for Minizan, only 13 years old. I'm going to say that again for the viewers. 13 years old. Is already the champion of France in the minims, which means on his maybe probably sub-12 or sub-14 division. And they just write here his sponsors, and it's funny. It says he's sponsored by the Hubbard's and his dad. How good is that?
I used to have a sticker on my board that just said M-A-D. And people used to go, what does MAD stand for? I just go, Mum and Dad.
That's great. We call it here a sponsored. It's called patrocinio.
Sure.
And when back in the day, I would say that I would have a patrocinio because pi means father.
Sure.
So I would have a patrocinio along those years.
That's all time. All right, well, I tell you what, there's a couple of patrocinos hanging around on the beach here. Getting a bit nervous today because Tanner McDaniel, look, I'll tell you what's happened here is Tanner is holding on to equal priority with Matthew Aguirre. Ethan Capdeville and Milo Delage getting 2 waves apiece here. And so time is ticking away, just under 18 minutes left on the clock. Once the priority sequence begins, Tanner McDaniel will be somewhat shielded from, well, they got 3 French guys in the water. I'm not saying they're ganging up on him, but remember, you can hassle people before the priority system starts. So if there was an opportunity to take advantage of that and to put a little pressure on the guy who's not French, then it would have been at the start of the heats. So once it will be, let me see, once Matthew Aguirre gets a wave, then the priority sequence begins, and then Tanner McDaniel kicks into gear.
Yeah, for sure. And then we're watching Eaton Capdeville going for his 3rd wave here, and he goes for a nice roll off the hand of that left-hander, and he was able to complete that move probably even better as backup score of a 4.75. We'll just have to wait and see what the judges think of that last one. Meanwhile, I have some information on Matthew Aguirre, 15 years old, as I take you first through this ABB replay. Nice roll there, some extension, it kicks out of there, complete move, and we'll wait for that score, like I said once again. But some information of Matthew Aguirre. They are claiming he's a big wave rider out of Biarritz, only 15 years old, and is here battling out for the 2 first positions in this heat, advancing into the final. Up and running, Milo de Lage.
All right, well, this is now 3 waves apiece for Milo and Ethan. And, well, you know, Nicolas Capdeville is a very experienced campaigner. I don't know if he's got some like kind of master plan that he's rolling out here, but at the moment it seems to be just all one-way traffic with Milo and Ethan just dominating the lineup.
Yeah, for sure. But Milo is taking the lead on this hit so far, and he's posting his 3rd wave. Nice small backflip out of the left-hander, and he will post a 6 points, even improving his situation in this heat. And he's taking the lead so far. Right after him is Ethan Capdeville, the 13-year-old Frenchman, already posting a 4.75 and a 5.10. So right now, still waiting for the first wave of both Matthew Aguirre and Tanya McDaniel in this second semi-final of the Pro Junior Division. Still plenty of time on this one. More than 50 minutes yet for the riders to compete. We've seen a little bit of lulls in the action, but at the same time, when the set does come, oh my God, that's plenty of waves and opportunity for all of these riders.
All right, so Tanner McDaniel and is in the red singlet. Matthew Aguirre is wearing the yellow. They're both sharing neutral priority. Back into 3rd priority right now is that would have to be Ethan Capdeville is actually effectively in 3rd priority, and Milo de Lage is holding down the last priority. So time's ticking away. This has been a real slow start to this heat, not just for Tanner and also, of course, for Matthew Aguirre, but just in general, no big set waves have come through like the other semi-finals. So conditions just changing a little bit here, and I can imagine that the McDaniel family are probably back there in the Hawaiian Islands and they'll be chewing on their fingernails, but they know that Tanner McDaniel, you know, once the priority system starts and the waves come through, their son has the skills to get through to the final, to keep the dream alive of being a World Pro Junior champion.
For sure, is on the hunt for that. Last year, he just missed out by a nail biter, but it was Socrates Santana that took away that title in 2015. So far in this event, we have already seen Socrates Santana advancing to the final on that first semi, and right now up for grabs are those 2 top places that will allow 2 of these 4 riders to advance and join Socrates Santana, and also the winner of the 2nd place of that first semi, Nelson Flores from Chile. Great show in the behalf of those 2 riders already in the final, and right now the Frenchman so far putting on the show on this 2nd semi, and we're still waiting to see the first wave of Tanner or even Matthew.
All right, well, just looking over the shoulder actually into the lineup, and there's some little lines approaching, but again, it's just been a very lame heat as far as good waves go. Looks like we've got some movement here with blue trying to get in position. Remembering that yellow has priority over blue, and but it will be white that's going to pick up a nice little left-hander on the inside here and punching it up and over. Again, just really getting off to a flying start here for Ethan Capdeville.
Oh, I'm going to just put it out there. How proficient are these young riders? They're nailing almost every move they're attempting. I haven't seen such a strong set of riders in the Pro Junior Division for a long time. They're here battling out for the title of this Nazare Pro 2016 Pro Junior Division, and at the same time we have a title race in our hands. So this is a nail biter up until the end, and we see Milo de Lage there waiting for the information, and is leading this heat, and the last wave of white Ethan Capdeville just dropped, and it's a 5.9, the best wave for him in this heat so far, and he holds on to that 2nd place with an improvement 2-wave score.
All right, well, this is going to be very interesting. I mean, I'm just wondering now, with Socrates Santana already making the final, if Tanner doesn't make it through to the final, does that mean that Socrates Santana is the world champion before he gets there, or no? It doesn't. I do believe that he's going to have to get some extra points out of this contest. So we're going to crunch the numbers in the background and let you people at home know. But finally, it looks like a little something is approaching out the back, and it looks like the squad, they're going to start to fire up now with Tanner McDaniel looking like he's going to get in position here. So this will be interesting.
Yeah, for sure, definitely, and we'll still waiting to see that first wave of Matthew and both Tanner McDaniel, but up and riding a very busy Eaton Capdeville going for another move there out at the end of that left-hander. And this is the first move that Eaton doesn't land. The 13-year-old Frenchman from Minizan putting on a show for us here and setting out an example for all the kids watching, for all the kids that want to join the APB World Tour Pro Junior Division out to get it done.
All right, well, in the interim, I don't know if they caught it on the camera there, but Tanner McDaniel picked up a little way, but it's going to be like a 1 or something because it had absolutely no potential on it. So he's going to slide back on the priority ladder into 4th priority. And, oh, my goodness, with 11 minutes remaining, this is probably the worst start that Tanner could have had. If he's ever going to have to dig deep into that talent pool that he's clearly got, it's going to be right about now. I'm just looking at this Nazare scenario on the Pro Juniors. Okay, say if Tanner falls in this heat, he'll finish with 4,000 points. Okay, and if Socrates goes through to the final and finishes 4th, he'll also finish on 4,000 points. If he gets 3rd, he's going to win the world title.
Okay.
That's pretty much it in a nutshell.
That's the breakdown here from the very, very fast statistics here at the APB World Tour. We're watching it live as we are 10 minutes into the end of this heat, and Milo Delash is leading with a 7-point and a 6-point. Second place, the very young Frenchman, Eaton Capdeville, and it's looked like it's going all the way for the Frenchman. Meanwhile, out the back, holding on to priority, the big wave rider from Biarritz, Mathieu Aguirre, waiting for that big wave, still yet to come on this heat, Teza.
I can't believe that the previous semi-final had so many waves coming through. I mean, it was just wave after wave after wave. We're seeing a different sort of a playing field out here now. The tide's draining out towards 5 p.m. low tide. Right now, that's 2.5 hours away. Tanner McDaniel, he has the ability to conjure up scores even on the little inside waves. And Tanner's going to take this little left on the inside here. He's been getting some scores on the rip bowl. And there it is there, back flipping off. And a little roll. That is a nice little combo. Okay, Tanner McDaniel finally gets his foundation score into the system.
For sure, this will help him to boost up his confidence and as well as campaign, and getting that second place away from Eden. Looks like the Milan and Eden strategy is paying off, but meanwhile we have APB replay.
All right, so this is that little left I was telling you about. Nice little back flip to roll combo. He is going to be breathing a sigh of relief, and so is the McDaniels over there sitting around the computer or the big screen at home. So plenty of time to go, folks. 8 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. As I said, Tanner has the ability to conjure up scores. That was a 5.5. Tanner's in 3rd, and he needs a 5.51 to go to 2nd.
So a silver wave for Tanner as we watch him paddle once again for the left, and this is a little bit more bigger than the last wave. What can he do here? And he goes for a nice backflip. Is he able to land that move? I don't think so. A lot of white water off of the end of that wave. Still 8 minutes, and like we saw Tanner McDaniel getting 2 waves in less than 2 minutes. So 8 minutes, it's still possible for Tanner to get like maybe at least 6 waves.
Yeah.
So a lot still in this game, but looks like the Milo, Delage, and Eaton Capdeville strategy is paying off. They got busy in the early in this heat, and they're leading the first 2 positions.
All right, well, this is going to be super interesting. Going to be really interesting as we look out the front here with, you know, the last couple of minutes coming down, folks. What do we got on the clock? 7 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. At the moment, it's Milo Delage in the lead. He's looking to upgrade a 6.0 on his second best wave. He's got some good scores. Ethan Capdeville He's needing a 7:11 to take the lead. Tanner to go to second is needing a 5:51. And Matthew Aguirre, he's had a very slow start. Matthew's is a combination situation, needing more than 10 points to try and go to second.
Yeah, for sure. Matthew Aguirre is still waiting for his first wave. He's holding on to priority. 7 minutes to go, and a lot of things can happen still. And I'm so nervous. This is a nail biter all the way until the end, and we'll have to wait to see what happens here. Meanwhile, we just said that Matthew Aguirre is holding on to that first priority. Second priority is with Milo Delage, the Frenchman, wearing the blue vest. And let's see what pans out regarding other priorities. But yeah, it's all up to Terry McDaniel to get that 5-5-1 to overthrown Ethan Capdeville from his second place position. And Matthew Aguirre is in combination situation, like you mentioned, Tessa. But Ethan Capdeville just dropped his last wave of a 6:20, and now Tanner needs a 6-6-1 to take away that second place position from Ethan Capdeville. Tessa.
All right, well, the pressure mounting a little bit. It's an interesting sort of a playing field here too. Nunito, because what you have is the first and second place getters in white and blue. They are actually sitting to the north, and then you've got Tanner sitting to the south. So he's not really trying to take these guys on. Now the boys are moving down to put a bit of pressure on them as we come down towards the 5.5 minute mark in what is going to be one of the biggest heats of the year for Tanner McDaniel.
For sure, as we see Tanner McDaniel having a look at this one, not going. And it is Matthew Aguirre going on his first wave. He's going for it. He finds a nice section there, goes for the roll, still riding on this wave, trying the second roll, but unfortunately not enough energy from that wave to complete that move.
Okay, well, that was a nice move by Tanner because he motioned for that wave and he forced Matthew Aguirre to take it. Matthew hadn't caught a wave. Here's the replay for Aguirre. He's a great young bodyboarder, but what that does has slid up Tanner McDaniel into second priority. Tanner right now chasing 6.61.
Sets approaching, and we can see the Milo Delage now holding first priority, having a look at it, going over it, and looks like it's only a closeout that's just come in front of the judges' stand, and we'll have to wait for more waves to come through. Less than 5 minutes on this one. The boys heard the buzzer out there, and currently Milo Delage leading this heat since a very early heat. And second place, Ethan Capdeville, the Frenchman, only 13 years old, putting on a show for us here today and taking that second place position so far. These two will advance if the standings continue to be this one, Tessa.
All right, so Milo Delage in the blue singlet with first priority. Tanner McDaniel with second priority in the red. And Tanner chasing a 6.61. Well, there's people all around the world, particularly the Hawaiians who are watching on with intent here at the moment, and it's really going to come down to a grandstand finish for Tanner McDaniel. Can he get himself into the final to keep the hopes alive of winning a Pro Junior Championship? We spoke about it earlier today, Nunito, but this is not his last year in the juniors because he turns 18 in February next year. That gives him another year to try and do it. But he's going to be wanting to try and come home strong here. And it looks like McDaniel having a little paddle at that one. And
but it's Milo Delage going for this one, pulling into the barrel. Can he come out of that one? And I don't think so. Getting stuck in the barrel. That was Milo Delage.
All right, so
utilizing his priority.
Tanner actually lost his priority by paddling for that wave. He's gone down to third priority. Now he's gone back up the beach to find one of these left-handers. And you know what? I think he's in position for one of these ones here. And it looks like Tanner McDaniel up and riding. And he needs something special. The kid from Hawaii goes big on the end section, and oh my goodness, that may be just what the doctor ordered.
Yeah, for sure. I would like to see Tanner McDaniel advancing to the final and have an epic battle against Socrates Santana. But I'm not the one calling the shots. Tanner is, and it was on the end of a 6-6-1 to take that second place position away from Needham. Here's the replay, Tessa.
All right, so Tanner backflipping off that one, just the one maneuver, and you could see how he got out of that one quickly so he could 6.25, not enough. But that has reduced the equation. Tanner now needing a 5.86 Red needing a 586. Matthews chasing an 861. Otherwise,
my
it's Milo
God.
Delage in the lead. Ethan
2
Capdeville.
minutes and 30 seconds till the end. Will Tanner McDaniel find that 586 that he needs to take away that second position from the young Frenchman, Ethan Capdeville, that's been surfing a very good competition here at the Nazare Pro. Meanwhile, the beach is packed on a Monday.
Yeah,
this is incredible. The Nazare Pro 2016 Grand Slam APB World Tour could not end in a better way. This is the final day.
I tell you what, people are on their feet here at the moment. The Europeans, the squad is just looking like they're just looking intently. No one's moving. No one's saying anything. They're just looking at the ocean and hoping a wave comes through for Tanner McDaniel with just under 2 minutes on the clock. He does need a 5.86.
You know what? We're so excited with this last semi that we are forgetting about the next heat going into the water, which is the women's final, and we'll be having Isabella Souza battling out against Alexandrina up and riding. This is Tanner McDaniel.
All right, well, Tanner getting barreled and pushing through the end of that one. And a nice little spin to come out the end. Is that going to be what the boy wonder from Hawaii needs? Well,
Let's wait and
586.
see. That still sets approaching. Watch out because the Frenchmen are still out in the back. This is Milo Delage. No, this is the man in yellow, Matthew Aguirre, going for a wave now as we watch the replay of the last wave of Terry McDaniel. But we're facing the ocean right now because this is so exciting. And we're just watching Matthew Aguirre going for that left-hander as we have a replay. And there he goes. Nice looking left-hander. He stalls it a little bit, finds an ARS there, still going on this wave, tries to do another roll there, but gets stuck. Let's wait for those
All right.
last scores of
Just
red
waiting,
and yellow.
waiting for the score to come through for Tanner McDaniel. This is going to be incredibly close, ladies
Up
and
and
gentlemen.
riding Milo Delage, the Frenchman leading this heat and going for a roll off of that barrel section there from the left-hander. And unfortunately, it looks like Milo Delage got a little bit stuck and could not land the move. 15 seconds to go, still waiting on scores. Oh my God, how exciting is this, Tazza?
Oh, it is killing me. I don't know what it's doing to the McDaniels back there in Hawaii. We've just got a countdown coming through. Last wave scores, Tanner McDaniel, 6.15. Situation change. Hold the phone, though. This wave here, that guy...
Eden Capdeville going for a 9.
Oh, my goodness. Ethan did not finish that invert. So Tanner McDaniel has got through into the final, and the dream stays alive.
And there he goes for the victory lap. And this is the Tanner that we used to.
Oh, my goodness. We have an incredible final coming up right now with the women and later on with the men. But thank you very much, Nunito. It's been a pleasure. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to throw to an ad break, and Dub and Manny are going to take you through the next 2 heats of the day. Back soon.
Oh my goodness. Are you kidding me right now? What's up, everybody? This is Manny V with David Hubbard, bringing you the live feed from the 2016 Nazare Pro. Are you kidding me?
Oh, doctor, as you like to say. What an incredible finish to that second semifinal, securing the 2 berths who will be joining Socrates Santana in the final. What action we just saw, and we've got more action straight ahead. It is the grand final of the women's pro division out in the water. So let's get straight out there to find out who will be the Nazare Pro champion for this 2016 event.
That was a nail biter. Tanner McDaniel getting high fives from some of his friends that they call themselves the squad down on the beach. And the last person he gave a high five to right there is Andrea Rinder, Alexandra Rinder's mom, here on the beach watching live the women's grand final out in the water. Isabella Sosa and Alexandra Rinder. Tanner McDaniel in the last few seconds of that heat able to pull off that much-needed score to make it into the final of the Pro Junior. Socrates Santana was biting his nails the entire time. If Tanner did not make it out of that heat, Socrates would have been your new Pro Junior 2016 World Champion. So, Isabella, Alexandra, now waiting patiently out in the water for some waves to come through. Isabella Sosa has been in every single final in the 2016 Women's Tour. And Alexandra Rinder, here she is in her first final in the 2016 World Tour. So we got both sides of the spectrum. And one thing to take note on, Isabella Sosa, the Brazilian, this could be a clean sweep, a perfect tour if she can beat out Alexandra Rinder in this grand final here in Nazare.
Imagine that, a clean sweep throughout the entire women's tour. That will be groundbreaking, historical fashion for her to take the title in a clean sweep situation. So standing between her and history is a former multi-world champion, Alexandra Rinder, living in the Canary Islands and representing them strongly. Although she does speak many languages besides Spanish, she speaks English and German as well. So very multinational approach and supports team around Alexandra. But Isabella Sosa has not only the country of Brazil, but a lot of the world of bodyboarding rooting for her, as she is one of the strongest and just most exciting bodyboarders to watch, regardless of what division you're watching.
These are 30-minute finals. 30-minute finals out in the water right now. We have the grand final of the women's division coming in out of the water. Some of the contestants from that last semifinal. And here we are back in the live action in the water. I love her style. She always looked like she's going 100 miles per hour. She knows how to control that speed. And look at this right off the bat. And in and out for Isabella Sosa, leaving Alexandra Rinder on her own. Here she is dropping in, finding a nice little curtain, a barrel to come out of, and punches through the lip right there. So drawing first blood on a solid wave. That is Alexandra Rinder representing the Canary Islands.
What a terrific opening exchange. We're going to see what was the better of the exchange. Alexandra tucking in, nice barrel, clean tube time, and gets a nice roll afterwards. So Alexandra will open up this final in the lead. And just to confirm who the finalists of the Pro Junior division, it will be Nelson Flores from Chile, Socrates Santana from Brazil, Milo Delage from France, Tanner McDaniel from Hawaii. A very multinational affair coming up in about 27 minutes, because there's 26 and a half left for this. Give a little time for the commercial, and that's what we're set up for the next hour. We're going to have nonstop bodyboarding action. So thank you so much for tuning in live.
Alexandra Rinder's first wave, you can see right there, the judges loved it. Perfectly executed bell ride into a roll and scoring an 8.0. And we do have the winner of the last heat with Vilma. Vilma, take it away.
Yes, indeed. It was a very, very exciting heat for sure, but the winner is here with me. So, how do you feel?
Je suis hyper content, franchement. Les deux séries, je n'étais pas très fier de moi parce que je prenais des vagues, j'attendais pas les bonnes. Et là, je savais qu'il fallait que je prenne de grosses vagues pour marquer des gros points. Et donc voilà, j'ai eu mes vagues et je suis hyper content. Là, je suis chaud pour la finale et voilà quoi. Voilà.
Yes, he's super happy to go to the final, of course. The French guys are on fire here in the junior category. And we also, you French guys almost eliminated Tanner from the world title race.
Yes, je suis hyper content de l'avoir battu peut-être une fois. J'ai déjà battu à Hawaï, mais c'était pas le top. Là, je suis hyper content parce que c'était la semi-finale et je fais 2 fois deuxième. Et là, je passe devant Tanner. Je trouve que je suis hyper content pour ça, quoi. Et je suis fier de moi, voilà.
Thank you so much. Congratulations. Please stay with us because we're going to have 2 more amazing heats, 2 finals. And now in the water, the women are in the water. So let's pay attention. Back to you guys.
Thanks so much, Vilma. Very excited. Milo Delage representing France. Very strong live action, Manny.
Coming off the bottom with a ton of speed, punching through the lip right there. Alexandra Rinder, can she pull that off? Will she add on to that A point? No, she does not hold on, and she will get a stick for that attempt right there. But, man, here's another look right now of Alexandra Rinder's barrel roll attempt.
Nice right-hander, plenty of speed, clean projection, but a lot of white water around her, and she fought her way through the breaking V, we call it, the formation of the lip. When it crashes down on the surface of the water, it actually shoots back up. Quite an explosion. We call that the V because from a horizontal angle, it makes a V kind of a shape from its detonation on the flats, and that's what kept her from pushing through and landing that maneuver.
During that interview, I looked over my shoulder and saw the very proud coach himself, Nicolas Capdeville, very stoked on his Groms that he brought over from France. Not only that, Ethan Capdeville, unbelievable performance, making it super far into this event. 13 years old. He is confirmed to be on the tour next year in the Pro Juniors event. But look at this. Alexander Rinder up and riding. A quick roll and out. But again, big shout out to the young gun, Ethan Capdeville.
Yeah, and it's so exciting for him to finish in equal fifth here in the Pride du Nord Challenge. And for being 13 years old, that's just amazing. Let's check this one out. It was a nice big roll from Alexandra Rinder on that smaller size wave. And yeah, just to touch back on that, I mean, with such an incredible performance, he was, to me, one of the standouts this entire day of competition in the Pro Juniors. And he even stood out to me on the European leg of this APB World Tour, where we've had 3 stops for the Pro Juniors. He was a standout performer for sure. And being 13 years old, you know, to have a father who's ready to commit and put him on the rest of the Pro Junior World Tour, that should give him a healthy run, you know, with at least 4 more years in the Pro Junior division. He could very possibly find himself in a title race like the one Tanner McDaniel and Socrates Santana are in.
Well, we're going to see more of Ethan, which is awesome for us and the viewers from around the world. So Ethan Capdeville, 13 years old, definitely a mainstay for sure in the bodyboarding world here in Europe and on the World Tour circuit. Here we go, up and riding. Isabella Sosa dropping in under the lip, finds a little pocket ride, ton of speed. Look at how much speed she has for this oncoming session. Goes for a reverse. Can she pull it around? She's going to use everything she has to try to get in front of that whitewash, but cannot pull it off. But she will be scored for that barrel ride. More of a pocket ride, but you know what? A solid score for Isabella Sosa on her first wave. 30-minute heat, top 2 waves are scored. And again, what's at stake here? It is not first and second. Isabella has already been crowned the 2016 world champion. She is trying to get a clean sweep, a perfect year on the APB World Tour, and she is just 26 minutes away from making that happen. Sorry, 21 minutes from making that happen.
Yeah, on that last ride, Isabella did have so much speed. She was just basically aiming for that section the whole time. Like you mentioned, she got just the teeniest of cover-ups, rubbed the pocket, and then gunned it for that section. Take a look at Alexandra on this left-hander. She's finding her way into another gem of a wave. Clean ARS, and pulls it around. Chunks her rail afterwards, and does the I'm kind of still here, but I'm going to swim out of the wave now arm claim.
Yeah, and she actually pulled that off a couple times yesterday, and I actually talked to her this morning, just letting her know, hey, just giving her a little tip, saying, hey,
loved it.
Wait for it at the very end of the wave, and if there's another opportunity presenting itself, go for it, and then use that claim to make sure the judges see you right out of it. And it looks like she did that right there and made sure that the judges, because she was down the beach a little way and was just making and securing that she did ride that out in control.
Yeah, that was great how you handled that, because you were...
were you there?
I was
yeah,
there
you're in the tent.
listening, and Alexandra's mother was almost
my goodness.
chiming in a little bit as well. But Mike Stewart was there kind of mediating the scenario, because you were just trying to give her helpful tips for further scoring potential. So I thought that was a well-navigated, difficult conversation to have with some very passionate people.
It was a good conversation. No bad feelings or anything. The invitation to come visit them in Tenerife after the Fronton King Pro was still there at the end of that. So we're all good.
Terrific. And so far, Alexandra Rinder is in the lead, putting quick pressure onto Isabella Sosa. A 6.9 and an 8-point ride puts her in that first place position. And Isabella Sosa, in a moderate combination situation, needs 2 rides, totaling 14.91, to get into the first place position and potentially get a clean sweep here on the Women's Pro World Tour.
Big shout out to our 2 main sponsors, Praia del Norte and Nazare Municipal Council. And our APB brand supporter, Stealth, ISS, Bodyboard King, NMD, and U Riding. The Journey Bodyboard game, go get it. Here we go, up and riding. Isabella Sosa sliding in, ton of speed again. Oh, cuts out of there, just didn't see anything, looking very good and positive down the way of that wave. So she cuts out of there and heads back out, leaving the priority in Alexandra Rinder's hands, now with a solid score of a 6.90 and a really solid score of 8.0. Alexandra Rinder making her way back out to the lineup. 18 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. That can either go by really fast or it can go at a snail's pace, depending on where you are situated coming down to the wire.
Yes, it is pretty much critical timing now, as Alexandra has set the stage in this final. She's put up some high numbers, and now it's Isabella Sosa who's on the chase. As you said, Manny, time is very important. And, you know, Isabella's been watching the waves all day. She now has to use that wave knowledge and the things that she's been observing and her previous experience to put her in the location on the bank that's going to provide her with the best opportunity for scores. So she is going to be hunting down the chance to get the big numbers that are out there. Alexandra has done well to get them pretty quickly in this heat. Right at the start of the heat, opening up with an 8-point ride and a 6.9. So it's pretty good stuff happening out in the water.
Alexandra Rinder in the yellow jersey, looking very comfortable right now, but we saw that anything is possible from that last second semifinal in the Pro Juniors, where Tanner McDaniel in the very last second would grab that last needed score to advance on. So do not count out Isabella Sosa, who is still looking for that perfect season, a all-win 2016 on the APB World Tour, and another win here in Nazare would solidify history in the bodyboarding books of history. I think I said history twice.
A couple historical references for sure, but we do have a history of bodyboarding book being written by Steve Action Jackson. We can't wait to get our little mitts on it.
Yes, I mean, if you're waiting for everything that has happened in the bodyboarding world, Steve Action Jackson is almost done writing that incredible book that should be out soon. So keep your eyes on that. And if you know him on Facebook, tell him to get on the horn and hurry up so we can all get our hands on it. Alexandra Rinder in yellow, Isabella Sosa in red. 15 minutes, 50 seconds remaining. Again, we couldn't have done all of this without our 2 main sponsors and our viewers as well, tuning in from around the world. And look at this, deep within the pocket, and will she come out? No, getting shut down from that barrel. There's almost a little opening right there for Isabella Sosa to come out, but she did not escape from that long barreling, draining wave right here. Let's take another look. Right off the top, finds that perfect rail, lodges it into the face of the wave, but unfortunately not make it out.
She tried to access the doggy door, as we call it, as you slip out right before the wave dies. But check out Alexandra Rinder up and riding, tons of speed. Doesn't find her path to the section quite there. But wow, she did. She just had the possibility to get an excellent score. Had she found her way up to the lip and executed a large aerial maneuver, as we were kind of hoping that was going to happen as she took off. Quick little paddle battle as the ladies in this heat quickly get back out into the lineup. Isabella Sosa is awarded priority 1. Priority 2 going to Alexandra Rinde.
Yeah, paddle battle. You can see it was, again, this is the top caliber, top women competitive arena right here out in the water. The grand final of the 2016 Nazare Pro here on Praia del Norte, just north of the lighthouse here in Nazare. And again, this beach right here has delivered the goods from day number 1 of the contest window. If there's anybody we have to thank Mother Nature and everything she's provided to us here at Praia del Norte. That canyon just outside of the lighthouse, the Nazare Canyon, and the sandy beaches here have been just on par with the folklore that says this is one of the best bodyboarding waves on the planet.
Yeah, and that really is being shown true. Here we have Alexandra Rinder up and riding on this one. Tons of speed. Finds her way up and around a big ARS attempt, but unable to complete it. So she'll get back to the drawing board. She's continuing to seek to improve on that 6.9, her second scoring ride. Isabella Sosa has still yet to get anything close to that.
Here's another look at Alexander's big ARS attempt, but somewhere along the line on that landing, I think she may have lost her grip and wasn't able to pull that board around on the landing, and that would have been a very solid score for Alexandra, but she did not complete it and will not be scored those big points she was after. Isabella Sosa still waiting to get that first solid wave. We're past that halfway mark, way past that halfway mark, 12 minutes, 40 seconds remaining. Isabella Sosa looking to the shore. Eder Luciano and some fellow Brazilians telling her where to sit, where to go, and she could be in position. They're telling her to paddle down to the north and make her way over to this peak, and there it is. The cameraman finally found Isabella, and yeah, she's all by herself on this right-hand peak just to the north, and it looks like she may be taking a look at this or maybe paddling it over. And
she strikes. She's paddling. She's up and riding on this right-hander. She's flying down the line. She's got speed. She's seeing that section ahead of her, and she ends up cutting out underneath it.
So Isabella Sosa still looking for that solid wave, and it's not coming through right now. We only have just under 12 minutes remaining in this heat. Can that wave come for Isabella Sosa? Will that perfect year of Isabella Sosa end right here in this final? We will find out. We got 11 minutes and 41 seconds remaining. So thanks again to the whole crew that made this possible here in Nazare. Everybody who was a part of it to make this event happen in the I don't know how. It's insane to me that there's nothing around here. There's one building about a half mile away, and that's all you got here in Praia del Norte. It's pretty cool how they were able to pull this off. So shout out to the crew that made it happen.
Certainly, as well as the resources that the Council of Nazare has employed to pull this off. And, you know, like Teza mentioned in his chat with Walter recently that, hey, next year, bigger and better. Let's do it again, and let's make this happen even more amazing to bring this incredible show that happens out in the water. And what you're talking about, Manny, is kind of what you touched on earlier too, is there's a lot that goes into what we put on the land to bring the action that's happening in the water, but we have nothing to do with what's happening in the water. Definitely creation displaying its majesty in the form of epic waves here at Praia del Norte.
Yes, this wave is definitely, I've been saying it a few times, a very magical beach here in Praia del Norte, Nazare. And this is just a little piece of the coastline here in Portugal, but check this out, a little paddling going on. Priority is in the hands of Alexandra Rinner. She's opting to go on this right. Clean line, clean bottom turn, and go straight through the top, goes for a roll. Will that be better than that 6.90? Her lowest of her 2 high-scoring waves? Maybe. It's going to be probably hovering in that 5-6 point range. But here's another look at Alexander's wave.
And Isabella had a look at that too. So Alexandra used her priority. Big bottom turn. This section was large. She hit it clean. A little bit through the lip. Late attack there, but smooth rollout nonetheless. Very sizable approach and continues to mount the pressure on Isabella Sosa.
Wow, look at these waves still coming in on the shore, the sandy shores here in Playa del Norte. And it is coming down to the wire. Look at this, going paddling through that. Oh, almost getting cleaned up. Are some of the riders coming out, paddling out in the next heat? Actually, that was the water photographer, and it looks like we do have Isabella Sosa up and riding. Clean, fast bottom turn, and look at that, an a backflip, in fact. Will she pull that around? Oh, my. Just caught behind the whitewash. Unfortunately, she was going for a big, high-scoring maneuver. Difficulty very high, but unfortunately could not pull it off. Isabella Sosa.
Wow, going for it. Let's check the replay. Tons of speed, huge maneuver there. And as you mentioned, just barely unable to complete that. It will be an incomplete ride for Isabella Sosa. And back to the drawing board with 8.5 minutes remaining. She is in a position where she needs 2 new scores to attack the lead held by Alexandra Linde.
8 minutes, 14 seconds. 8 minutes, 14 seconds. The waves are so good here that we got a bunch of free surfers, free bodyboarders always creeping in on the north and the south side of the contest area. And we're pretty much almost 45 minutes away from completing this entire event with a contest window that has been very generous to us. 7 minutes, 50 seconds in this heat, and then we have a 30-minute 4-man Pro Junior final. And in that final, we will find out who will become the next 2016 APB Pro Junior World Champion.
Wow. And that thought is echoed across all of bodyboarding world and community right now as everybody's tuned in, I'm sure, online. Thank you so much for joining us on the APB live broadcast here as we are just less than an hour away from crowning both the Women's Pro Champion here at Nazare as well as the Junior Pro Champion here at Nazare and the Pro Junior World Tour Champion. So just a massive, massive day down here at the beach in Playa del Norte.
Definitely an historical day so far, an historical event as we've seen some of the highest caliber of riding throughout this week. Playa del Norte delivering the goods and just seeing incredible riding. Brahim, David Hubbard with a gigantic air. Yesterday, perfect 10. Dino Carmel with another perfect 10 with a long barrel exiting with a roll. And we've seen just all the top riders and including some dark horses throwing out some giant maneuvers throughout the entire event when it was a quality size. A lot of people were referring to some of these big waves being very similar to that of Pipeline, but here on the sandbars of Playa del Norte, incredible waves were had definitely this past week. Now, taking a little break is Mother Nature still waiting to deliver some of the bigger sets we've seen just heats prior. And I think because of the pattern, I think the Pro Juniors final, which is coming up next, may be getting that last little taste of the flurry sets. But you know what? This heat is still not over.
It is not.
Here we go. Isabella Sosa up and riding, coming around that section with a ton of speed again, maintaining that line and then cutting out of there. Isabella Sosa. Not much there for her on that as well. So is her opportunity for that perfect year over, or will she in the next 5 minutes find a 5.90? Actually, I'm looking at her score. She is in combination land. right now from Alexandra Rinder. So the spoiler, Alexandra Rinder is the only thing stopping Isabella Sosa from that perfect season. But we have 5 minutes to go in this final. Anything is still possible.
And I'm curious if, because of the number of events counted to come up with the final ranking, if Isabella has maybe potentially already achieved a clean sweep, counting only victories for her year-end ranking and a world title that she has achieved here in 2016. Of course, it would be ever so more clean and perfect if she won every single event of the tour this year. But she is definitely maxing out her points as far as what she is counting for her ranking, which is a huge #1, top of the ranking list, winning the Women's World Tour back in Sintra earlier this leg of the APB World Tour.
3 minutes, 45 seconds remaining, and there are a couple bumps on the horizon. Isabella Sosa with priority number 2, which means if a good wave comes through, Alexandra Rinder can catch that wave and essentially take it away from Isabella Sosa, even though Isabella Sosa has the inside position. Here she is getting herself, trying to wait for and get in position for that next set. There are some lines coming in. Isabella Sosa in red, Alexandra Rinder in yellow. It's just a matter of that wave. Is it going to come in? Look at Alexandra Rinder shooting to the north, trying to get in position for this right-hander. And she's pretty much paddling away a little bit from Isabella Sosa. Now they're getting a little closer. Alexandra with 3 minutes remaining and priority and having Isabella Sosa in combination land. She is looking very good. Dropping in and cutting out of that. Isabella Sosa, unfortunately, this heat is not looking very good right now. It's an uphill battle for Isabella Sosa. 2 minutes, 40 seconds in combination land. It's not over until it's over. It's still possible for the Brazilian.
It is, and anything is possible at this stage, but as the time continues to tick down, it'll become less and less and less and less likely for her to catch those 2 scores that she needs to attack that first place position, because she is in combo land. She does need a combination of scores needed. 2 scores are necessary for her to take the lead over Alexandra Rinder, who posted up those 2 scores at the very start of this heat. That 8 and that 6.9 happened almost immediately for Alexandra Rinder, and she has even put a 6.25 on the board for her last ride. It's not counting, but Isabella Sosa has yet to really get her final started. A 3.25 and a 2.65. If this heat ends with those scores counting in the next 90 seconds, that'll be her lowest heat total of the year. But we are hoping more action comes in. Alexandra using priority on this wave. She's going down the line. She's going to end up just cutting out of that tall chest as she pulled out of that one. That leaves Isabella Sosa outside in first priority. And with just about a minute remaining, Manny, it's looking like some dire straits for Isabella Sosa to get those 2 rides.
Alexandra Rinder in her first final of 2016 may have knocked out Isabella Sosa and claimed that win, that first win, her first final of the year here in Praia del Norte in the Nazare Pro. 40 seconds remaining for Isabella to get 2 solid scores and pull out ahead. Not looking too good. Actually, we're coming down to a miracle phase right now for Isabella if she can pull off the 2 high-scoring waves. And I look over my shoulder, and you know what? I don't see any big waves, any high-scoring potential coming in. Alexandra Rinder may have just won the 2016 Nazare Pro. We will know for sure, 100% positive, in the next 15 seconds if the Canary Island rider claimed.
But take a look at this. Isabella Sosa up and riding, huge bottom turn, dives out. That won't be a 4.91. It will be a very small score. It will be Alexandra Rinder, who will be your 2016 Women's Nazare Pro Champion.
Oh my! So there you have it, the Canary Island rider. She is very happy, very cheerful, and we are going to take a quick break. And you know what? Let's wait a second. Let's hold on a second. Alexander, one more time, your winner here at the 2016 Nazare Pro in the women's division. Coming up next is the Pro Junior Grand Final, actually the final. So you know what? We got a little bit of time. We got to pay some bills. We'll be back right after this. Oh, nice. That'll work. Do we know what we're doing as far as presents? Yes. Did you get that? Okay, good. I didn't get it. Okay.
Welcome back to the 2016 Nazare Portugal Pro. We are seeing the Women's Pro champion of this event just about to hit that beautiful shoreline known as Praia do Norte. Board up, fins up, arms up. She is pumped, and we're curious
Look at
if
mom, look at
her
mom.
mother is there to greet her. Yes, large embrace. I bet her mother could cheer her up all on her own, but we're curious if we're going to get a chair. There's potential of a couple tears being shed there, and now we see the man assuming the stance. It looks like Mike Stewart, Ryan Hardy doing the honors, and who's carrying the board? That's one of the most important roles right there.
That is Joanna Shanker, I believe, holding her board up high, but not a bad duel holding up Alexandra, Mike Stewart, her board sponsor, and Ryan Hardy, her new wetsuit sponsor. So, two legends being able to hold up Alexandra Rinder. She is stoked, ladies and gentlemen. You're looking at your first place winner, her first final of the year, and former world champion, multiple world champion, Alexandra Rinder from the Canary Islands has just won the 2016 Nazare Pro here on the beautiful beaches of Nazare. So yes, it was incredible to see her come through, battle back from that slight injury she had in Arica.
And the men tackle the hill. That was one of the biggest parts of the chairing ceremony as Alexandra gets dropped into the interview area, and we're going to have Vilma with her live there after embraces are exchanged. It does look like the Pro Junior final has begun, but we will give you action on that as it occurs. We will probably get Vilma set up very shortly, get you an interview with the Women's Pro champion, and we are counting down. The Pro Junior final has just begun behind us, and we'll see if there's an opening flurry of waves because we've got some paddling. Tanner McDaniel up and riding. He's got a nice wall ahead of him, and he's able to pull a huge ARS. We'll try to get you that on the replay, but he did complete it with another maneuver as well. And just waiting to see if we'll have a little flurry, and then we'll go to the beach interview, but there is another ride.
Wow, that was incredible. We do have that first move on the replay, and you saw it there, and back-to-back Nelson Flores in the yellow jersey answers back with a backflip of his own, but could not pull it off. So, of course, the better exchange out of those two, Tanner McDaniel. Woo!
All right, opening exchange will go to Tanner, and Nelson Flores also on the board. Milo and Socrates were out continuing to battle, but let's take a look at this one from Tanner. Nice flip, so clean, pulls a nice roll afterwards and completes it. So with with no further ado, we're hoping to get that interview with Alexandra in a moment. Should be set up soon, but Tanner starting with a 7. Take a look at Nelson on this replay. A lot of speed, and he does get that flip, but is a little anxious. He thinks the landing and starts leaning forward before he was spinning around.
And that little chop from the whitewash as well may have affected that completion of that maneuver as he was trying to spin around, hit a little bump, and could not pull that thing around. So now we have a couple waves on the score. Tanner McDaniel is currently out in the water with Nelson Flores in yellow, Socrates Santana in red, and Milo Delage in the white jersey. So big thing at stake right now. We have the 2 title contenders in the water. We have Tanner McDaniel from Hawaii in blue and Socrates Santana in red. And the situation for a world title here in the Pro Juniors.
We'll break it down for you. So ultimately, if Tanner or Socrates wins this event, they'll win the entire title. And there's a few situations where they will tie. If Socrates gets second and Tanner gets third, or Socrates gets third and Tanner gets fourth, they end up tied. On the tie, they'll go back to a count back of the top placing or the top 2 placings. The tie will be broken by ultimately Tanner coming out on top. So basically for this, Socrates needs to either win or come 2 places higher than Tanner McDaniel. If Tanner McDaniel places above Socrates or just 1 placing beneath Socrates without Socrates winning, he'll win. So Nelson Flores up and riding again, gets a pocket ride, throws a quick roll, and we're looking to get that beach interview started once we get confirmation that they're set up.
Here's another look right here at Nelson Flores, his last wave right there. Just a quick roll in and out, but not much there. He does have something on his scorecard of 5.25. Actually, I'm sorry, that was a 3.5, and now it looks like we are ready for that interview. Hold it on steady. We got Socrates Santana dropping in, going straight off the top for a roll, and Socrates on his first wave will have been scored as well. So it looks like, Dub, how are we looking over there in the interview booth?
We're getting ever closer, for sure. So it does look like we're throwing down to him. Vilma, let's take it away.
Yes, congratulations. Felicitaciones. ¿Cómo te sientes?
Wow, this is incredible. It's always wanted to win this contest. Like last year was pretty bummed because I won the title, but I wanted to win in this contest too, and I got knocked out in quarters. And this year I was coming with all my strength. And the waves were pumping, so I was really motivated to go in this heat. And with Isabella, it's always an honor to serve and more in the final. So I'm just super stoked. I don't believe this. I'm so happy that this is my first time I win a contest with my mom here. It's pretty exciting, and I'm just happy. I want to thank all the people out there who supported me day by day, all my sponsors, my brother, his girlfriend, my dad, they're watching. Guys, I love you so much. Thank you for watching. Thank you for being there always. Thanks to my mom and to everybody who's there, and people, thanks APV to making this contest, and just super happy. Ended up second in the rankings too, so I'm so stoked right now, and I think you can tell it by how I'm speaking on my face. The juniors are making it really spectacular too. They're going for there are 2 people inside that can win the title, so let's go watch this. I'm just going to be here at the beach. I'm super stoked. Thanks to everyone.
Congratulations. Let's go back to you. Go back to the water.
Wow, and during that terrific interview, we saw incredible action. That was the replay of Tanner, and we're going to see a replay of Socrates as he had an incredible ride as well. Nelson Flores got in the barrel but didn't exit. This was Socrates, and he comes out and does a nice clean roll. This is a very intense exchange we're seeing, and we'll have to see how this plays out because, man, oh man, the action is heating up, and we saw the action being intense in that women's pro final. So well surfed for Alexandra Rinder. Congratulations, of course, to her and all her supporters. And we are now in this Pro Junior final. and we are waiting to see scores dropping in. These are big numbers coming in. Let's take one more look at Tanner's quick barrel, nice flip, and incomplete roll off the whitewater, but he did put that extra spin on the end of that one. That was cool. But Socrates getting a 9.25.
Wow.
For his right-hand barrel to roll. Wow, this is we got a heat on our hands, Manny.
2 solid scores, and yes, the land of love here in the old country in Europe. Welcome to Portugal, and welcome to the 2016 Nazare Pro. Let me tell you something. Right now is a perfect time to celebrate with the Rinder family. Alexander Rinder, your winner here in Nazare in the women's division. But we're not done yet. The Pro Juniors out there absolutely killing it. And that was an incredible backflip right there from our rider who caught that all the way in, all the way to the shore. Again, that is our rider in red. That was Socrates Santana putting together an incredible final here in Praia del Norte.
Yeah, we're going to see a good score drop for Socrates. If he gets a 5 or more, he'll jump into the lead over Tanner, and we can expect that he will probably get that for that nice flip. We'll just wait for scores to be confirmed. And again, what a multinational final we have on our hands. This is great. And we are using a priority system to keep it fair for everybody, and it does look like 6 points for Socrates Santana. Puts him into the lead above Tanner and Nelson and Milo.
Wow, this is definitely a battle of the best pro juniors out in the water. The top 2 are going head-to-head, dropping in on this one. Nice clean barrel, sliding in, comes out and has enough time to pull a roll. Can they come out in front of the whitewash is the question. Nope. Socrates Santana paddling back out, but he's on fire. He's catching a lot of waves lefts and rights, and here he is one more time on the APB replay.
Yeah, he did well to fly out of that barrel and just in time to get that end section with a roll attempt there. So, whoa, just barely enough time to catch our breath after that incredible victory. And now a amazing Pro Junior final on the screen. Again, thanks everybody so much for joining us. The final day here at Praia del Norte in Nazare as we crown the Pro Junior World Tour Champion. We'll crown both and just have found out Alexandra Linder is the Women's Pro Nazare Champion. We'll also be crowning the Nazare Pro Junior Champion, but also this huge trophy that we have on the table next to us will be handed out at the end of this heat to either Socrates Santana or Tanner McDaniel. Right now, both of them are looking very strong. Tanner with a pair of 7s, sitting just under the total, held by Socrates Santana. And again, just to go over the scenario, if those are the standings at the end of the next 20 minutes, Socrates Santana will be your 2016 Pro Junior World Tour Champion. But if Nelson Flores or Milo Delage finishes in first position and Tanner finishes just underneath Socrates Santana, the title will go to Tanner. And of course, if Tanner wins this Pro Junior final heat, he will become the 2016 Pro Junior World Tour Champion.
So there you go. We have laid it out for you, and we have less than 20 minutes remaining in this heat. Again, great showing from Nelson Flores and Milo Delage, the French. The French team here in the Pro Juniors, absolutely top-notch. We've seen the 13-year-old phenom, Ethan Capdeville, just blowing minds all the way up until the semifinal. And we just got word from father and coach Nicholas Capdeville that, you know what, we're going to get Ethan on the entire Pro Junior World Tour next year. That is going to be very exciting to watch. 13-year-old wonder kid coming out of France, another Frenchman to keep an eye on. But currently out in the water, 19 minutes remaining. Can Socrates Santana hold on to that first place spot and claim the 2016 APB Pro Junior World title? or will Tanner McDaniel come back firing in these last 19 minutes?
Well, as this is a half-hour final, there's plenty of time. But if that last final showed us anything, an early start is a helpful one. And with a very strong early start, Socrates Santana with a 9.25, one of the highest scores that we've seen in the Pro Junior division. Not only this event, but of the 2016 World Tour. Here he is up and riding now. Nice right-hander. He's got a lot of speed. He finds an end section to flip off and completes it smoothly. He finds a small roll at the end section and cuts out. He's looking to improve on a 6-point ride and increase the distance between him and the rest of the field.
Here's another look at Mr. Santana. And Dr. Zinho is what they call him, the little doctor in Brazil from Rio de Janeiro. And there he is, a nice solid wave right there. Great combination of maneuvers. But that score dropping at a 5.50. Nothing is changing on your screen as that does not affect his scores are showing. A 6.0 is what he's trying to improve on to better his lowest of his two high-scoring waves. That 9.25 may be enough when it comes down to the wire to hold on that first place spot. But all these young guns out in the water, Tanner McDaniel, Nelson Flores, and Milo Delage are all hungry. They've been waiting all week long to get out in the water. The time has come, and here it is, down to this last heat of the event. And the last heat in the Pro Juniors, we got some paddling going on. We have up and riding Nelson Flores, the Chilean.
He's going right, throws a quick spin. And we did have a ride for Milo on the left. We'll try to bring you that. He did do a nice flip maneuver and landed it clean. But we do have Tanner McDaniel sitting in priority. This is a position he's going to need to use wisely.
Down the beach, live action. We have the Frenchman with a big backflip right there. Milo Delage making another combination all the way through the whitewash and cuts out. So Milo opting to go to the north of the contest area. Still within the contest area, but now has option to catch waves by himself. Here's another look right here of that last wave from Nelson Flores.
So here's the split peak where Nelson went right and Milo went left. And Nelson was able to do a simple spin before cutting out. And that was the same ride that on the left of it, we did see that replay. This is it again of the backflip of Milo Delage. So now Tanner is sitting in priority. And we are getting close to the halfway point. Milo Delage gets a 5.3 for his efforts. Nelson Flores with just a 2-point ride for his last one. And at this time, Socrates Santana now sitting in second priority, but in first position in this ever so important final heat of the Pro Junior division. The final heat of the Nazare Pro for 2016.
We are coming up to the halfway mark of this 30-minute final, and it looks like a lopsided heat here. We have two riders absolutely just way out ahead of third and fourth. But again, ton of time for these riders to clock in those higher scoring, excellent range waves. But Socrates Santana, again, that 9.25 is definitely going to help him in the long run. Big shout out now to our two main sponsors that have made it happen. Pride the North and Nazare Municipal Council that have been very supportive throughout the entire event. And as well our APB support brands, and they are Stealth, ISS, Bodyboard King, NMD, and U Riding. The Journey Bodyboard video game app. Get it on your phone and come play in multiplayer, the Nazare Pro, as well. Pick up the jersey that you can have as well as these pros out in the water. So again, thank you all for tuning in. From around the world, Manny V here with David Hubbard, who is hydrating, making sure that his voice can carry us through these last 14 minutes of the event here at the Nazare Pro. And let me tell you, we have had incredible action from day number 1 of the contest window. There was 2 days where it was just absolutely out of control, 20 to 25 feet, and only a few riders were able to take their free surf out there, as the logistics didn't give us the opportunity to run the event in those sizes. But Mike Stewart, Dudu Pedro, and Isabella Sosa went out there and had some fun in those monster waves. And then we had just 5 days of just perfect waves, all the way leading up to today, where we have 3, 5, 6 foot waves coming in. Glassy conditions all day. Barrels were had, big waves, big flips were thrown down as well. Coming down to the wire here in the Pro Juniors.
There's a peak coming in, and the boys are scratching towards it. And Tanner goes over it, but Socrates is striking on this right. He's got a lot of speed, and he finds a nice invert there off that section. And there's a wave behind it, Manny. Let's see live action. Tanner McDaniel looking on this left.
Tanner McDaniel holding a high line, releases that rail, ton of speed, comes down the bottom, up the section, and throws a big backflip and lands it perfectly and kicks out of that one. Tanner McDaniel, Socrates Santana going head-to-head here in the final. It's almost as if they're the only ones in the water, but look at this. Santana, nice clean invert, well executed, a little late on that projection, but then Tanner answering back with this wave.
He stalled high, and then he released, found all that speed, and a nice big clean backflip, critical landing, pulled it off clean, and we're waiting for scores to come in. The only thing that I think would hold that wave back from becoming a huge number is the size of the section when he hit it, but the maneuver and execution, everything else was flawless. So these 4 riders are clustering up in the lineup, but as you kind of alluded to, right now it is really that battle for first and second between Socrates and Tanner.
Nelson Flores. Nelson Flores up and riding. Look at this thing lining up. Could be a long, deep barrel, but no, it shuts down on the Chilean. Nelson Flores going way deep, and there was no way he was going to make it out of that one and gets shut down on. So, yes, Milo and Nelson currently out there just waiting for a wave to come to them so they can perform and show the world what they have. And we are coming down to the wire. So the last wave for Tanner McDaniel coming in at a 7.30. It's going to be his highest scoring wave. And the last wave of Socrates Santana, a 6.75. So, wow. Now, Tanner needs an 8.71 to get into that first place spot, a 9.21 for Milo, and Nelson needs a combination of 2 new waves to get into that first place spot. Socrates Santana looking very solid.
Looking solid. And just to correct, it's a 14.51 for Nelson to move into second position, and a 9.21 for Milo to move into second position. And Tanner McDaniel is the only one in striking distance for that first place spot with a substantial number there, and 8.71 for him to move into first.
Well, there you have it. We are coming down to the wire. We have a bunch of spectators coming down to the beach, and I believe that is Neymara Carvalho in the white shirt. And I don't know who. Wait, no, I stand corrected. That is Catarina Sosa. And, yeah, she is the coach down in Lisbon. She has a school, bodyboard school, called Boogie Chicks. And she is pregnant, and she's super happy. And she's like, I got a surprise for you, Manny. And she showed me that she has a baby underway. And they already know that's going to be a girl. So definitely going to be nominated as an honorary member into Boogie Chicks for sure. And I believe that's Teresa Almeida with Catarina. Is that right? Yeah. So the legend here, Teresa Almeida, professional bodyboarder here at Praia del Norte. And look at this. We are coming down to the 9 minutes and 50 seconds remaining in this heat. Woo! It's a warm one out here.
Check this wave out. Nice paddle here for these riders. Looks like white and red are up and riding. Socrates too deep on that barrel, but white with a attempt on the left. Let's see if we can get to a replay, and that leaves Tanner in first priority. Taking a look here now at Milo, getting a nice barrel and a huge flip.
Did he pull it?
Yeah, had he landed that, it would have got him into the situation where he could start attacking that first place position.
Here's another look at Milo's wave right there. Nice clean barrel, and he opted to go for a high-scoring maneuver right there, but could not pull it off. And as Dave mentioned, that would have put him in contention to get into that run for first and second. There's a lot of cheering and hooting on the beach, and yes, there are some waves coming in out the back. And look at this. It looks like on his way back, Socrates Santana finding a right-hander, slips under the, hits the eject button as he mistimed that roll at the end of that. But this, on the left, Tanner McDaniel.
And he goes for a backflip. I think an air reverse would have been the move to go for because he's unable to complete that backflip. That wave had the size. That wave gave him the opportunity for the kind of score he needed, but unable to execute on that one, Tanner McDaniel. And Sokrat's also not able to execute. But just looking back here, that oncoming section might have had a little tricky part to that lip. You know, it didn't look like it was exactly as easy to read as it is for us on the beach. So, you know, can't really blame him for choosing that backflip maneuver. He needed to go for a massive maneuver either way, and doesn't come up with the score he needs on that. But there's still just under 8 minutes remaining, and even though Tanner has moved away from the rest of the riders, Socrates Santana is going to track him down. Our heat leader, Socrates Santana, with priority 3, is going to be hunting down Tanner McDaniel, who has priority 4 and who needs a massive number to come up against the current world champion, Socrates Santana, hoping to repeat the world title one more year.
7 minutes, 17 seconds remaining in this final. The Brazilian in the red jersey looking very, very strong right now. 9.25 and a 6.75. Can he hold on to that Pro Junior World title here in this heat is what is Tanner McDaniel and Socrates Santana are hoping for. We got some waves coming in out the back. Is anyone in position is the question. We have Milo and Nelson on your screen, but look at this, down the beach, Tanner McDaniel dropping in a nice clean bottom turn, a little check turn as he comes around that section, and that wave peters out, and not much there for Tanner McDaniel.
So Tanner McDaniel doing his best to get away from Socrates Santana. Socrates let him go on that ride, even though he had priority above Tanner. Now Tanner is sprinting down to the south side of the contest area, which is not a bad idea because we've kind of seen the sets come into one side and then come into another. So they kind of shift back and forth. And as there was a couple nice waves on the north side, that last set, Tanner's going to run down to the south side. Even though Milo and Nelson have priority above him, he's going to seek safe haven away from Socrates Santana.
And Socrates knows that Tanner has moved down the beach, and you can see him paddling towards the rest of the crowd just to the right of your screen. You probably don't see him now, but he is making his way over to Tanner McDaniel. Both of them in the lower priority. It is priority in the hands of Nelson Flores. That's what the P1, P2 stand for. Second priority is in Milo's hand. 5 minutes, 30 seconds remaining is how much time is left for Socrates Santana to hold on to that lead and claim a Pro Junior World title.
Woo! Super exciting heat, and it's been action-packed from the get-go today. Even action-packed every day. The entire waiting period of the Nazare Pro. Even the lay days were so action-packed. Sometimes we couldn't run any heats because the ocean was so powerful. So, you know, from the very start, every heat that we've had, every day of competition has been absolutely amazing.
All right, looks like there is some paddling. Actually, some waves coming in. Nope, those are a little bit too small, so they're going to let them up and over, go under them. So now it looks like we are coming down to 4 minutes, 40 seconds remaining. This is Tanner McDaniel and Socrates Santana heat, it looks like. Milo and Nelson, they are sitting on some very low scores, but Nelson, in fact, in combination land, which means he needs a set of 2 new scores to be even in contention for that second first place spot. Milo, he is still within striking distance, but that 9.21 is a very high score, totally attainable by the Frenchman, but can and possibly can't pull that off.
it is possible that he could pull it off, and we'll just have to wait and see if he does. So we're just still waiting for the final waves in this incredible Pro Junior final to come in. We're hoping for scoring opportunities for each of these riders as we are under 4 minutes remaining now. We see the lineup kind of getting spread out a little bit. The boys have kind of found their space, so to speak. Tanner McDaniel straight out in front of where we're located, and this fellow, Milo Delage, taking a look at a wave. Didn't give it a strong enough paddle to lose priority, I don't think, but he's a bit further north. So all 4 of these riders just kind of spreading themselves out by a good 15 meters apiece, and Tanner still seeking to distance himself from the pack because he is sitting in priority 4. We are waiting for a little set to come in that's presenting itself over the horizon, and we're hoping that more action can come in for everybody. We know that the McDaniel Ohana and all of the Hawaiians and Americans are really hoping that something big will come in for Tanner in the next few minutes. But Brazil and the Posto Cinco crew is hoping the opposite. And at this point in the heat, Socrates Santana is looking good to retain his current world title and roll it over into 2016. I do believe this is his final year on the Pro Junior World Tour. So his last opportunity to have a world title. Tanner McDaniel, on the other hand, does have one more year in the Pro Junior World Tour division, which will be next year, his last year.
Santana, he is going to be very stoked, and along with his sponsors, I know for sure guarantee that Guilherme Temega is tuning in from, I believe he's in Hawaii right now, watching one of his team riders here in Praia do Norte in Portugal. It may be super early in the morning in Hawaii, but you know what? With this title on the hand, I'm sure GT put his alarm clock to be awakened to make sure he watches this. And we know for a fact, 100%, that Steve Action Jackson is watching this Pro Junior final as well. Socrates Santana, he has 1 minute and 5 seconds to claim another Pro Junior World title. That is if Tanner McDaniel does not come up with a 8.71 within these next 50 seconds. And it is a nail biter right now as the 45 seconds, you see it on your screen. Tanner McDaniel, he is on the hunt for an 8.71. Milo is still in that third place spot. Nelson Flores in combination land. And it is Socrates Santana coming down to the wire. 30 seconds remaining. Will Brazil take home another world title in 2016? They already have one by likes Isabella Sosa. Will they bring home another world title with Socrates Santana? That is the question right now. 10 seconds remaining. Dub, what do you see out there?
I don't see any waves coming in the next few seconds, so I would say that the Brazilian contingent has begun the celebrations, and it does look like with the sound of the horn in the background.
Look at him. He is stoked.
Santana has claimed his second Pro Junior World title.
I got chills up my arms.
And it looks like for one more year, the Pro Junior World title has slightly eluded Tanner McDaniel, who has been so close each and every year to achieving that very special accolade. And there on screen, Socrates Santana, your 2016 Pro Junior World Tour champion.
Wow, definitely I can see this kid right here becoming a men's world champion once he gets onto that Pro World Tour. All the Brazilian pack are on the shoreline. Socrates Santana, ladies and gentlemen, He is one happy camper, taking out Tanner McDaniel in second. Mino Delash. Wow, I can hear him yelling from here. He is stoked. Hold on to those vocal cords, little brother. As Socrates Santana making his way in. Nelson Flores in fourth. All of these finalists having a spectacular event here at the 2016 Nazare Pro. And I think we are going to go straight to a commercial. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back right after this.
And it does look like we are back live. Thanks everybody for tuning in to the 2016 Nazare Pro, which has just come to an epic conclusion. As you can see, Socrates Santana, amidst the celebrations on the shoreline, chanting, singing, dancing has ensued. Now he's going to assume the position for Edo Luciano and a fellow countryman to begin to chair him up the beach. And again, Mateus Bastos now holding the board behind, an ultra important role in the chair.
Wow.
Besides the two people carrying him.
Amazing.
Socrates has been presented with the trophy. He's holding it over his head, as you can see. And the little entourage and parade will make their way up to the interview booth. Actually, they're going to come right here into the broadcast booth, and we are going to be able to give you the very first interview with the 2016 Pro Junior World Tour Champion, Socrates Santana.
Oh, my goodness. What a spectacular event all the way to the last minute of the Pro Junior. And let me tell you what, it is an incredible day here in Praia del Norte in Nazare. It is a warm one. It is a happy one for that boy right there, Socrates Santana, with the Pro Junior World Championship in his hands. And that is the second world title being brought back to Brazil. We heard, or you saw Isabela Sosa claiming that championship in the women's division. She's already brought one title back to Brazil. And this kid right here, Socrates Santana, brings home the second world title in 2016 back to Brazil. Socrates Santana, he is one happy camper right there as they work his way up to, look at that, Ian Campbell giving a handshake, and a bunch of the other pro riders that are here in town are still on the beach. All right, so I think we're going to bring Socrates Santana up here if we can. So let's bring that chair in here, make sure everybody's in frame. Okay, sounds great. All right, we're making our way. Actually, he's making it up to the booth here. Don't worry, take your time. The world is waiting for Socrates Santana, your 2016 Pro Junior World Champion. Oh, my goodness. Bom dia, bom dia. Here we go. Let's say that mic is on. Is that thing turned on? And here we go. Socrates Santana, let's get this thing out of the way. Let's put that beer by you. And there you go. All right, come a little closer. I don't bite. Come closer. There you go. All right, ladies and gentlemen, one more time, give it up for your 2016 Pro Junior World Champion, Socrates Santana. How are you feeling?
Isso eu só tenho a agradecer a Deus, porque ele é justo e eu venho batalhando muito por essa vitória. Eu treinei muito no Brasil, eu queria o bicampeonato, eu queria esse bicampeonato, eu queria presentear aos meus familiares, meus amigos, a equipe Pós 5, a minha comunidade, Pavão Pavãozinho, e a todos aqueles que acreditam no meu sonho, porque hoje eu sou bicampeão. Ano passado eu fui campeão mundial, até hoje eu ainda não tenho um patrocínio que me dê um suporte, mas eu acredito que Deus sabe o que faz, e eu só quero presentear mesmo a todos que contribuem com seu dinheiro para eu poder viajar, e isso é tudo obra de Deus.
All right, check it out. We got Vilma right here to translate all of that. My Portuguese is good, but not that good.
First of all, thanks to God for this second win. He really wanted this because even now he doesn't have a big sponsor. So he wants to say thanks to everybody who helped them come here. There was a lot of people putting together the money for him to run this year. So most of all, thanks to God.
All right, well, I know for a fact somebody who's putting in a lot of money to make sure he's here is Guilherme Tamega with the GT boards. But Socrates Santana, what is next? You are now going into the big leagues with the men's now. What do you got planned for 2017? Do you understand?
Eu vou. Esse ano foi o que eu falei. Eu queria muito esse bicampeonato. Eu queria sair da categoria Pro Júnior, defendendo meu título, e agora ano que vem eu vou ser profissional, eu vou treinar mais ainda para chegar e estar entre os melhores ali, porque hoje eu sei como é difícil a gente passar as baterias, e assim, hoje tem os melhores mesmo, e eu vou treinar para ser um deles.
To go to the pro division because he knows he's the best guys in the world, and he's really prepared, and he's going to be more prepared next year, and he's going with everything.
All right, well, there you have it. Your second world title being brought back to Brazil by this kid right here. Socrates Santana will join Isabella Sosa on bringing the title back to Brazil. So, ladies and gentlemen, one more time for your Pro Junior World Champion, Socrates Santana. Good job, brother.
Thanks.
Yes.
Big thanks.
Good job. All right, so we're going to show you the ceremony, the award ceremony for the 2016 Nazare Pro Women's Division. And again, we're going to see the Pro Juniors on the ceremony platform. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back with that right after this.
Big thanks.
Estás-me a ouvir? Estás-me a ouvir? Estás-me a ouvir? Estás a ouvir? Estás a ouvir?
She had the finalists here at the Nazare Pro 2016, so we were waiting for Isabela Souza and Neymara Carvalho. Isabela Souza, Neymara Carvalho, e vem a Isabela com a casa às costas, com o seu cameraman Lima Jr., Barbecue King. Yes, that is right. Professional cameraman Lima Jr., always with Isabela Souza. Neymara Carvalho, no need for introduction. Multiple world champion. E temos aqui os chapéus. We have the traditional Nazare hats, and all the girls need to wear it for the award ceremony. So here you have the 4 finalists here at the Nazare Pro 2016. A big round of applause for these 4 girls putting on a show for you. So right now, I would like to call Mr. Teza McKenna, Operations Manager of the APB, awarding the 4th place position going out to Neymara Carvalho from Brazil. Make some noise! Congratulations, Neymara, multiple world champion, and she takes away the 4th place position here at the Nazare Pro 2016. Neymara, vais ter que dizer umas palavras, English, português, French, espanhol, whatever.
Obrigada, thank you, domo arigato, gracias. I want to thank Portugal. Portugal for me is always a special place by like being in the contest. You know, I have such a good results here, and I'm so happy to come back from my retired and get this place here with these girls because they are surfing so good and they push me up to be here. They push me up to you know keep getting better every day. So I'm so happy. I want to say congratulations to Alejandra, to this special year for Isabella and Joanne here for a long time ago already, but it's like everything has your time, so you deserve to. And I want to say to Socrates, thank you so much. Bye.
There you have it. There was Neymar Carvalho, 4th place position. Nazare Slam. The one and only legend at Praia do Norte, Dino Casimiro, responsible for the sports section in council, awarding to no other than very own Portuguese. Schenker, make some noise! Joanna Schenker, very good year for Joanna this World Tour, and we're gonna give the microphone say a couple of words. Joanna, take it away.
Olá a todos, estamos em Portugal, vou falar em português. Este ano para mim tem sido incrível. Não estava à espera de fazer 2 pódios de seguida e realmente não podia estar mais feliz. Ao lado destas grandes atletas, a Neymara, que sempre foi uma grande inspiração para mim, a Isabela, que limpou tudo este ano, e esta vitória tem sido muito boa. Hoje foi melhor para nós e
You have it in Portuguese, our very own Joana Schenker. Congratulations, Joana, 3rd place here at the Nazare Pro 2016. One more time, one round of applause. The best Portuguese in the event, Joana Schenker. Right now, calling Mr. Alex Leon, CEO of PB, awarding the 2nd place position in this women's division that went out to current world champion Isabela Souza from Brazil. Make some noise! Isabela Souza this year in Sintra, just world and a perfect season for you, Isabella. Congratulations, 2nd place.
Thank you so much. Happy the final with Alexandra.
was amazing here, and it's like finishing here in Praia do Norte was excellent for me. I was like in the water, big day, days, and then I'm pretty happy. And then again, and I can just say thank you, God, Jesus, and thank you everything. E eu queria falar palavrinhas em português. Foi um ano maravilhoso. Eu acho que não tem nada melhor. Eu tive a oportunidade de surfar um dia grande e acho que a Praia do Norte, Nazaré, vai ficar marcada assim para mim. E mais um, não vai acontecer não mais, mas assim, acho que eu já conquistei tudo que eu queria e acho que estar aqui no final contra a Alexandra, de novo ela me bateu de ter feito a galera do Brasil que está sempre aí torcendo, sempre aí viajando comigo, meu patrocinador, senão eu vou ficar...
And congratulations, Isabella Souza, 2016 champion. 2016. Well, 9-time world champion. The legend. Of course, now Alexander Rina, make some noise! Alexander Rinder, 2 times world champion. She takes away a win in this last event of the year for the women's division. And right now with you, I have Alexander Rinder wanting to say some words. Please, Alexander, congratulations.
Thank you very much. This is awesome. It's my first final this year. Didn't have the best year, but I'm actually really happy. Ended up second in the ranking too, so I'm pretty stoked. It's always an honor to surf against Isabella. Really happy to win again against her. I'm sorry for not letting you a perfect year. No, I'm really stoked. I'm really happy because it's the first time I won a contest and my mom is here. It's really special for me. My family's always there for me. My brother was watching from home, my dad too, and that made me really happy. Don't want to keep talking about my family. I'm gonna start crying. So thanks to my sponsors. Thanks for me making this contest happen. My head is too big for this hat, German hat. Yeah, just thanks. Enjoy the rest of the day and see you next year. I hope it's gonna be something like this year because I really like this wave. The crowd is nice and cheering and we have sun, so what can we say? I'm really happy. Thanks a lot, and yeah, have a good day.
There you have it, the winner in the women's division. One more time, make some noise, clap your hands, scream. Alexander Rinder, first place here at the Nazare Pro 2016. Now we're gonna have the champagne showers. Mainly, pose for the picture, girls. That $1 million smile, please. First, $1 million smile for the picture. Don't forget the picture for the press, media, very important for the event. Right now, what we've been waiting for is when girls get Alexander Rinder, second place Isabella Souza, third place Rena Schinker, and in fourth place Neymara Carvalho. Congratulations. These are the women finalists here at the Nazare Pro 2016. There you have it. Girls just want to have fun, and they're still having fun. So without further ado, once again, we're gonna call the other finalists. But meanwhile, photo picture. Picture time, photo time. Get those iPhones, Samsungs, Nokias, Sonys, whatever, and take the picture now. Canon, Nikon. If you want to sponsor the World Tour, please do so. One more time, these are the finals. Women Division, Nazare Pro 2016. Hey! More champagne later. And without further ado, I would like to call the finalists in the Pro Junior Division. And they know who they were. Battling out till the end, Socrates Santana from Brazil, Tanner McDaniel from Hawaii, Delage from France, and Nelson Flores from Chile. Congratulations, Loy. Please do join us here at the stage for the award ceremony. As you all know, there was a title race all the way to the final in this year's Pro Junior Division. And if you can look out into the ocean, the waves are still pumping. These were the conditions that the juniors on offer here at Praia do Norte. Sunny skies, blue water. So only missing right now is Milo Delage from France and Tanner McDaniel from Hawaii. You need to wear the traditional fisherman hats here from Nazare, a gift from the Nazare City Council. And we would like to thank one more time, maybe the last, to our sponsors here. Câmara Municipal de Nazaré, that's the local city council. Also Praia do Norte, the brand here that represents this North Beach, if we translate it to English. They support 3 local bodyboarders, Tres Almeida, Antonio Cardoso, and Dino Carmo. So thanks for that. Also, we'd like to thank the local club, the CDAN local club here in Nazaré. They are responsible for some of the best bodyboard events, regional, national, and now this time international. So big shout outs, of course, the APB and all the sponsors that made this event possible. So clap your hands, because without them, this event would be not possible. The Nazare Pro 2016 Grand Slam Series. So you have all finalists here in the podium, and I would like to call once again Mr. Teza McKenna, Operations Manager for the AP Association of Professional Bodyboarders, awarding the 4th place, going all the way to South America, Chile. Nelson Flores, congratulations, Nelson Flores. 4th place position in this Nazare Pro 2016 Junior Division. Make some noise right now for Nelson Flores. Words in Spanish, English, well, if you like, whatever you like.
Nada, muchas gracias a todas las personas que me ayudaron para poder estar acá, a la gente que hizo posible este evento, que estuvo increíble. Súper contento de estar aquí en la final con estos grandes riders, así que nada, felicitarlo porque tienen un nivel increíble. Y nada, Nazaré se comportó como debe ser, una playa de nivel mundial, de las mejores yo creo, así que nada, eso, súper contento.
I couldn't have said it better. You likes to thank everyone that make this event possible. The waves were here, and Praia do Norte represented for bodyboarding, and is very happy to be in this final. So congratulations one more time to you, Nelson Flores. 4th place position here in the Nazare Pro 2000. Clap your hands once again, Nelson Flores from Chile. Alrighty then. Now we'd like to call once again legend and one of the responsibles for this being here in Nazare Praia do Norte, Dino Casemiro, responsible for the sports section in the Nazare Council, awarding the 3rd place position, going out to France, Milo Delage. Make some noise for Milo Delage, please. 3rd place position, very good event for Milo, and I'm gonna give the microphone away to Milo. Milo.
Merci beaucoup, franchement. Je tiens à remercier tous les gars qui étaient là avec nous pendant le long de la compète, qui nous ont encouragés, voir le nombre de niveaux qu'il y avait. Et franchement, c'était ouf. Et pour moi, pour une première compète à Nazare, la troisième place, je suis hyper content. Et voilà, je sais pas trop quoi dire. Voilà, hyper content. Voilà. À l'année prochaine.
Congratulations, Milo. It was his first time competing here in the Praia do Norte, like he said, and he's very happy to get that third place. So congratulations once again to you, Milo Delage. And he would like to thank all the Frenchmen that are supporting him and making possible that he is here competing today. And we'd like to thank you all for coming here as well. So one more time, Milo Delage, third place in the Nazare Pro 2016 Grand Slam Pro Junior Division. Right now, this was a battle until the end. Everyone that was watching live or on the beach was biting their nails. So I would like to call right now Mr. Alex Leon, CEO of the APB, who's going to give away the award of second place position on this Nazare Pro 2016 event. And that is no other than Tanner McDaniel from Hawaii. Make some noise! Yee! A tough battle between Tanner and Socrates Santana all the way until the end. You're all champions, boys. In my point of view, I wish I could be there. Not anymore. I'm a little bit old for that division. So after this picture, we're going to give the microphone away to Tanner. Congratulations, Tanner. Second place.
Yeah, thank you. Not too much for me to say. It's really awesome to have a competition here at Praia do Norte. It's such an amazing wave. We've had great conditions for the whole comp. And yeah, thanks everyone out here supporting me, the squad for big support, and just everyone who's been watching, coming down to the beach every day. Yeah, thanks a lot. I'm stoked to be able to compete here. It's a great wave.
There you have it. Giving us fruit like a champion that he is. Tanner McDaniel, second place position in the Pro Junior Division here in the Nazare Pro 2016. Make some noise one more time for Tanner McDaniel, second place. Right now, once again, Mr. Mike Stewart, can you come on stage and give the award of the first place in this Pro Junior Division to Socrates Santana from Brazil, winning the first place here at the Nazare Pro 2016. And for the ones who are not paying attention, is once again the new Pro Junior World Champ. Make some noise for Socrates Santana. Big battle between Tanner and Socrates all the way until the end. Socrates taking the better of this one, and 2 times world champion Pro Junior Division, Socrates Santana.
A primeira coisa, eu quero agradecer a Deus por ter me mandado boas ondas. Viu muito, primeira vez, e eu acho que ataque muito difícil, não consegui vir, mas teve pessoas com coração bom que cedeu coisas, então eu só tenho a agradecer mesmo a todos os brasileiros que estavam na torcida, meus seguidores, meus familiares, e esse título vai ser muito importante para mim. Eu acredito que nesse momento eu estou fazendo história, e só tenho a agradecer mesmo a Deus por essas conquistas e parabenizar todos os atletas que estão aqui em cima, porque também eles são campeões também, e só tenho a agradecer.
And there you have it from the man himself. First place here in the Pro Junior Division in the Nazare Pro 2016. You would like mostly to thank God for this victory, and he is very happy. He's saying that it's a very important win for his young career that will lead him into future victories. So we can't wait to see more of you, Socrates Santana. One more time, first place, Pro Junior Division, the Nazare Pro 2016 APB Grand Slam. Make some noise. Now it's picture time, boys. $1 million smiles for the cameras. There you have it. And we'll not be having champagne, of course. You're underage. only after this. Oops, sorry, I said it. And we're gonna have Red Bull. So spray Red Bull all over each other. And then we're gonna have the World Title Ceremony Award for Socrates. And thank you, Milo. Merci, Milo. Merci beaucoup. So right now, no champagne shower, Red Bull shower. Go for it, boys. Go crazy. Lose your minds. One more time, the finals here in the Pro Junior Division, the Nazare Pro 2016. Yes, Mike Stewart, you're allowed for some champagne. Please dip them in that thing. Boys will be boys. And congratulations, these are the finalists here at the Nazare Pro 2016 Grand Slam event of the APB Tour. So one more time. One boy from Brazil, another from Chile, another from France, and another from Hawaii. Make some noise. These are the future of bodyboarding in the world. Congratulations to all of you boys. So, please boys, you can the stage, not you, Socrates. Don't go anywhere. Okay, where are you going? So, I would like to call one more time Alex Leon, CEO of the APB, Association of Professional Bodyboarders. As you know, they are the ones responsible for the World Tour, and they do attribute the prize of World Champions in DK Division. This year was Dave Hubbard, as you all know, in Sintra. Women Division, Isabella Souza taking that one. Men's division still yet to come in the Fronton King next week in the Grand Canaries. And here in Nazare, we're very proud to award one more time to you, Socrates Santana, two-time Pro Junior World Champion from Brazil. Socrates Santana, make some noise! Isabella Souza, tens que vir aqui, Isabella Souza. And Dave Hubbard, if you're here too. And we can join all the world champions so far. We're still yet to decide the men's world champion going into the Canary Islands. Right now, Pro Junior Division world champ, Socrates Santana, 2 times in a row. And very deservingly. So Socrates Santana is going to take this home away to Brazil. So all the Brazilian supporters, all the Portuguese supporters, French supporters, Spanish supporters, anywhere you come from, Peru, Japan, anywhere you come from to make this great party that is the Nazare Pro 2016, make some noise, clap your hands one more time for Socrates Santana. Yeah. And this is the face of the Junior World Championship this year, 2016. We also have Isabella Souza, which is the... You don't need to put that. You're just a world champion. You can do anything. This is Isabella Souza, women's world champion. We're going to congratulate her here today as well in the Nazare Pro. And if Mr. Dave Hubbard is here, we would like him as well, as he's the winner of the DK division. So at this moment in the APB World Tour, this is our champions. That is correct. So right now you can take pictures here in Nazare. This is something different, but at the same time very rewarding. They deserve it, and there you have it. Yeah, my main man Dave, 7-time world champion. And here you have it, 8-time. I'm so sorry. Oh my God! One more time. So there you have it. So far, DK division world. Mr. Dave from Hawaii. From Brazil, Isabella Souza, women's, of course, world champion. And just now, and very fresh, Socrates Santana, Pro Junior Division world champion. Picture time. There's no champagne, of course. You already at it. So we're going into front on to the side, the men's world champion. So you have to wait on that. So please log on to the Facebook page, website, apbtour.com. And we're going to take it to Manny Vargas, which is... Congratulations to all of you.
Thank you. Ready? All right, one more time, congratulations to all the winners of the event. It's been a spectacular week of competition here in Nazare. Dub, congratulations to you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, great event. Big thank you not only to all the viewers, but everybody who made this event possible. Just an amazing spectacle of the sport of bodyboarding brought to you here directly from Nazare at Praia do Norte. And we definitely look forward to coming here again next year.
Yeah, big shout out to everybody that made it possible. The Refresh crew, the entire production could not have happened without the incredible performance of everybody behind the scenes. Seriously, we are about a mile away from the nearest facility. And the Nazare Canyon, thank you, Nazare Canyon, you've been awesome. But yes, the Nazare Municipal Council and Praia del Norte, thank you both for making it happen, and our APB supporting sponsors. PLC, congratulations for winning the men's division. Isabella and Alexander Rinder and Socrates Santana. And yeah, and if you want, you can also still have time to download that You Riding the Journey Nazare Pro virtual event as well. And the winner right now leading that charge is Yuri Textera from Brazil. You have a chance to beat him. But again, thank you all for tuning in from all over the world. On behalf of the entire crew, Tessa McKenna, Vilma, Nunito, who's been doing an incredible job, Dub, and again, everybody for making it happen. We are done here, and we'll see you at the Frontone King Pro in just a few days. Go to APB World Tour Facebook page for all the information, and that's it. We are out of here. Boom! Yeah!